do as I say, not as I do, and just people they just rag on Hillbilly, say he's a monster, but he's none of those things. I think Hillbilly is a nice guy. I think it's just the impersonal nature of being online. You say drink bleach, bitch, and change the title. You say things like that. It's just because you don't know the person, you don't have empathy or whatever.
Well, howdy, Palm. How you doing, buddy? I am one who's freely admit that I have sinned, absolutely. But because I've sinned doesn't mean I can't proclaim the one who never has and who can save us from our sin. No. Just because a person drives a car and wrecks it doesn't mean they can't teach somebody else what it means to drive a car safely.
Yep, there we go. So, I'll get you the link to the article by on Right Wing Much about the right-wing Christian extremist Sylvia Thompson's claim that Jesus Christ will infect LGBT people with HIV.
Well, the Bible does say that when anybody engages in perverted behaviors, the penalty of those behaviors they take into themselves. Whether Jesus is going to overtly come out and infect everyone, no, that's not right.
Wait a minute. What about the rainbow? Like after the flood, God said, "Here's the rainbow. I'm not gonna put any more punishment on you."
Wrong.
What about that one?
That's not what he said. You really ought to read the Bible, because God says, "In the sky,
I'm illiterate.
As a symbol that I
it.
will never judge the world again with a flood. But the next time I judge the world, it will be with fire."
If I understand you properly, plagues are one of the forms of divine retribution that Jesus Christ routinely uses against people who do, I guess, somehow deserve it, right? Is that right?
Nope. In the Old Testament, that's the way that God got the Israelites, the nation of Israel, out of Egypt. But does God use that today? Nope. I don't think so. I don't think you'll find any prophet that's going to come along and say, guess what, if this doesn't happen, then these plagues are going to take place. You'll find all kinds of crazy TV evangelists, like, what's that guy, Pat Robertson, who says, yep. The reason they had the hurricane wiped out everybody was because of how crazy and homosexual they were. No, if that was the case, it wouldn't matter what sin it is. God would come and wipe everybody out.
It was Brian Fisher, most noted for declaring that the cause of the floods in Texas was witchcraft and sodomy. Pat Robertson's most recent claim is that gay marriage will legalize bestiality and pedophilia. I'll give you a link to that. Hang on. On the 700 Club on the 21st.
But I do think really it's...
that's the way it's going. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
I think these TV evangelists, it's like they believe some of the things they say, but I think they flare up a lot of the things they say to get views and, get hits. I don't think they really believe all that stuff. If you press them on it, I don't think they really believe like homosexuals got it from God,
Whether they ultimately believe it or not, they do make explicit statements to the effect that HIV is a plague that brought about, I guess, part of divine retribution.
Well, yeah, it's harmful. Yeah, they're doing a very bad job. It's very harmful to say those things because you will have people who will take that whole cloth and just run with it. It's very dangerous to spread things like that.
Well, when it comes down to diseases, we have diseases of all kinds because of sin. I mean, death, disease, disaster, deformity of all kinds happens and happened because of sin. Not just one sin, but all sin.
So in effect, all diseases are, some kind of form of divine retribution. Okay, that's like a yes. Well, there we go. Pat Robertson was also noted for claiming that gays were trying to spread HIV to, I guess, heterosexual people by wearing rings that would, I guess, prick people's hands when they shook their hands.
To kill the excitement. Is it, Nadia?
What happened to the excitement again?
Is it when they prick their hand? Is it to kill the excitement they feel if they are like homosexual?
No, it's to pass HIV to people when they shake their hands. It's like
That's clever.
infect people with HIV.
Why would homosexuals do that though?
Well, he didn't
Did he mention
describe a motive, but claimed that that was being attempted by gay people on the 700 Club.
But they never specified why. Never a reason why the homosexuals would do it. Is it maybe because the devil told them, or what is the reason behind spreading it?
Well, misery loves company, I guess.
Sorry?
Said misery loves company, I guess.
Oh, welcome, Seth.
Hello.
This is Jesus Christ will infect me with HIV #1.
Oh, hey Seth, hey Phil.
Welcome to
Let's see if I can bring Seth in the broadcast here. Recently, the right-wing Christian extremist Sylvia Thompson on Barbed Wire claimed that Jesus Christ will infect LGBT people with HIV as a form of divine. Yeah.
She said that? That's messed up. That's wrong.
Well,
that's wrong.
It's often.
You know, Nadia, let me say this. Let me put this out there. All right, I want to ask Jim. All right, as a Christian brother, why does he focus so much on homosexuality?
Well, that seems to be the topic of conversation today there, Rev.
Oh, we bring you in because you're something of a someone who...
Ah, Hillbilly! How are you, my Christian friend?
Hey, Philip, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad, not bad. I'm taking flying lessons, believe it or not.
You're taking what lessons?
Flying lessons.
Sweet!
Excellent.
Perhaps the same reason Christians insist that atheists are so obsessed with God.
Okay, I'm just going to clean up this area so I can work, because you moved everything right out into here where
I'm curious, Seth. You know, the only sin that this guy ever brings up, you know, is that one.
Maybe he's a closet homo.
No, he's self-standing too. Oh, I'm sorry.
He's always bringing it up. Maybe he's a closet homo.
That's been put out there, Phil.
He hasn't come out yet.
Isn't homo a bit of a disparaging?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rev. You had said something about.
No, I don't.
Talk about
you're right. It is.
I talk about it because it is the topic of conversation. Think about it. The world is talking about how the United States has legalized homosexual marriage. I just recently put out a new video this morning. It goes over the definition of marriage and what the definition of marriage will always be, and that is between one man and one woman, loving and committed to each other, and loving and committed to the next generation.
As a semi-Orthodox Jew, I will agree with you on that. But We live in a modern day world, sir, and we have to accept people for who and what they are.
Couldn't say it better myself, bud.
All right. Okay, that means dropping the hatred, dropping the bullshit.
It's not hatred to speak the truth. It's not hatred to tell people that they're living a lie and that
they're living. I consider it, like I said, I don't consider it to be. To me, it is a sin. It's in the Torah, but it's also a sickness. You got to remember that. As such, we have to treat them. We have to have compassion for them and pity.
Oh, absolutely, we have to have compassion for them. Compassion for somebody that's got cancer means telling them, hey, look, I know a treatment, I know the cure. And if you got the cure for cancer and you don't tell that person, you ain't very compassionate, my friend.
I wish we did have a cure for all cancer.
You know what I'm talking
about. You know, the cure, and if you bring up Jesus Christ, it ain't. Trust me. Okay.
Jesus is the cure for sin. The cancer.
Not for me, buddy. I don't need him.
He is for everybody. The problem is you don't accept it.
I don't accept it because he ain't real.
You don't have to.
He ain't real as far as I'm concerned.
Well, you know, gravity ain't real as far as you're concerned.
Oh, gravity is very real. As a pilot, gravity is the first thing on my mind.
That's what I was getting. That's why I said that. My wife said, "What kind of lessons is he taking?" And you said flying lessons. I said crashing lessons.
Well, no, actually, how to avoid it through Bernoulli's principle, the angle of attack.
Now, I had a friend of mine that did that, and he told me, he said that's exactly what it was, is how to crash in the most adequate position.
No, not really. It's how to avoid it. By not exceeding the angle of attack of the aircraft.
There you go.
You know, and looking at Bernoulli's principle, that's what it is. How it works. You know. But to me, homosexuality, it is sin, but at the same time, it's also a sickness. It has to be treated like a sickness.
Oh, I agree with that.
Okay, which means you can medicalize it. You can treat it. You know.
And you know what? That's what we were doing until the homosexuals pounded the doctors with a lot of money and they changed the definition. So it's no longer a problem. They paid us.
Well, like I said, money ain't the root of all evil, but it can be.
No, money is not the root of all evil.
It's a tool. It's a tool.
See, everybody gets that scripture wrong. It's the love of money, and that's idolatry. That's anything that you put before God.
Right,
and
exactly.
Homosexuality is putting their sexuality before God. Just like you, sir, are putting your Judaism before God.
I don't put my Judaism before God.
Hey, whoa!
Whoa!
He actually worships the God of Israel. So, Jim, hey, step off there, buddy.
Yeah.
Sir, he worships a false God.
Oh, whoa! Okay, all right. Jim, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Jim. Hey, Jim, was Jesus Christ God in flesh? Was Jesus Christ God in flesh, Jim?
Yes, sir. But guess what? Here's the deal. If you don't accept that Jesus Christ is God in the flesh, then you don't understand the Scripture. You don't understand the Torah. Why do you think we reach out to Jewish people there, Rev? Why do you think we tell them the truth there, Rev? That, again, you can worship
You don't need to tell me that, Jim. I talk to Phil every day. You don't need to tell me that.
You don't worship any of God. Now, do you?
That's not necessarily the case. He worships the God of Israel, which we believe is Jesus Christ, but he doesn't...
And the God of Israel saved my life, despite multiple
Amen.
medical issues.
Amen.
Oh, got me through 3 massive surgeries, my friend. 3, not 1, not 2, 3. I had a minute of downtime with my heart too, buddy, on the operating room table. Don't tell me. I know God's very real, and I know a Jew who had a near-death experience, and Jesus was not part of it, buddy.
Yeah, I can understand that, because when you have a near-death experience, you ain't dead yet. People who say that they've seen things when they so-called near death, That's not real. No, that's all crap.
Oh, really?
The fact
Oh, really? I know a
is that
secular
when
Jew.
you die, that's when you see God. That's when you meet your Maker. That's when you go
Oh
to
my
judgment.
God,
It is appointed
Nadia.
that the man wants to die, and then the judgment.
Nadia, this
Not
is
quite.
sick stuff
Not
that
quite.
you got up on there. You gotta block the whoever this Sykes Pico idiot is. You gotta
What happened?
definitely have to block that fucking piece of shit.
Who is he?
He's somebody probably needs to be persuaded a bit.
Well, give him some authority
Hey.
and it'll help him.
Yeah, he commented on the event.
What event?
Change the title, you fucking nasty degenerate she-male. After that, drink bleach.
Ooh, invite him in.
Invite him in. Let me deal with that piece of shit.
Yeah, so.
Let me deal with that piece of shit.
He sounds like a nice fellow.
Bring him on in.
Channel,
Bring him on in.
channel
Let me.
policy is to block them if they are not toxic.
I know. I have fun with that though. You gotta understand.
So
I've had
what's
discussions with. Sorry, go ahead.
what's wrong? What's the title? What's wrong with the title? Why is he so upset?
Well, he objects to the title. The title is Jesus Christ will infect me with HIV.
Okay, well, yeah, that title is, yeah. Anyway,
You're being. Yeah, I kind of figured it. That would invite people like that, Nadia.
but I get what you do, Nadia. It's controversial titles, but yeah, that's a little over the top.
It is a
I see,
accurate of Sylvia Thompson's claim as reported in Right Wing Watch.
Mhm. But those people they do that to get press.
Those are the very.
They are like,
Those are the right, but those are the very same people that protest hero funerals. Those are the very same people that will protest at the funeral of soldiers. Those are
No,
those are the very same people who piss me
I
off.
think he's right. I think you have to have some type of impulse control, lack of impulse control.
Come
to
on,
be
you
like
had a bunch
that
of
out
those
in the
people at a
public.
borough park after 9/11.
there are few people that protest funerals, and that those are exclusively, almost exclusively, the Westboro Baptists, and there's only about 80 members.
You know, and the Westboro Baptists actually visited Borough Park and had the balls to visit Borough Park.
Yeah, well,
in Brooklyn, and they attacked tons of Hasidic Jews as
they
well as
didn't attack
Haredi and.
anybody. The Westboro Baptists would never physically harm anybody.
They didn't physically, but they were verbally attacking Jewish people all day long.
Verbally attacking in what way?
Well, they were attacking. You tell them they're going to go to hell. That the people who died in the Holocaust are going to hell.
Sounds like First Amendment to me.
It is First Amendment, which is unfortunate. But they have to have a
Not
reality check.
unfortunate. They absolutely should be protected. The right to speak to people like that should be protected.
Well, I agree. I agree
I
with
think
the
that's hate
principle.
speech, actually.
All right, but I also agree that you should have a counter protest. And had I been around Brooklyn at the time, I would have brought my JDL buddies down there.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't know why you care that much. Westboro Baptists are basically harmless.
As long as they stick to the principle that they're not going to hurt people, that's fine by me. But when but what they did was they yelled, all Jews are going to hell. The Jews of the Holocaust are going to hell, and I mean, and
yeah. The Westboro Baptist rhetoric is extremely hurtful, Seth. I think you can agree with that, right?
Yes.
And someone like me, I don't come from, a completely rabbinic background, except my grandfather, who towards the end became a real Torah scholar, and it's like I can't speak to people with love. I can't because I get too pissed off, and Jason knows that.
Part of the reason I love you, Phil.
You know, I care about everybody, you know, because Torah tells me to. But at the same time, I sure don't have to love my enemies.
That's because you're not a Christian, Phil.
That's right, I'm a Jew. And I don't love my enemies, you know, and God told us to about wipe them out. There's a difference.
I don't hate my enemies, but I also don't love them. I try to tune them out.
That's what you try. I mean, can you? I mean, if they push your buttons far enough, I think you're going to lose it, right?
I just want to say on record, if anybody ever has a radio show, Pesach Kirchner is like the best co-host ever. He's amazing. So, yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, I just lose it on people. I can't help it. You know.
No, you're great, Phil. You're
awesome.
awesome.
You tell me my ancestors that were killed in the show are going to go to hell. Excuse me. How dare you?
Yeah.
Well,
and that would be.
They were in the
You
shekels
would go
of
to
Europe.
jail here for that.
Yeah.
I mean, you should look at that. Jason, you should show these guys that Orthodox Jewish near-death experience.
Yeah, I posted that in one of Nadia's hangouts. I posted it for people, but
it will scare the shit out of everybody, I think.
Yeah, but you know, belief in that stuff, it's.
Yeah, I mean, if you know, even Christians who have in their mind have nothing to fear, it will scare the shit out of them. You know.
Well, as a Christian, I ain't got nothing to fear because I know where my salvation is. My salvation is in God who sent His one and only Son to die for my sins. So I got nothing to fear. Bill?
Understand this, buddy. Understand this. Okay, well, no matter what you believe, okay, there's always a trial. Remember that at the end. And God is the judge.
Yes, sir. I say that all the time. It's pointed unto man once to die and then the judgment. And if you stand before God without the blood of Jesus Christ, you will be judged accordingly. And you will fall short. You can't pay the price for yourself. You can't do enough for yourself. Without Jesus, you got nothing.
These some kinds
I agree, Jim.
About the afterlife that are supposed to scare people?
Well, there was a secular Jew that got a second chance. And he became super Orthodox. He's in the black cat community now. But, you know, and he had one saving grace. He looked out after the dead. And that's what saved his ass, basically. You should pop that video up, Jason, the one I gave you. And let your hillbilly buddy, Hillbilly Bob or whatever his name is, look at it.
I'll try and find it in my history.
It's Christian Hillbilly. You can call me Christian Hillbilly. You can call me Chillbilly. You can call me Hillbilly. You can call me Jim. Just call me for dinner. That's all I ask.
I'm gonna call you It's Jim.
I will call you. Hey, I might even invite you for Shabbat dinner one of these days.
Palm, that was a good one. I shake your hand on that one.
I might even invite you, Hillbilly, to Shabbat dinner one of these days in Illinois.
Goodness.
Oh, that sounds good to me. I'm here in Indiana, right across the river from Louisville.
I know you are. I could fly into Indiana. What airport? Are you near a fixed base operator, or I could fly in?
Shoot, yeah. Heck, there's one right up the road there, and I don't know if it's considered Clarksville or Sellersburg.
Well, if I ever do it, when I do my solos, I might, you know, I'm supposed to do 5 solos before getting my license. I might come by to say hello.
I would be open to that, sir.
You know, and I'll bring you an art scroll Torah in English.
All right, I'll take anything. It's free.
Yeah, I have a reason behind it, because you'll see a big difference between that and the King James.
Well, I don't use just the King James. I use the Bible. I use all of them.
No,
I use
Torah,
the Textus Receptus. I use all of them.
Well, the art scroll is Torah and Tanakh combined, and you'll see there's a big difference in the English language, and the actual translations from the actual Hebrew. You'll see it.
I was wondering if I froze or if you did.
I think everybody did there for a second.
But or woman, maybe I should have her. No, someone's
I found the video, Phil. So, Hillbilly, if you want to take a look at that, check it out.
It's about an hour. That should scare the hell out of you. And you have to look at the guy's emotional state when he talks about it. It scared the hell out. He was dead for about a half hour, is the background story. And then the doctors actually gave up on him. I mean, they called his time of death and everything. And then he saw heart activity, and he came back, scared the heck out of the doctors too.
Yeah, and the bottom line about it is he was totally secular, and
he didn't even really believe it, but he had one saving grace: taking care of the dead people.
Right.
And their soul saw that.
Story. Amazing story.
Oh, he cleaned grave sites. If you really pay attention to it, he took care of their graves. Yep.
I haven't heard back yet, but I may not ever. But I've applied for, I guess, a job as some kind of morgue attendant.
Did you really? What's your monthly? You need a good monthly income though.
They haven't replied to even tell me how much they're talking about, so I have no idea.
Oh, okay. What? 130. Let me pull up my Arnold app with the Waze app so I can get there. I have a 2:30 appointment. It's 1:30. Schmaltz deli. Get a bagel and some cream cheese.
So, Seth, what's up, man? How you doing today?
I am beautiful.
Sounds good.
Nobody check Google now.
Why's that?
Never mind.
Okay.
I may go in and out with the signal because I'm driving now.
You know, if the Torah or Old Testament,
the Only Testament, actually, don't call it the Old. Just call it the Only Testament.
Well, sure, but no, regardless, if it's the work of some kind of omnipotent supernatural being,
And it is, obviously.
I mean, is it trying to convey the message enough? Why would it be so difficult to translate?
Why? Because of the Hebrew meanings. Hebrew is a very different language than English. It's a lot more. It's simpler, but ancient. So meanings change. I mean, for instance, when modern Israel was founded, Hebrew,
Sure.
Like keyboard and TV and written to. You had a lot of word. Technically, you have.
Is he almost unlistenable to anybody else?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Now,
Now you
can
can.
stop the talking. There are some interruptions to your broadcast.
Yeah. That's why. I'm in to a doctor's office.
Yeah, well,
You'll see. It'll get better and worse over time.
sure. But if this is an omnipotent God that wants to be understood, it wouldn't be able to be frustrated. It would maybe have preserved language better, or
I mean,
the
well, ancient and modern are two different things. You know, that's, you have ancient, you have the new and the old. I mean, if you look at Israel itself, you'll see old Israel in the old city, and then you go outside that, you'll see new, with the new buildings and and the architectures. If you go and if you dig below Jerusalem, you'll see a lot of very old stuff. And there are some differences in ancient Hebrew versus modern. That's also a known fact. That's why they have degree in actual Semitic languages, because and in Aramaic and Hebrew.
Well, sure. Aren't there some difficulties with the translation just because of the age of the languages?
That's part of it. That's part of it, actually. And you had very few people using Hebrew over the millennia. And it was pretty much, in Europe. But believe it or not, the Arab world, a lot of people spoke Hebrew in the Arab world during the Ottomans.
Mm-hmm.
You had Jewish physicians, believe it or not, from the middle to Europe. And they were accused of being witches, certainly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's part of it.
I mean, wouldn't you have an omnipotent deity, have preserved the language at least perfectly enough to reliably convey the message of this Torah?
Yeah. But the Art Scroll is a modern translation of the ancient Torah and Tanakh, and I think they did a very good job, according to a lot of rabbis I spoke with. So I use the Art Scroll when because I could barely read Hebrew, but I can read Hebrew, but I could barely read it. But the difference is, I have the Art Scroll, which is very helpful to me.
Sure. I mean, the same really applies to even Koine Greek.
Yeah.
What does Arsenokoitai mean? I mean, Jim, this is an issue near and dear to your heart. I mean, where is the evidence of what was meant by Arsenokoitai in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9, Revelation chapter 21, verse 8? Come on. Where is it been defined? Paul coined it. Right. Well, you're... If it's were divinely inspired by an omnipotent God, its conveyance of that message could not be frustrated, right? But on the other hand, the actuality is even at the bare level of word for word literal language, there's quite some uncertainty. Beyond that, with various forms of divine hiddenness, I'll take any prophecy.
Yay, divine hiddenness.
What's that?
Said yay, divine hiddenness.
Yeah. Every prophecy is cast in figurative terms. But how reliably can you decipher those? I mean, who was the little horn of the beginning? Does it really say? And even with good evidence, maybe that it was Antiochus, can you still be sure? If you can't convey with that much certainty, then what on earth does it mean? You know, is your deity trying to convey a message to you or not? Is your deity omnipotent or not?
Who are you talking to?
Every religious believer in the room, including you.
Well, is
Both right
God
now.
omnipotent? Yes. Absolutely. God is omnipotent, omniscient. He's all them omnis that we talk about him in. Did he actually give us prophecy? Absolutely. We can verify prophecy from the Old Testament, Psalms, the crucifixion, the birth of Christ. All those prophecies have been fulfilled. But
Amen.
if you talk about you're talking about the New Testament and Revelation. Some of those haven't happened yet, so we don't know just yet.
Amen.
Is your deity in the process of divinely inspiring the writings of these prophets and such, trying to convey a message or not?
He is.
He always has been in the business of providing a message, and that message is that God loves us.
Yes.
And the Bible is a love story, right from the very first book in Genesis right to the very last word in Revelation.
Amen.
It's about how God loves us and died for our sins.
And he only beats us.
That'll preach. That'll preach right there, Elton.
And he only beats us because we deserve it.
No, he beats us because there's a purpose for it.
Right. What a loving relationship. What a love story.
Well, every beating has a purpose. I mean,
Are you saying that if there's no
behind have their intentions in terms of say robbery or some other infliction of what they feel is justified harm?
If you believe in God, there is a purpose for every single tear that you shed, every drop of blood that you have bled.
I mean, these assailants, when they commit their armed robberies, and battery along the way, or whatever kind of inspired assault, I mean, that's generally what's called malice, because it's infliction of harm is purposeful. I mean, your claim that this infliction of harm is for a purpose doesn't actually, morally, I guess, defend it.
No, it doesn't. Not if you don't believe.
But still, is your deity omnipotent or not? Was it trying to convey a message or not?
Yes, and Jim told you what that message is, that he loves us. At the end of the day, he created us because he does love us. And the sufferings that we go through is, you could talk to Eric about this one, Olam Haba, the perfect world that will come at some time.
Well, if the claim is of this all-lovingness, then we have some trouble with that. The vessels of wrath and such are not within the scope of that divine love, at least not according to some. So
You're talking about Calvinists. Yeah,
right.
I don't believe that. So I don't believe that.
Right. Well, it doesn't actually specifically matter whether their interpretation is right or not.
Well, boys and girls, I'll catch y'all later. I got to take off. God bless.
All right.
God bless.
Yeah, it's whether the message is clear, whether it's Arminianism or Calvinism that's conveyed.
Choose this day whom you will serve, and that's Old Testament, by the way. So that implies free will right from the very beginning, Nadia. You have to choose.
Yet, wouldn't that be clear to Calvinists? I mean, if your God was omnipotent, he conveyed the message to the Calvinists. They changed over to Arminian.
I believe in free will, so you're talking to the wrong guy.
Yet, is the message conveyed to Calvinists or not? Apparently not. This deity has been frustrated.
You choose to not believe in God, Nadia, so continue to choose that.
Does she? I don't think she chooses that.
I think she does, Seth.
According to what?
Oh, the Cessna's there. Hold on.
Well,
I hear it, Tommy.
Doxastic,
No, Tommy.
doxastic voluntarism is not widely held.
Only by desperate Christians.
Oh,
Hmm.
I guess in principle there could be some others.
I couldn't give a shit less if you believe or not, but I'm saying that you do have a choice.
And we're saying you're wrong.
Fair enough.
Doesn't the Holy Spirit have to like reveal himself to you?
I
Well,
believe that, yeah.
Everybody reveals himself to all of them. It's just one's choice to be known this way. Or otherwise, synergism. This is the same basically whether it's all God or God and man being happy.
I think Phil left his car without Jumper. That's his dog. Jumper freaks out when he's not around. I gotta mute him.
No worries. Do dogs go to heaven? Okay. That's an interesting question.
Well, according to Burt Reynolds, yes.
Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
Nadia, permission to speak to Seth.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. Seth, what is your best argument against God?
Depends on what you mean by best argument. I have favorite arguments, and I have arguments that I think are would be the most convincing, and I have I think arguments that are possibly the strongest. I'm not sure which is which right now.
Okay, the most convincing.
Yeah, I think the problem of divine hiddenness is probably problematic. The most problematic for maybe not hardcore believers, but everyone who's not convinced that they had immediate experience with God, which I think is most people. Not everybody.
Okay, I would love to hear that. I've never heard that one. Could you expound? Give it to us?
I'm kind of shocked that you haven't heard it before. It being one of my favorite arguments against God. I've been pretty quick to give it out recently, but it goes a little something like this. God is a hidden entity. He's not an entity that's obviously apparent to everybody. Even Blaise Pascal says something to this effect, that any theology that does not explain why God is hidden is an incomplete theology, something to that effect. But this is not something we'd expect to see if theism is true. Theism expects there to be a God who created a universe with humans, so humans could freely come to know and enjoy him. And that's apparently not what he created. At least not if he's primarily concerned with humans freely coming to know and enjoy him. Because if that was the case, this omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient being created a universe with the intent of all humans coming to know and enjoy him, then either all humans would come to know and enjoy him, or there would be a small portion of humans who resisted coming to know and enjoy him, like spoiled children might resist a loving father, a loving earthly father, and a loving earthly father wouldn't push himself on children who didn't want to know and enjoy him. We would call these resistant non-believers, but there seems to be non-resistant non-believers. There seems to be people that want to know that God exists who don't know that God exists. People like Nadia, for example. And that is not something you'd expect to see if theism were true.
Fair enough. Good argument.
All you gotta do is believe, Nadia. Anyone here wrestling fans?
Somebody playing a video game?
Yeah, Palm's playing Assassin's Creed, I think.
It's for kids. Video games are for kids. Shouldn't be
I
playing
actually
first
I
person.
actually fly a plane. That's a real video game. That's real thrill to me, you know, actually flying.
But it's interesting that you say that. I believe that even this reality is a video game.
A video game within a video game. The Matrix.
Well, we operate in 3 dimensions if you think about it.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, I'm not muting
Reader.
Phil. When he mutes now, it's that cell phone glitch. Go ahead, Phil. I'm sorry.
I was
Yeah,
wondering.
no, I sometimes muted. I purposely muted sometimes. When I was just at the airport, and Piper Cub was flying out, so I muted it because of the engine. You know, I was watching a plane do his run up, you know, on the runway, which is when they rev the engine a couple of times to check the oil pressure.
All right, Phil,
Make
I'm
sure
sorry.
it
I'm
works.
so sorry I interrupted you. What were you going to say about God? I'm sorry.
God thinks in doesn't think in 3 dimensions. He thinks in many dimensions. He's not limited to the 3rd dimension like we are. You know, up, down, side to side. You know, he's limited to time and space. He's not limited. Period. You know, which makes me think we're actually in some type of matrix at times. You know.
Jumper liked that one. He looked at you. He was looking at you when you did. Look at him. He was looking at you when you said that.
Yep. 44 Roma Alpha. We are in a matrix.
I agree. Nadia, what do you think about that? We're in a matrix. What do you have to say?
Well, I think that if there's some kind of like, you know, quote unquote more ultimate reality, in some respects it doesn't matter. It's like last Thursdayism.
Oh, last Thursdayism. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, reality as we have, I guess, presented to us is, well, really what we had to work with and such. So, I mean, to the extent there could be something deeper beneath it, you know, we end up still working with what we have.
Yeah,
You have to accept this reality as it is.
Yeah, kind of like the apparent history versus the sort of like, I don't know, fabrication of history in last Thursdays.
right. And I would say to Seth's argument, you know, God can't be empirically proven. So, you know, science, it can't prove or disprove the metaphysics.
Exactly. Even, although that Jewish physicist who went to MIT, taught at MIT, who lives in Israel now,
That Jewish physicist.
I forgot his name actually. You know, he came out with a significant paper on it, and it's like, I forgot his name. That bad.
I have a question that I would like to hear an atheist answer to, and that is religious people, let's say Christians, that are not brought up in a Christian home. I mean, where they don't just get it fed in. Do you think Christians? I'm not talking to the atheists here. Do you think the main reason to why they become a Christian is it because they seek purpose of the existence or truth about the existence, or a purpose to life or truth about life? It's not a part of an argument. I'm just interested to know what you think about it.
I'd say offhand what the numbers are. But I think there is probably a split. Like, I don't know, maybe it's half and half. I think it's probably more than half and half. There's probably a few other things that bring people to it.
Sorry, I didn't understand totally. What did you say? The part.
I think there's a mix of different reasons of Christianity or whatever, and well, those are two, and I suspect there are probably more.
Yeah, of course there is a very large, many reasons. But if you have to reduce it and say what is the primary and what is the secondary condition for becoming to becoming religious, not being brought up in a religious home, is it to find purpose to life, or is it to find truth about life?
Can I answer that as a Jew?
Yeah.
Or you only want Christians to answer it?
Yeah, you are also an atheist to me, so no.
I'm not an atheist. No, I'm not an atheist.
No, he was just messing with you. Phil, he was just messing with you.
No,
Don't
I know.
so offended.
I think the purpose of the life is to please the crime, work towards being a better person. I think that's the purpose of life. You were created for a higher purpose. We don't really know what that is yet. When we get to the Halamaba, we'll know, certainly. But if I was the creator, I don't know. Would I created all this? I don't know. Maybe. But then again, maybe not. If I knew it would turn out like this, but maybe he wanted it to turn out like this. We'll go on the assumption if he is omnipotent, he knew what would have happened. He knew about all the craziness and confusion, and he knew what would have happened, certainly, and he planned for it accordingly.
Isaiah 45:7.
And as such, he takes the steps necessary to do what's right. If you're going to create something, as a creator, you are responsible. The way a mother and father are responsible for their children, certainly the creator is responsible for them.
You are talking more about the purpose of life and so on, but it's a question I have asked myself a couple of times. As a
part of it,
No, I'm not talking about what is the purpose. I've asked myself several times, as a believer, is it because I want to find a purpose to life, or is it, to become a believer, or was it because it was to find the truth about life? I don't know if you understand.
That's what I wonder. The purpose of life is to live your life to the best you can, strive to achieve earthly things, but aim higher, basically. And I'm not talking, and that's part of being a good person, I think, to a faith. If Balaam could use a jackass, if God could use Balaam's jackass, I think he could use anything,
Yes, absolutely.
A donkey, which really a jackass is.
I think the question is a little bit misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was an open-ended question. Let's be real. I think it was an open. It's not narrow. You can't ask a question like that. That's narrow.
I think
I've asked myself.
I think one of the major others besides this too is basically to find what is right in life and such.
Mhm.
That'd be a cool sort of question.
I mean, know the truth about existence, not what is convenient or right, or and like I said, I think it's an interesting question when it comes to believers, and I think it would be interesting. It'd be interesting to hear what how atheists think about this, because I think.
Well, Balthazar, there was an atheist earlier in here. Bob was in here earlier, and he said something very enlightening and interesting. He said, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey. And I think that's how atheists view it.
So it's they see religious people as finding a purpose to life. That is primary cause for that they become religious.
Atheists enjoy the ride. If you've heard Bill Hicks, I don't know if you know about the American comedian Bill Hicks, but he does a comedy routine where he basically he says it's just a ride. It's just a ride, and I think that's how people see it. The non-believers see it. I'll try and get you a link. Hey, Nate, what's up?
Hey, we'll try and bring you in. Hang on. There you are.
Maybe you could explain to us, Nate, why Christians hate science.
I love science.
Yeah, why are you so a-science, you theists?
Yeah, why do Christians? Is a good question. I think it goes to the Catholic roots of it, maybe. You had Jewish physicians in the Middle Ages healing people and preventing the spread of Black Plague, and the church kind of hastened the spread of Black Plague by having them kill and stuff. Oh, they're creatures of the devil. God,
I think if I have a big regret, maybe not going into medicine. I think it would have served higher sort of, I don't know, human good to have done so. I mostly came to that conclusion after talking to Avicenna last.
Yeah.
He's a British med student who's been doing his residency or internship in India.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I have lived through at least like 2 decades, like 80s and 90s, where I was conscious about things, and it was never raised. It was never an issue that Christians hate science. When Christians were attacked, it was because they suppressed. They had it was moral issues. They were suppressing progressive things that had to do with morals. And I think it was the same in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, the 20s. I don't think this view that Christians hate science, I think that was almost no issue. It's a very modern thing that have come with new atheism, and perhaps it has something to do, I don't know.
Well, I
American
do
phenomenon.
know that
It came in the 1920s. It came in the 1920s when the Seventh-day Adventists, I guess, invented young Earth creationism.
Yeah. How many percent does the Seventh-day Adventists? How big part is that of Christianity? Is it? It's not.
The denomination is not a very big part. Young Earth creationism, on the other hand, has spread far beyond it. It's 40% of the States.
Yes, it's total
how many
BS.
percent
There's absolutely nothing in the Bible that tells us that the Earth is only 6,000 to 10,000 years old. It's idiocy.
No, but the thing is that you have always had small sects or small, not sects, but small branches of Christianity that have held pretty strange views, be it Sharia laws or some kind of scientific strange views. But they are like Cromwell. They are so small. So it was a non-question. People just like Christians and non-Christian. Well, they are pretty crazy, you know. But today it's like you have the young earthers
Well,
in the U.S. You know, these crazy people, and so suddenly Christians have become science haters because of these jerk heads in U.S.
you know, can I say something though? I mean, you have to look at the history of Christianity overall. You just can't look at one sect. Really, Christianity, the faith of Christianity is a breakaway from Roman Catholicism. As such, they take a lot of the influences from the Roman Catholic Church. I mean, if you look at the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages of Europe, a lot of the Jewish physicians living in the shtetls of Europe knew that bubonic plague was carried by fleas. You know, as such, they knew that the cats were eating the rats and thus reducing the flea population. But what would happen is the Roman Catholic Church, in their stupidity, killed all the cats, assuming they're of the devil, and thus sealed their fate to massive death in Europe, to the Black Plague. You know, which by modern day standards, you could treat with a modern day antibiotic. You know.
I'm just talking. I mean, to talk history, it's far more complicated than this. I'm just talking about today, and like I said, I have lived through the 80s and the 90s, and there were never quite a debate on this, you know, about Christians hating science. I mean, if people have been like,
I had a call for a sick child.
Actually, let's look at the Church.
I had a call.
Catholic Church.
Phil, 1 second. Nadia, 1 second. Phil, you might want I'm sorry, Nadia, 1 sec. Phil, you might want to kill your video because you're breaking up hardcore. So I'm sorry, Nadia. Go ahead.
The Catholic Church never seriously contested, you know, I guess the theory of evolution, right? By and large, you know, literal genesis was kind of not really taking any point, and so you know, Darwin's thing came along, and nobody really thought much of it. At least towards Catholicism.
it has
The teleological argument, you know, had maybe something of a more specific line of evidence against it, but you know, there were counter arguments for it anyway. Big deal. Apparently, in the American Protestantism, Seventh-day Adventism, whatever, you know, somebody said, "Oh well, you know, a refutation of teleological argument, you know, is a full argument for the non-existence of God or something." We got to contest this, you know, newfangled modern theory, and I said, "Okay, well, then go off and."
You know, I mean, think about it.
Can I say something? I will always view it as a kind of racistic propaganda from atheists. So and they do this cleverly. I mean, it's a clever tactic, but one have to remember. To me, it's a tactic, and the analogy to racism is, you know, it's like look at the Mexicans in U.S. You know, look how criminal they are. So they are pointing to a small minority, and the young earth or the science haters between the Christians. I think that is they are percentage even smaller.
I think it's important to point out that there might be a bit of a language gap, and what you're talking about is not racism, but maybe something closer to just prejudice. some other kind
Yeah,
of
I am doing this consciously to put it to make it more. I know that it's not racism. You can call it cultural racism, but the mechanism is the same. You are picking out a small minority in a group, and because of these
Well, I'm
people
certainly
hating
not.
and believing in conspiracies and all this crazy shit, so then you have then it you are justified to attack Christianity as a whole. I think that is a
Well,
legitimate
I
analogy. But
would say that the what is it claim of Christianity being anti-science and such was made in jest.
It was.
Yeah, it's a specific response to claims of atheists being God haters, which
Right.
is
I specifically asked Nate. I specifically asked Nate because Nate tends to be one of the more rational Christians around.
that's generally not made in jest. It is rather prevalent assertion. Right. It's,
atheist has been Christianity haters, not God haters, and they had very justified reasons to be that, because how I know atheism before and historically, it was a fight against the moral suppression of the Christian church, and it was deep into society and government. It's not that anymore. It's here. It is decades over decades since it was. It's like 1950s we are talking about, and like my experience, this debate was never. I mean, in the 80s and the 90s, and suddenly you have this. You have created a situation. I mean, it's very. It's a good strategy. I mean, if you want to. They are very successful because many Christians buy into it.
right-wing
But,
extremism in the U.S. is a genuine and powerful political force in the U.S. I do realize that none of the Christians here are representatives of it. I mean, Christian Hillbilly and Sykes-Picot actually would be. So in some respects,
I would agree with you, Nadia. I would agree if that then the atheist propaganda or the atheist response, if that would be justified. But like I see from a European's perspective, we have the same arguments here. It's the same discourse, and it just seems so strange, because Christians here, they are not science hater in any way. I mean, and like I said, and it have never been a issue before in the 80s, 90s. You would go
in terms of there are actually young Earth creationists who come into these hangouts. I mean, not just pillbox who many things ago, but also
I just think it's a basic.
Even though you might have gotten transphobic there, its primary dedication is to young Earth creation.
Yeah, I couldn't give a shit less how old people think the Earth is. It doesn't matter to me,
You got God time and you got carbon time, and they're two different measurements.
I've heard several times from a lot of believers, Christians, Muslims, or whatever. They say that if the Word of God, if science goes against the Word of God, I'm going to choose the Word of God.
But they're not mutually exclusive. That's the whole point.
No, but that's what I've heard from believers.
I mean, Jewish people who are Jewish don't think that, for the most part. Part of
Some Jewish people do.
Well, not all. I mean,
very few, but some.
Very few. I mean, the Lubavitch movement does think like that, but Chabad, you have Jewish hospitals, and and they don't think like that. I mean, not everyone thinks alike. In Judaism, Judaism as a faith is it always questions. It always asks questions. It always pursues knowledge and study. It encourages it. It encourages it,
religion has
actually.
nothing to do with science, and you can be against science, but you can be against the use of science, but you're not against science.
No, I'm not against the use of science. I mean, pharmacy, modern pharmacy has extended the life of human beings dramatically. In the 19th century, people lived typically 50, 60 years. People living into the 80s and 90s now. It's what you do with it. It's the moral. It's morals and ethics. That's what that is.
I think it's just so insane to stupid to say I'm against science. I mean, I don't understand it. If you say I'm against how science is used, you can also legitimate then also how it's used in an ideological sense. You know, that you push Darwinism to be like Richard Dawkins says, it made it possible to be an intellectual atheist. If you use Darwinism for that, well, I would criticize it. I think
you have certain you have certain blood plasma extenders that I used to use as a medic in an ambulance, and I had a Seventh-day Adventist try to stop me, and I'm saying, excuse me, your child is dying. I'm gonna give him whatever I can in my arsenal, and if you get in the way, I'm gonna call the police and have you arrested for obstructing governmental administration. I don't tolerate any of that. I never did, and I never will. You know.
Yeah, that's just insanity, man. That's crazy.
I mean, blood plasma expanders, and you can't take a blood product. Excuse me. What's wrong with you? You know, it's their right to. You know, but it's child's right to life.
It's such a small group inside Christianity. I don't know how many percent. I mean.
You know, as a religious person myself, I would say to them, your religious rights end where your child's right to life begins.
But doesn't that correlate with like hiring gays? Doesn't that like correlate with that? Like when believers say hiring gays or whatever in my employment or making a gay cake as going against my religion, isn't that like the same thing when they refuse medical care because it goes against their belief?
Well, you know, as a Jew, my pursuit of life, you know, I support life. Period. I mean, you know, I oppose abortion unless it's to save the life of the mother.
Not abortion. I would say employment of gays.
I would hire a gay if they were competent to do their job. I wouldn't care less.
Oh, so gays aren't competent to do their jobs now, huh?
I would hire them. I would. If you're not competent to do a job, you're like anybody else. If you're a good paramedic and you're not going to kill anybody, you know, I'll hire you. If you know your material, if you save life, if you're not reckless as a driver, I'll hire you. You know, keep your stuff, keep your views to yourself. Basically, that's what it is. I keep your sexuality to yourself. Don't flaunt it. I don't care.
Don't ask, don't tell.
That's my whole view. Exactly. It's none of my business.
I think one could almost criminalize this kind of Seventh Adventists or Jehovah's Witnesses because they are getting you know young people, children into. They are putting them in death. And it's just like, you know, when a kid is beaten up by their parents and tortured by the parents, the state can come in and solve this problem and get the child out of this dangerous situation.
I'm all right. I gotta go. I have to go to see the doctor. I'll be right. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later.
I think
Phil.
to do the same with a religion that gives their followers a passport that denies them to take blood transfusion and so on. I mean, they are putting innocent people into risk. They are. I mean, these are child abuse. It's child abuse, and it's life-threatening. So I don't see why this cannot be criminalized.
Yeah, I agree. Welcome, Nate.
Alright, I think it's a bit interesting about, well, quote unquote, living in the bedroom. Okay, maybe lesbian gays.
Whoa, Nate, dude.
Oh, sorry, I said, it's interesting about, quote unquote, living in the bedroom. Maybe lesbians and gays could do that, but what about trans people? You think I pass?
Oh, but if it's forbidden for parents to beat their children as much as they please to, if that is forbidden, if we have laws to prevent this, I don't see any difference in parents putting their children in a situation where they can die just because of how they have indoctrinated them. I don't see any difference in that.
Hey, McKay.
What up, McKay?
Hey,
Testing?
We hear your voice. It's very muffled.
You do hear my voice?
Yes.
Yep, we hear you. We hear you, bud.
Okay, let me see if it's the right one. That one? Ah, this is so stupid.
Well, we
sounds
can
like-
hear you.
It sounds
It's better
like
than
far,
just cracking. So, sorry, Tony. Go ahead.
it sounds like he's a bit far away from the mic. Unless it's just a shit mic.
All right.
Try it again, bro.
oh geez, I joined in and there was dead air. So what happened to the scientific Christianity discussion? Did that just get shut down before I joined, or what's going on?
I can repeat my argument, and it's like
Yeah.
what the new atheists are doing is a kind of racistic approach. You see some kind of bad things in a group, a very small minority, extreme small minority, and then you use this to demonize the whole group, just like you can do with but like foreigners in the country, you take you push you take out the examples of criminals and say, the Mexicans, they are just, get them out of here, get them away.
Right. So, I think you're saying that they're being generalized, but the problem, I think, is just globalization, right? Like, you're just seeing what has happened in America for over 30 years. Like, Christians here have always typically been anti-science, and I think that's just a correlation with their party, right? Well, I mean, if you just look 20 years back, I mean, we knew climate change was a thing. I mean, it's a very basic science, the temperature's rising, but you just go 20 years back and we knew about it, but we're denying it all up until the modern day as if there's an actual scientific debate to be had.
Yeah, you are perhaps right about climate. I can see that. I can see that. But okay, that's a good point. I give you that. But Look at the America's science in the let's say 30s, 30s, 20s, 30s, 50s, 60s. I mean, when people were, you think the American science was in a bad position that time? I mean, it was not. It was the leading. It led science. It took over the part of Europe that had before, and that happened in an extreme, according to you, in an extreme religious, even fundamentalistic climate. I'm not sure about that they are, but you know. And like I said, to me, I think it's just strange because I've lived through the 80s and 90s, and there were these attacks, like pushing that Christians are science haters. That just suddenly came, I mean, out of nowhere, and it has, to me,
Right.
no
I think that was
correlation.
because of globalization. Unless you have been in America before, I think like you're just now getting the flack of the right wing in America, right? You're getting the hate, the left wing, including religious people, by the way. Like, I'm a religious person, but I mean, I hate the fundamental right that just,
Well,
it ignores science.
well, hey, first, real quick, by the way, I thought you guys were ignoring me, so I finally realized it was just my microphone was unplugged. So,
Ding, 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 Nate.
anyways, so you guys are welcome. I'm here.
Bye.
But well, I think we have to take it case by case. Like we just can't. We've passed the point where it is any kind of sense-making thing to say Christians this, atheists that. It has to be case by case to the individual. So yeah, that means you have to work a little harder and say, hey, what do you actually believe, instead of just drawing assumptions. But we'll have a more honest conversation that way.
Yeah, but I think one should generalize. I mean, it's like you cannot. Christians in general are not science haters whatsoever. I mean, it's.
Well, I mean, I think that would. Well, that would cover a majority of people. So, I mean, I guess it would be more okay to generalize, but then you're still going to have a lot of people that are like, no, the Earth is 6,000 years old. So, I mean, if you're going to generalize, that would probably be the best way, but it's still flawed.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right,
I don't
because
know.
well, I mean, here's an example, right? There are clearly atheists that hate God. I'm totally implying that there are atheists who, I think, believe God exists and they hate him. But most atheists
hate God, Nate. I'm totally disagree with you. Atheists don't hate God. There is no.
Well, no, Balthazar.
He's providing a non-generalization. He's saying they exist out there.
Balthazar,
They do not.
let me finish. So there are some atheists, there are, who believe in a God and they hate him, and that's the basis of their claim that they don't believe in God. However, it does not speak to the majority. I think the majority of atheists are like, yeah, I just don't believe in a God.
I agree. Amen.
I mean, finishing sentences is really important.
But the one who says they hate God, they are mixing God with the organized religion or Christianity or Islam. You cannot hate God and become an atheist. I mean,
well, Balthazar, this may be a comprehension thing. So no, I'm not saying they admit this. They'll never admit it. The people I'm talking about will say they do not have a belief in a God. Nonetheless, their words betray them, is what I'm saying. Like, they really believe in a God. They'll never admit it, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but I'm also saying that that's a wrong way to go about it.
Right. You're 100% right.
Yes.
What right do you have when someone says, I don't believe in God? That you have to listen to what they say. I mean, you cannot just like...
No, Balthazar, what he's saying is that there are some people that claim that they don't, quote-unquote, know there's a God or whatever, but they just hate him. They constantly speak against him. You know what I mean? It's...
I think
for example, whenever someone says, whenever you say, hey, why are you an atheist? And you expect them to say, because I don't believe in a God, and they start off with, my parents indoctrinated me, they took me to church, they locked me in a basement. It's like, oh, a psychiatrist may say, this person probably believes in a deity. They're just throwing a temper tantrum, rather than like someone that's like, yeah, I just don't believe in a God. I don't hate religion. I don't care what Christians do.
Exactly.
I just don't believe in a God.
My best friend was one of them, by the way, Nate. Sorry, sorry, Seth. Go ahead.
Yeah, to be frank, I mean, I agree with what Nate's saying, but the specifics of his last example is problematic because they're not mutually exclusive. It is, of course, possible to be mistreated by the religious and still just not earnestly and honestly not believe in God. But I do understand what he's saying, that there are people that do simply believe in God and pretend like they disbelieve because they really, really hate the idea.
I think the reason Nate used that example was to illustrate why you shouldn't generalize.
Yes.
I don't think he was actually generalizing.
Yes. Keep in mind, I'm the one that said we need to go case by case and not generalize.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
And this also
latch on to the whole thing about
perhaps a fundamentalistic approach that atheists hate God or they deny God. I think it's a stupid way to go about it. I think it's
never what he said, Balthazar. He never generalized. I think it's just a language barrier, I think, Paul.
But yeah, I think it takes the attention away from a much better discourse or strategy, and that is to dismantle the mythology or dismantle the constructions that the atheism builds up when it comes.
Balthazar. He was saying that some atheists do this. Some. Period. That's all he was saying.
Yeah, but that's okay. I still don't think they hate God. I think they hate the Christians that have hurt them, and they regard Christianity as something dangerous to society.
Balthazar, Seth brought that up as a possibility, right? It's not mutually exclusive. It's certainly possible that.
No, Seth brought it up as a total
Maybe you should make your argument. Not that this guy denies, have a reason to deny God. It's you have to point the argument at, is Christianity really such a bad force in society? Do they do so much harm and so on, or are they science haters and so on? But just to say, oh, you are. I know this argument. You are just denying God, and it's probably Satan's that makes you deny it. I think, and the structures and I say out directly lies that atheists are spreading about this view of history and the role of Christianity and so on. They are not attacked, and they go good by it. I mean, when no one refuses them, well. So that's my my view on it. And I can
my only contention there is like you're generalizing the Christians' past, right? Because there's been a lot of ups and downs in Christianity's past, so you can't generalize that either. And say that it's been pretty good science-wise up until when, like, again, like case-by-case basis, like Nate was saying, although generally I think our past experience is pretty bad when it comes to science.
Yeah, this ridiculous, simplistic, and in that sense wrong way to look upon history, and you just buy into it.
Did you say it's simplistic?
Not.
Did you say it's simplistic and ridiculous?
Yes, indeed.
Then you got it. It was a joke. Yay!
Yeah, I think it's twisting history, and everyone does this. That's how one goes about history. It's normal. For construction of
simplistic and ridiculous, because that's how I meant it, Balthazar. I don't know why you keep going on about it. I meant it purely as a joke. It was supposed to be ridiculous.
Okay. I think I'm too fixated how to formulate things, so I'm instead of listening enough, I'm concentrating on how I shall articulate my opinions. So that's perhaps the reason I didn't get the joke.
Well, to be fair, I didn't catch it was a joke either. Like, I thought it was a good rational response. You know, like,
What was a rational response?
if you're talking about like you responding to Nate with that, you know, his example of an atheist who's actually just self-proclaimed and lying.
No,
You know, what
no,
was
that I meant. I meant my original. When Nate popped into the room, I said to him, "Hey, Nate, since you're here, maybe you can answer why all Christians hate science."
Oh, okay.
That's what started this.
I missed that part. My bad.
Guess you learned your lesson.
I know that you don't have that. It's a good you've put it on the tip, and it's a good it's a good thing to make to argue about, because it put on the tip, but actually I think that is the main.
All right, maybe. Sorry.
No, I think that is what characterized new atheism, is this approach that Christians are not scientific and they are holding back science and science education and so on. That's their main point. And
I don't think.
I think in America that's undeniable, though, that it is the Christian right wing, or at least the fundamentalist Christian right wing, that is holding so much of that back.
Well, I'm a Christian fundy. I love science.
Well, it's
just-
not all.
look up the 20th highest ranking universities of science in the world, and locate them which they are.
Let's look at it this way, okay? I don't think that there's anything about Christianity inherently which is anti-science or is holding the United States back in science or education. But if you look at groups who do hold back education and do advocate for putting big crap in textbooks, they are have an extremely more likelihood to be Christian or some other fundamentalist religion than not.
You're right, Seth. You're right.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be.
You know, I think
my racist point is like if you have in the newspaper always black people commit most crime or take another minority. If you have that in the papers and always in the news, some people unconsciously, and I think many, they unconsciously have also get suspicious about everyone belonging to that minority. And if you can argue against it, of course, but I think that is psychology, and it happens without you knowing it. One knowing it, not you, but if you always pinpoint like the Vietnamese, they are always engaged in this and that, and it's a small part of it. Most people, psychology, they react to this and they get suspicious without wanting it to the whole group and the whole culture. That's my point, and I think that is happening, and I see it also here. I mean, strongly by some people, and yeah, because I mean that's why one should be careful with always bringing in the news the crimes of the minorities. You can do that, and if you wanted it or not, you will create racism.
But not racism.
In that case, it's racism.
No.
I mean, when you point that I'm not talking about. It's just an analogous, and when you pinpoint always, you know how religious people are a science hater, and you always, you know, most of them is from U.S. and so on. But this has an impact because people.
It's not that religious people are science haters. It's that science haters tend to be religious.
Yeah, so it's not that black people. It's not that black people are criminal, but it's that the criminals tends to be black people.
Okay, well that would be that would be racist if I was making that claim, but I'm not. So
the mechanism. I believe strongly that the mechanism will be the same. And I have experience.
Well, Balthazar, what Seth is saying in the U.S. is very true. He's right about this. In our country, he's right about it. Science should be science in the schools, right? In public schools, science should be science. It should be taught that way.
But look at the European discourse. Go to a web page discussing this. You know, we have some representatives here. Simon, what is the older Mac? No, you know, and look, it's the same discourse. It's Christianity is.
Yeah, I understand, Balthazar. Yeah, you perceive that Seth is making a generalization about overall Christianity, right? That it hates science. Well, in this country, in public schools, he's right that there are creationists that are trying to put that type of stuff into curriculum, in the science curriculum, and that should not be, because you can't prove it in science. He's right in this country. Okay? That's all he's saying.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, okay. I understand.
It doesn't mean that when I meet a Christian, I automatically guess that they probably or are more likely don't accept, you know, basic science of climate change or evolution. I take them on a case-by-case basis. I don't think that Christianity is necessarily harmful to those ideas. What I think is there just tends to be people that do argue against science, especially when it comes to education, do happen to be fundamentalists in some regard.
I mean, I think it was the Christians that laid down the fundamentals about modern science, and they did it very well. And I mean, it's right when the science answered the whole question and not the why question. And I mean, just the fact that, I mean, I can list, you know, you can list chemical science, the inventor of the periodic table, not the inventor, the maker of or discoverer of the periodic table. He was a very devout Christian. Mendel was a very devout Christian, so on and so on, you know. And even Einstein, he was
Mendeleev, not Mendel. I mean, well, Mendel was a monk, but the person who invented the was Mendeleev.
Yeah, he was both. Yeah. So, but I mean, or even Einstein. I mean, he refused. He was a deist, and he refused to be associated as with atheism. So,
well, he also in a private letter described himself as an atheist to a Navy law.
Balthazar, like, I think you're missing the greater point that there is a correlation rather between somebody hating science and being religious, right? That doesn't mean that all religious people hate science, but it certainly means if somebody hates science, you're probably going to find that they're religious.
I don't know. They hate science. I mean, I'm of course against creationist science, but they are also scientists. But they are just, I mean, they are just
wrong.
They are doing science, but they are lying about. Lying about science at the same time. But I think. No, but I think it would be more I think it would be a better response for Christians that want to face or work against atheism if they see that as necessary. I think it's better to read up on history and face these accusations. You know, all this like atheism, religion and science, religions and all the evil things. You know. I think that is a better way of facing it.
So how does science combat this claim exactly? Or why is history, I mean, combat this claim?
No, but what did you mean? I mean, I think it's like I said, I think it's a strange phenomenon because also through my life experience, this is very new that suddenly Christians have become anti-scientific, and I don't think that's the reality at all. I mean, then obviously atheists are propagating or spreading things that are not objective whatsoever, and I mean that's where you can arrest atheists, because atheists, I mean, they claim to be scientific and objective, and
yeah, Balthazar, it's an American problem. You know, Christians are perceived as anti-science because of this young Earth creationism stuff. There's absolutely nothing in the Bible that says that, you know, it's a young Earth. There's nothing there. So, yeah, it's an American problem.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't the Vatican got quite an extensive science department, shall we say? You've got
Americans
astronomers and what have you.
The same thing with conspiracies in America. I mean, it's also some kind of antitrust to everything that is, you know, government or and science is also a authoritative institution. So, you know. And to me, it's like the American position is, at least how you have it now. It wasn't that 20 years ago. I think Christians they went with the government and science as an institution, but now it's like antitrust everything. Let's see. I mean. So the scientists, they are also that's also a big conspiracy led by Satan or something like that.
Well, I mean, also ask yourself what the reason is. Like, why these people who do have a problem with science, you know, and they identify as religious, what's the reason? I really don't think it's because they hate science or something like that. I think it's because they're so dogmatic about certain beliefs that science says, no, you're wrong about this. I mean, as long as science doesn't conflict with their dogma, they're fine. But, so the thing here is education, like most things. So, you know, of course, everyone can be wrong, maybe. But, you know, if you teach these people, I believe, this kind of proper understanding, like, you know, Jesus says, if you believe in him, you live forever. That's the point of life. That's the answer. So it doesn't matter if the Earth is 6,000 years old. It doesn't matter if we don't exist. It doesn't matter if billions of years old. There's no reason to have an issue with science. So I think that's probably the angle, the education angle, and instead of, you know, label them crazy, label them pariahs. I mean, I think education, but again, breaking through this dogmatic stuff that they somehow think they need to believe, I think that's the real issue.
Definitely. I mean, that's the reason why they won't accept certain things.
But it would be really interesting to see some kind of texts or videos from the, let's say, the America in the 50s, 60s. There were, I mean, how if this debate was there at all. I mean, I think they were for vaccination, and they were for NASA, and they were for. I think they were very proud of their science, extremely proud, and like they were proud of their Christianity, their God's own country that I'm of course against, but I think they were very proud of it. And now it's like, yeah, America is in a it's in a very difficult situation. Suddenly you go from a superpower or how to say the most influential culture in the world, and suddenly things are not going that well anymore. And then suddenly you got all these kind of reactions and all this antitrust and so on. I think.
Well, I don't think I can blame the Christian right for the reason our country's in the crapper and we're no longer, respecting the world. I think, our government they get the blame for that one.
Yeah, but this antitrust also sweeps over to science, because science is also some kind of a big, powerful institution, authoritative institution. I think this goes a little bit together, and I'm sure that Christians before they were more proud of. It's like a national issue, Oh, we are Americans and we are Christians and we are leading, we are leading the science and we are better than the communists,
Yeah. Well, I mean, to a degree, I think the Christian right, they still probably share that, except since they can't quite get on board with some of the stuff science says that opposes their views, that they still have that kind of, I don't know, I think thought process, but now they just call it Christian Science, and I think everyone should just run as far and as fast as they can from that.
Yeah. Well, I had never heard about creationism until year 2002. That was the first time, and it was on internet. I've never heard, lived all my life, never heard about creationism, and so. I also never heard about intelligent design before 2000.
Obviously, because it's an atheist conspiracy to make Christians look bad.
It's a good tactic you are using. I mean, it's a very effective tactic. But I hope Christians look through
I'm
it.
not trying to use any tactic. I honestly want to talk about the issues. I don't think this is really an issue. I purely said that to Nate as a joke, because especially Nate, because Nate.
So that's what sparked this whole thing. You guys weren't talking about it already?
No, yeah, it was because I asked you, why do Christians hate science?
Wow.
I know it was a joke, and I know your position. I mean, you are into the real debate stuff, and not the political or the sides of it. But
Seth likes to poke.
I'm at a.
Seth,
I'm all.
What? Nadia comes back all of a sudden. She goes, and then leaves. Okay.
But Seth, what do you think about? I think it was Ozzy. He was. I haven't watched the video, but I got it.
Ozzy said it. I agree. My general statement is, if Ozzy said it, I agree.
Okay. No, but he made a video attacking. I don't know. I haven't watched it, but like we shouldn't let the moderate Christian go free or something like that. It's like. What do you think about that?
I don't know. I'd have to see it. I have no idea what exactly you're on about.
Well, I think that I think that will be the part.
We've already won, so
First,
quote-unquote pressing the issue further doesn't help value anything but trouble.
I think this strategy, if it's conscious or not, first jump upon the fundamentalists or the young earthers ridiculize them, and people get the feeling, oh, Christianity, well, they are, like this. And when the fundamentalists are done with, one start to take moderate Christians, because they are even more dangerous or more harming, because yeah, they are not so easy to get by. So we will see in 5 years if I'm right or wrong.
What's your prediction? What's your prediction for 5 years?
They will attack more and more when this. After a while, they will concentrate on moderate Christians and like Ozzy, because they are not real Christians. They are not real, so they are intellectual, not dishonest. So that will be the next argument against Christianity. Moderate Christians are intellectual dishonest. They are therefore not objective.
Yeah, I do think that's a bad argument. Like, usually the reason, whenever you hear, I mean, that's really the only reason, is when I hear people say, well, at least, fundy Christians, at least they own this stuff, and, moderate Christians, they cherry pick, they ignore the bad parts. And it just seems like so easy to be like, we don't ignore the bad parts. Look, let's read this big, scary verses, right? I'm reading them, I'm absorbing them, I'm not ignoring them. I just have a very different way to interpret them. So, I mean, I believe that's right, so I'm not ignoring them. I'm just interpreting them like I do everything else. So, I mean, if I come out with a less gloom and doom interpretation than you think I should, as an opposition of Christianity, well...
And I think it's also an ethical judgment. I mean, to say someone claim that say that someone are intellectual dishonest, at least the other ones are honest. I mean, they are wrong, but they are honest. So they are, at least in a moral sense, they are disinformed and so on. But at least they are honest and not dishonest. So that it will be the. And of course, I
well, you'll notice that's something I never say, and well, there are reasons, because I don't think it's right to say it most of the time. Basically, I haven't come up with litigation once.
No, what happens in that situation is that atheists interpret, they decide what religion, what Christianity is about. So they can therefore, they will join with the fundamentalists. And I watched a hangout where it was so funny because the fundamentalists, they honored the atheists in that debate, because the atheists, I think, was it Ozzy? At least they seem to agree with each other, against the moderates. So there you have atheists from a fundamentalist perspective deciding or thinking they can define Christianity. And it's to me,
Balthazar, how do you define a fundamentalist Christian?
Fundamentalist Christian is to me a young earther, conspiracy theorist,
right.
And that would be that would be it, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, right. So, Balthazar, what would you define as the fundamentals of Christianity?
Hang on, that's
like the Orthodox Church.
Historical usage of the term.
I guess it's more.
Let me define fundamentalist Christian for you. Okay. A fundamentalist Christian would be a person that believes in the gospel, that Jesus Christ died on a cross, he paid for our sins, and he rose again on the third day. That's a fundy Christian. That's what it should be defined as, but pop culture has made it something totally different, which makes me want to puke.
Yeah, I think we just have to distinguish between fundy and fundamentalist.
It's not a salvation issue. But the fundamental, what makes a Christian to me fundamentalist is what's lies outside the Bible. It's like lies in the view to actually a more political view, and of course young Earth creationism. I mean, it's some kind of a obscure branch of the Seventh-day Adventists.
That's true, but and once again, now we come to this word creationist. I'm a creationist because I believe that God created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah,
But now we have this other thing that's out there that you have to be what? It's young Earth creationists. Okay, so you know what I mean? They're taking these terms and turning it against us, and they're hurting us because of these stupid things.
Yeah, and they make it a very important part of the debate.
Fundamentalists.
So,
Actually, does anyone else see what I see when I Google for Christian fundamentalism? The first hit should have an image associated with it.
Of course, pop culture.
Well, what image do you see?
I don't see nothing, Nadia. What's the image?
Can you share it?
Share it, Nadia. Go ahead.
All right, I'll screen share.
This is going to make Jesus cry, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Don't understand me, Rev. I'm never. Opinion is not that.
No, Balt. I'm not speaking against you, Balt. I'm airing my grievances with this stuff. Okay, what do you got here, Nadia? God hates the USA. God hates fags. Yeah, there you go. It's pop culture pushing this idiocy.
Well, I mean, if anyone cares about being honest or accurate, just read the Bible, right? Because every atheist has read more of the Bible than every Christian combined. So, I mean, in reading that so much, you'll come across things like there are two greatest things you can do: love God, love people, believe in Jesus, never die, right? So, I mean, he lays it out like over and over and over. It's not like the Bible's full of thousands and thousands of new ideas and commands. It's very, very fundamental ideas for how to live, repeated hundreds of times. So it is really, really simple. So, I mean, we don't even need to Google what fundamentals mean. I mean, they mean the fundamentals, the basic building blocks of whatever we're talking about. So I mean, if someone wants to be accurate and honest and fair, yeah, just look at Christ. The very, very basic, general, common sense approach at living life. That's fundamental Christianity. Fun D, is everything but that.
Or Orthodox Christianity.
See now, Nate, what you described first there, I would call moderate. You know, if you believe that.
No, that's a fundamentalist Christian. That's what Christ told us to do.
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's actual.
No, I get what you're saying. But if you had have asked me to describe a moderate before you said that, I would probably said what you said or something very similar.
Well, I mean, it's just wordplay, right? So there's actual definitions that mean things, which in that case, we are fundamental Christians, and you know, other people, the young earthers, are not. That's being true to words in English.
Mm-hmm.
However, what we've done with the words, fundamentalist means everything but the fundamentals, and I don't know if there's a way to reclaim that word.
Yeah, the fundamentals were a collection of 90 essays that had more extensive doctrine than I guess these, say, sort of definitional notions of Christianity.
Yeah, Paul prophesied about this. It's called Doctrines of Men.
Doctrines of Devils.
I think that's
Indeed.
a different thing, maybe.
No, it's the same thing. It's taking God. It's taking man's words over God's.
And that's what churches like the Westboro Baptist Church and people like that, and that's what they're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I dare say
the doctrine of man.
Not much of a political force, where the American Family Association 168. Excuse me. The American Family Association, on the other hand, takes 168 Republican congressmen to Israel at a time, and also has Brian Fisher going on about how he can see Satan in the eyes of transsexuals.
Exactly, and that's filthy, disgusting politics. Disgusting politics. Being mixed with religion, which is an abomination.
Every election, the American Family Association distributes over 50 million voter guides through churches.
Yeah, that should not be.
So, yeah, the Westboro Baptist Church is not a sympathy force. American Family Association is Focus on the Family. Featured Don Schmearer and Scott Lively.
You're talking about PACs.
Uganda.
This is political, Nadia. You know this.
Well, I mean, that's like me saying, I don't know, Nadia, how would you feel, I mean, if we took up this war against the LGBT community because we're like, they want to oppress our Christian rights, and you'd be sitting here saying, no, they don't, they just want their own rights, and no matter how many times or proof or evidence you give me, I just come back to the thing, this community wants to oppress me, and no matter how many times people say, no, they freaking don't, I just have it in my head almost like this dogmatic thing that I live my life by. I mean, that wouldn't be good, right?
The idea that this is political, right, that Rev was bringing up is exactly Nadia's point, that Westboro, as fundamentalist as they are almost completely harmless. If anything, they're a force for good.
I don't know if I go that far.
No, their rhetoric is disgustingly hateful, Seth. Come on, man.
Yeah, their rhetoric is hateful, and so is Focus on the Family. The difference is Focus on the Family actually lobbies to change this, and Westboro doesn't.
Right, that's true. That's true. So the PACs are much more effectual with what they can do in terms of discrimination. Absolutely. But the Westboro Baptist Church is just as bad with their rhetoric, bro.
No, they're not. Here's exactly
They don't have as much power, but their rhetoric is just as bad.
They don't even try to have it.
Don't you ever understand? The Westboro Baptists are very good for the atheist case, but they are harmful for Christianity.
Absolutely.
So atheists will actually, yeah, it's good to have this kind of crazy people, hate bigots around. Then we have something to attack, you know. And Christians, for Christianity, it's extreme harmful.
It's not. They're not doing anything to harm. As a matter of fact, if anything,
Seth, come on, dude.
Will actually allow me to support my actual arguments here. They have the only thing legislative they've done is extend yours and my First Amendment rights, and in the past, Fred Phelps fought against Jim Crow laws. The
So
only
we just got them all wrong.
has been good.
They're really good, well-meaning bigots.
I don't know if they're well-meaning.
But do those two things outweigh all of the funerals that picketed and you know, things like that?
They're absolute hateful pieces of shit. That's what they are.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. What was the other one you mentioned? The other Families Association?
Focus on the Family.
Focus on the Family. I'm not familiar with that one.
Their headquarters are like 3 miles from me.
Yeah, they're political action committees, and it's disgusting. This shit shouldn't be allowed in America. It should not.
That must make the commute easy on you, Nate.
What?
That must make the commute easy on you.
when I get my picket signs and go to rally with them.
Yeah.
Not against them, because that's just a given. Somehow, I guess.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Lexpico's latest reply is.
What, whose latest reply is?
Yep, there's
top one, is it?
How about Lexpico? Says, thank God for AIDS/HIV and STDs. It's the gift that keeps on giving for atheists. Spread the quote love unquote. LOL.
Why doesn't this guy just get his ass in here? You know, this is just pathetic. I mean, it's fucking obvious trolling. So.
Yeah, I invited him. So. Anyway, that's my comment.
So focus on the family. What kind of things do they push for? Is it like, do they lobby are they like an anti-abortion
They
group or
sent
something?
Scott Lively and Don Schmuir to Uganda to lobby for criminal penalties for sodomy.
Really?
And might be
Whoa.
aware. Yeah, it was backed by Focus on the Family.
God.
Yeah.
Wasn't that made law as well?
Yes, it was.
A
I guess it
not
was totally
as
in the death
extreme
penalty.
version of law.
What?
Say again?
It's a not as extreme version made it to the law, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, I think it's 10 years imprisonment as opposed to death.
They're pushing
said,
yeah, they're pushing the death penalty.
Yeah.
Horrible.
It's also passed in Nigeria, a much larger country. Like me, are actually getting killed in those two countries.
It's just fucking insanity. This is why,
It's mind-blowing, isn't it?
this is why theocracies were never meant to be. You know, it's just stupidity. It's crazy.
The Family Research Council sponsors conversion therapy.
I think I've heard of that.
Yeah. You remember the death of Lila Alcorn?
Is
that was
that?
also sponsored conversion therapy.
Yes. Was that the company that did it? Was that the company that was involved? Coughing fit.
Yeah, this stuff is life and death.
That looked painful.
Secular government is the way to go.
Provided they don't impose their will on religious people.
Agreed, Nate. Agreed.
No, I wouldn't.
In what sense? In what sense? I mean, if it was part of a religion to break the law of the land, would the government be within the rights
In the sense,
to...
like, they let them believe what they want, and if they don't, like, you know, act out aggressive, violent, you know, things that most people would say are crimes anyway, if they just have their belief and live their life and keep to themselves, as opposed to, like, I don't know, rounding them up and feeding them to lions, for example.
Exactly.
You don't feed me to lions, I won't legislate against you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
that's how it is, isn't it?
What you're really saying is you want to have a secular government where as few people's rights are infringed as possible.
Yes.
So a government with maximal freedom is what we ought to do, is what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Interesting.
By and large, I'm not in with Ozzy's. I don't know. I guess moderates. I say by the time you're moderate, I've already won. And my notion of what moderate means is effectively the various kinds of social and economic issues.
What are you saying, Nadia?
Well, where religion is a political force to align against people or their interests and such. That's where there's something you can do about it. Otherwise, if we believe in God and then aren't really hurting people in the process, I care.
Norway was not a secular state until, secular state, what is that? It's there are many definitions, but we were, in a total sense, we were not secular we were not secular until 2012. So state religion, and the king, he was also he had to be a protector of the Lutheran Church, and we were a very socialistic country all the way.
I don't see too many problems with Norwegian Christianity.
I think one result of dissolving the state church is that you will get some more kind of radical communities, believers or fundamentalists in I think that could be a result.
Oh yeah, like playing Farhan last night. If you think organized religion is a problem, wait until you see disorganized religion.
Nadia, I have a question for you, and I want you to be honest with me. Do not lie, okay? Do you want to see an end to Christianity?
I wouldn't say it's strictly necessary or my particular goal. Wouldn't necessarily bother me, but yeah, I've got.
Yeah, I think I could take it or leave it. I'm quite ambivalent about whether or not religion itself exists. It's extremism I don't like. You know, you can have anything in moderation, and the extreme side of things spoils it for everybody else.
Oh, it's definitely a negative political force. I mean, as a political force at all, I mean, Christian democracy out in Europe is pretty positive. If it's Christian democracy like Europe, well, no problem. That's not what we have in the United States.
Fair enough.
Tony, do you think Christianity? Tony, do you think Christianity is it very radical in the UK?
Not at all.
Not at all?
No. I mean, we do have a state religion, which the Queen's the head of, which is the Church of England. And even that, even radical Church of England people would be very, very moderate compared to a fundamentalist.
Do
you have a lot of
priory of England literally has proposed a transgender baptism ceremony when we change our names.
But do you have
England? Sign me up.
Wow.
Have you had in the UK? Have you had, like, let's say, the last 30 years? Have you had a lot of Christian bigotry and hate speech?
Not so much religion. I mean, obviously you've got the situation that was in Ireland, where you had Catholics and Protestants
of course, that's I mean, that is the difference. But in the UK itself,
apart from that, no, not at all.
So
or at least it's not prevalent. You get the odd street preacher here and there, but not many. And the church itself is so laid back. They take women priests. I think that whether or not to give women the bishophood as well.
Yeah. No, it's the same in my country, and they have Christianity is not vocalized at all. I mean, it's like you just bump into it if you go into a church, you know. But still,
even the opening of Parliament, has a symbolic ritual which tries to illustrate how secular the country is, because the Queen goes to open Parliament, and there's a character called Black Rod who knocks on the door of Parliament 3 times, at which point somebody answers the door and then slams it in his face, and that's a symbolic way to say to the Queen that you don't rule the country, Parliament rules the country, you're just a constitutional monarch. And so you've got that once a year, So there's actually a big show made of the fact that the government is secular.
Yeah. Yeah, we are also a secular country. I mean, it depends how extreme you define it. But no, my point is only that perhaps you understand my response. That I think it's. I mean, Richard Dawkins. He came from UK, you know, and this I don't
Yeah.
see a correlation. All this criticism and but.
Yeah, the Church of England's just I can't think of a more laid back version of Christianity. I went to a Church of England school, which most of the public schools in the UK was set up by the Church of England, which is why the majority still are. But
Okay.
you're not indoctrinated by any means. There's no prayer. I think you visit church Christmas, Easter, and that's about it.
Yeah, no, it's the same here.
That's Church of England right there. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Church of England, you know, that's fine. That's great.
Oh yeah, that's the kind of faith that you can. Beg your pardon. That's the kind of religion that you can most atheists or all atheists shouldn't really have qualms with, because it's not intrusive into public life. They can believe anything they want to believe. Like Nate said before, as long as that doesn't amount to what we would call a crime anyway, it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, if Ozzy is going after the Church of England, he's going after the wrong target.
Yeah, but that's my point. I mean, like Richard Dawkins. I mean, he is the main figure of New Atheism, or he was.
I think the spotlight's gone off him.
Yeah, but I mean, he was very important for. I mean, his God delusion, and he's come from UK. I mean, so that's my point, that they are constructing an enemy. You know, the evil Christianity and so on. I think they're constructing it. It's not. It's.
I think there's something new about atheism. They are missing out on probably 2,500 years of history here. They probably have other problems too.
I mean, he have gone. I mean, he pointed out the bad parts in the Bible. I think most people didn't know about them before he. This list where he calls Christians or the Christianity, all these adjectives, and so it was a strong moral attack on Christianity, the evil of the roots of evil, and I don't, like I said, repeat myself very often, but I think it's necessary, and that is that. It don't correspond with the reality of his country or his European countries. And we don't here there is also never, I mean, I would never be offended about atheist street preacher, if you can call it that, or someone talking about atheism on the street, but here we also never. I mean, it's a small country, but you never see someone standing on the corner talking about the end of the world and so on. And the people here that are Christians, they are very devout Christians. It's not like that's not the people who goes only Christmas to church, but they are not vocalized, and you have to seek them. To be aware of them. You have to get in, they are not, they are mostly invisible.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're the ones who are quiet and you never hear them because they're letting people live their lives how they want. I mean, so there's plenty out there, but, yeah, you do have to go find them because what are they going to do? Show up at an event and, have signs of support. I mean, maybe it's not a horrible idea, but, I mean, they just don't. It seems like they're like, hey, we'll do our thing, you do your thing.
Exactly. Yeah. And there are no problem at work, and when you apply for jobs or so. I mean, religion plays no role at all, no matter at all. I mean, I think it's even illegal to require that kind of information when you want to employ someone. So.
Well, if we solved all the world's problems.
Yep, we have. So, answer the question about our Christianity. Live, let live.
Yeah, let's.
Live, let live, too. Okay, no problem.
Well, you have to believe in him, and then it's all good.
Who does?
You do.
Me.
Come on, Nadia. Come on, Nadia. Get on the ark. Come on.
Or the babe. The babe being asked baby Jesus.
What?
It's sing the Labyrinth song. Was it the Dance Magic Dance one?
But perhaps Christians know how to. Yeah. Perhaps Christians. Sorry.
What's that?
No, I think perhaps Christians know how to experience how it is to be exposed with racism. It's like you are a Christian and you hear everyone talking about this, the bigots, the people like the Westboro Baptist Church or something like that, and it hurts because, like Seth said, I mean, okay, they are just attacking this, but like I said, it's I think it's felt also by minorities, when they're part of their group are always in the news because of crimes or some other things, and so now Christians have to feel how it is like. And that's not, I mean.
Imagine how moderate Muslims feel.
Yeah, terrible. Yeah,
they're like the epitome of what you're talking about right now. It's how many heads got chopped off today? No, that is not Islam. That is not Islam.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Oh, and as a call to action and such, I mean, it's not that far out to, I don't know, make a statement at an online hangout.
Nadia, what would it take for you to believe in God, if anything?
Divine intervention?
Yeah, pretty much divine.
Yeah. But Nadia, you've said in the past that even if God presented himself to you, that you would say, no, just obliterate my soul. Do you still feel that way?
Yeah, an eternal afterlife sounds like a negative outcome.
All right. God, you are a hardcore atheist, Nadia. Really.
I mean, I don't. It's so hard, right? Like, I don't like that argument either. It's like, look, as a theist, if God wants our ultimate happiness, right, to hang out with him for eternity, and after a couple billion years, I'm like, God, could you just annihilate me? I've had enough of life. Like, per Christian belief, right? I mean, that seems totally in the realm of possibility. So, I mean, yeah, for people that are like, well, I don't want to live forever. Well, is that your reason for denying a truth, or do you just not believe it? Because if you don't believe it, I get that. But to say you may believe it, or you may consider exploring it, but the the big hinge pin is you don't want to live forever. Ever, it would be such torture to your soul. Just ask God to kill you. I mean, follow truth or whatever you believe is truth. Pursue it. I think.
Well, it's my response to the hypothetical that Christianity is true.
Well, right, I get that, but I mean, the whole I mean, it's like, when the Bible makes the claim that, we'll be hanging out around, heaven singing or whatever, and they're like, I don't want to sing to baby Jesus forever. Oh, it's like, can you straw in that anymore?
Yeah,
not
Nadia.
you, but people who say that.
Yeah, Nadia, I didn't even bring up Christianity. I'm just saying, God presented himself to you and said, I'm real. I mean,
yourself.
Right, whatever. You've said that even if he or she or whatever did that, you would still say that you would want to be annihilated, and that disturbs me. That's kind of weird, I mean, do you know what annihilation would mean? I mean, I don't think you do.
Yeah, it's like actually dying when you die.
Well, that implies that your soul could be annihilated, which, if there is a soul, it won't be destroyed. You would. I'm not going there. Never mind. I'm ranting. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I guess Nate's proposition of like asking God to do it.
What?
I guess Nate's idea of asking God to do it might make some sense.
Yeah, but I'm overwhelmingly convinced that, when or if that day comes, no one's really going to entertain that and be like, no, hey, this is great. I'm rather happy in my utopia-like existence.
The oldest religious writing in existence considers the question of immortality. Right, it's the Epic of Gilgamesh. Because the death of Enkidu, Gilgamesh goes out and tries to become immortal. He has this idea that some legendary figure with the Bosch team. You can see, I guess, in the flood story from Gilgamesh, was one who lived through that flood. So, anyway, apparently that person also got some kind of immortality through some kind of magical means. He went off and found that person, get the secret of immortality for himself. Right. The Pashtim tells him is it takes all the joy out of life and such to be immortal.
I don't know. If I was immortal right now, I'd have quite a bit of fun with life. I don't think I'd be depressed because I'm immortal. I think I'd enjoy being immortal.
I think everyone should have a expiration date, like a button they can press.
Speak for yourself.
When they want to exit.
Yeah, call me Highlander.
No, you can like when you want to press it. You can choose to never press it.
You have to be Tom. You have to be more. If you want that, you must be more spiritual and dive. I mean, the Native Americans, the Indians, couldn't they just go up to a mount when they wanted?
Some of my buddies at drinking parties called me Highlander Nate. Just an LOL for us all.
What was the reason for that?
The long hair and that stuff, yeah.
In the case of, like, it's being ageless or otherwise not decaying time, atop, like, being undying, and you could, in principle, like, get various things done and not be limited by lifetime. Like, oh wow, these figures I'm trying to get. Well, if I had like unlimited time, or were ageless, I could just, well, in principle, keep trying until I get a job, and I'd eventually after, I don't know, it could be 1,000 years, but it's a good one. Alright, because there's unlimited time. I just keep rolling good dice until I eventually get snake eye. And, no matter how low wage I'm making, I can put away pennies, and, it's enough time, it still adds up. So in that sense, you could get some things done or whatever, but once you're done, I mean, there's time for closure.
Your nephesh will not be annihilated, Nadia. So, people that come on here and tell you about the blood of Christ and the way that you can get saved if you want to be saved, we're trying to do it, but an annihilation is not what will come at the end of your life. It's not.
Yeah, in some respects, that question of the afterlife is a bigger one to me than whether there's a God. And principally, you don't need to say there's a God out there. It can just be like there being souls or something with the world works.
Okay, let's get into qualia.
Actually, it's not really a pertinent question. So it's like, no, he's not this.
Are you experiencing right now, Nadia? Are you talking with me and everybody in the chat?
On several levels.
Right.
Right. At the same time, like, say Buddhism, could sometimes hold to, I guess, the idea that there's this reincarnation and a soul and such, without saying there's kind of deity out there.
Oh, Nadia, you're so smart. You're so smart, you're dumb.
I'm driving at a different point. Right. Now, questions like immortality and such, how one approaches, I guess, the finiteness of our being versus.
Talk to Erica about the nephesh.
Well, again, a larger concern to me than the question of a God.
Fair enough.
I actually do take the sort of message of Gilgamesh there. Well, I don't think there was a Posh team or an Enkidu or even Gilgamesh. Yeah, about having a closure of one's lifetime.
Ask Erica if she thinks that a nephesh can be annihilated.
What's a nephesh?
The spirit. Spirit. Soul. Nephesh, yeah, it's in the Hebrew. It's soul.
Breath of life.
Standard commando greeting.
Hey, Commando.
So, Commando, why is God evil?
Doesn't it make a distinction between the gods of the Old and New Testament? Kind of a Marcionist tradition. Clockwork? Yeah, I seem to recall, like, takes the God of the Old Testament to be a demiurge, and I guess Jesus Christ in the New Testament, Savior.
Oh, actually, I think he said that Jesus was also evil. I don't know which Jesus was evil, but he said one of them was evil. I couldn't even keep track of it anymore. Like everyone was evil, everything was not real.
Well, matter and existence, I think we're evil. We actually are.
people. Hopefully we can get Commando, get some insight into this.
Is my mic working now? Oh.
You're good.
Yeah, we hear you. I guess the question was about the what is it? God of the Old Testament being a demiurge, Christ being like I forget what you call the role. I guess saving people from material existence. And
What we're just talking about, like what Jesus was or something.
sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying, like we're just talking about what Jesus was or something. Oh.
Yeah, you have like the Archons, the Demiurge, Sophia, and it's Christ.
Yeah. So like, okay, where do I start? Well, the Old Testament God isn't even a god. Like it's. I mean, I've been over this. It's a thought form used by the Israelites to deliver them from Egypt. Like the real Jesus of the Essenes, not Jesus the Christ. Two completely different things. Hang on one sec. Just got to do something. One sec.
Okay, but Commando, you believe that any god, whatever god there is out there, is an evil force. All creation is evil, right?
Yeah. Actual creation is evil. It's kind of like an anti-natalism applied to supernatural beings that go around.
Yeah. The Gnostics believed that all creation is evil, that any material, anything is evil. So, yeah, that's where he's coming from.
Yeah, Paul ought to be excited about it. Anti-natalist would have been.
What was that, Nadia?
I said the Gnosticism has a sort of anti-natalist or ephealist bent to it.
Oh yeah, they do not procreate, right? It is a trap.
Well, I said the creation of like the material world, and, I guess beings that matter matter that exists is ultimately evil.
Right. I can get behind that. That sounds good.
Push the red button.
I wish there was one.
Like a superior sort of order of existence would be like, well, I guess for starters, everything would be like, what do they call it, autophages, plants. So life doesn't live by eating other life.
Maybe we could just do that thing where they stare at the sun.
Oh, stare at the sun?
For the people that make the claims like, I can get my nutrients from the sun, I'll just gaze at it and absorb its beauty and rays.
Oh, like the Russian Barbie?
Maybe.
Right.
Basically people that say they can supplement nutrients by looking at the sun, or whatever.
I think the only one that matters for is vitamin D.
Nate, there's a great song about that.
Staring at the sun? Tell me you're not talking about Smash Mouth.
No, actually, it's you too. Really good song.
My mic working. Oh.
Alright. So, we had Archons, the Demiurge, Jesus Christ, and Sophia, is it?
I was gonna say, like, where are you going with it? Like, what's the topic You know what I mean? Like, what's the general context you're asking this in? Because, like, I could literally go anywhere with that. Like,
Originally, it was about sort of like qualifying. I guess it might be a misunderstanding of your position that sort of like the God of the Bible was evil. I was like, well, wait a minute. I think you separate the Old and New Testaments and have like Jesus Christ being good, but God of the Old Testament.
right, was that what was being discussed? And thus, you asked me for my sort of input on that. I was going to say, because, like, when I was watching last, like, you were on a different topic, so...
Yeah, that's what came up there. I think it came up right before you came in. It's kind of a coincidence you joined.
Alright. Well, like, so what are you asking, like, opinion on Jesus? Well, there's two... Well, alright, so which Jesus are you on about, then? Are you on about, I mean, Jesus the Christ or Jesus of the Essenes? Like, you know, you've got your historical one, and you've got your your mythological one.
How about the one in the Bible?
Well, the one in the Bible is the one that's sort of, debated over, isn't it? Like, which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the historical, real person, Jesus of the Essenes, or the mythological sort of, the Christ that...
Well,
I don't...
Manchu is, I guess, the sort of idea that you might say that the God of the Bible is evil.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Like, well, yeah, if you want to stick to that. I mean, well, number one, like, I mean, the thing mentioned in the Bible isn't even a God. And again, this comes down to what what do you mean by God? Like, from my understanding of what God is, it's more of a divine mechanic that's flawed, and that's what I keep saying is astrology, right? So, but the thought form that's spoke about in the Bible is like it's like I said, it's an entitized weapon that was used by the Israelites to deliver them from slavery in Egypt, which was used to sort of overthrow the Egyptian sort of, ruling at the time.
Doesn't that have trouble with, I guess, there not being very good evidence for the history of the Exodus?
Well, yeah, exactly, because, like, I mean, like, you're never going to get, like, an accurate sort of... I mean, you're not going to find, like, an archaeological, like, location where you're going to get evidence of there being this thing. Like, I mean, it's like I said before, like, the Book of Exodus is just a mythological series of events that, so you've got like the dynasty of the Hyksos, for example, in there, mixed with sort of the priest of Akhenaten. You've got that mixed in there as well. It's basically like a series of events that have been sort of condensed into a mythology in which sort of the Israelites could understand, which gives them sort of a brief outlook on how they sort of came to exist. Like, it's not an actual event that happened word for word. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's quite clearly mythology when you read it, but it's based on, historical happenings, which we do have archaeological evidence for. For example, the Hyksos and Akhenaten, and yeah.
Hyksos, remind me how that relates to, or well, how does that relate to the Hyksos?
You were sort of lagging a bit then.
How do the Hyksos relate to the Exodus?
Well, because they were sort of they are sort of the biblical, Israelites. That's, it's like I said, like it's not one fluent event. It's a mythology that describes a series of, events that happened in Egypt, which led to its sort of, demise. And the Hyksos sort of, rebellion, if you will. Well, not rebellion, but like sort of the Hyksos dynasty is part of that. It's like I said, if you research the Hyksos, the chronology there, it fits,
My brother, you got no scholarship. We need
people take the piss out of Jesus, but like, when it comes to sort of the Israelite stuff, he's on point with that. But
I love Jesus. I think he's great.
Well, have you heard what he has to say about the Jews in Israel?
I've heard that they said that Vikings are white. I'm sorry, black. If only he would say they were white.
Mm-hmm.
Nadia, can I will read something to you. Nadia.
Was black?
Nadia, you don't believe in Jesus as a historical figure. I will read something to you, and then you will guess which person said this. Okay?
I predict it. It's going to be Bart Ehrman.
Nah.
Okay. So, have you read? The question is: have you read Emil Ludwig's books on book on Jesus? And he answers: Emil Ludwig's Jesus is shallow. Jesus is too colossal for the pen of phrasemongers, however artful. No man can dispose of Christianity with a bon mot. And the next question: you accept the historical existence of Jesus? Answer: unquestionably. No one can read the Gospels without feeling the actual presence of Jesus. His personality pulsates in every word. No myth is filled with such life. Who could that be?
Richard Carrier.
You get three.
Adolf Hitler.
No.
Nadia.
Albert.
Wow.
It's Albert Einstein, 1929, interviewed in the Saturday Evening Post. So that was his view about it. So Jesus is too colossal for the pen of phrasemongers, however artful, and so on. No one can read the Gospels without feeling the actual presence of Jesus. His personality pulsates in every word. No myth is filled with such life.
That's weird. I mean, because I know in a letter he described Christianity as essentially a childish belief. And then
Yeah, of course. Yes.
in a bad sense, in a very bad sense.
Well, Christ said, "You must come as a child, Art."
Yeah, but he didn't mean it like that, right? Albert Einstein didn't mean it like that. In
But
context,
Christ himself said, "You must come as a child to believe."
Bolt said
Right.
Stein, you said Stein, therefore Christianity wins.
Right.
I think guys, Porphyry and Mahatma Gandhi, where Porphyry's original quote was something like, "Christ is a righteous and pious man. The Christians are confused and vicious sects."
Okay, I can quote something else. In view of such harmony, so he was asked about atheists, and he said, in view of such harmony in the
Gandhi was very right, by the way, Nadia. I got a phone call, sorry.
Yeah, so Einstein says about atheism, in view of such harmony in the cosmos, which I, with my limited human mind, am able to recognize, there are yet people who say there is no God. But what really makes me angry is that they quote me for the support of such views.
Right, you have to understand the context, right? So first of all, I am sort of on Einstein's side. I do believe that his God exists, right? When Einstein is arguing against atheists, he's not arguing against, really people that disagree with him. They do believe in the same universe that he believes in.
His argument is an argument of ID. It's an intelligent design argument.
No, he doesn't believe in intelligent. No, he doesn't.
The same with Newton. I mean,
he's a pantheist. He believes that the universe, a natural machine, is a sort of a mind, right? It's not an actual personal mind. It's just the way it functions. It is sort of a mind, which to me is really kind of a. People have mentioned this. It's sexy atheism.
No.
Sex atheism?
He's not a pantheist. I mean, he says he have sent time out that he's not a. So I'm not an atheist, and I don't think I can call myself a pantheist. We are in the position of a little child entering a huge library filled with books in many languages, and so on and so on.
Oh, I want to see that quote because I did some research on him. There's a sort of condensed. There's this, very broad article in Wiki about all of his quotes regarding his religious views. And in summation, yeah, he's not a hard atheist. He's a pantheist, basically. He did believe once in a god, I think it says so, but he moved ultimately to sort of a pantheistic position.
Yeah, I think his
I mean,
view
this
is
is like trying to make Hitler a Christian.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, he brought it up. He started it. Damn it.
no. What that pointed to me. I don't want to make Einstein a Christian, and I have never said that. He was not
an opposite thing. Like, the reason I did that is I was insinuating Art is trying to make Einstein an atheist, like atheists will try to make Hitler look like a Christian. Basically,
Yeah.
people are trying to do things that suit their point, is what I was implying.
Exactly, yeah, sorry.
But dude, you're doing the same thing, Paul.
No,
yeah, but he's
I'm
a
not,
Christian, so it's okay.
No, there is a YouTube video.
YouTube video.
It's the reason why you can why I refer to this, because it's, of course, there's no it's a bad argument to say that someone because he's Einstein and he's not an atheist, atheism is not true. I mean, it's stupid. But it's the atheists themselves that have put make this argument valuable, because they are always pointing to. No, they are always pointing to the how stupid Christians are, how anti-scientific the Christians are, and so on. That's not. That's their new. That's their new way to argue. Before it was like Christians are suppressing people. They are bigoted. They are. And it was, in my point of view, valid. At least in the as late as in the 50s, we have censorship in Norway with of books that had some kind of, if they had some erotic descriptions in it. So, but so they are, and it's the same with there is a lecture of Richard Dawkins, how he tried to manipulate, to going from Spinoza's the God of Spinoza. I mean, that is the Einsteinian God, if you want to put a mark on it, and how he goes there just to show actually he was actually an atheist. It's.
Well, I mean, that's the easy way for the people that if that is true and that's what you're finding. I mean, that's like the easiest argument to defeat. All Christians are anti-science. Baldassar, you're a Christian. You're anti-science, right? No.
Oh, yeah.
Well, guess that argument goes away then, at least for you.
I just love the way he describes his reading of the Bible. That he, that he says no myth is filled with such life. And I have the same. I mean, I have read mythologies and there is something something that you cannot get around there. But
so here is a just to sort of set the record straight.
Quote wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun. I have a lot of quotes there. So.
There, it's spaced out now. So yeah. But he definitely said, for example, in a in a letter to Rabbi Herbert S. Goldstein, he said, "I believe in Spinoza's God."
Yeah, who reveals himself in orderly harmony. That's an intelligent design argument. It's the same that
he denies anthropomorphic notions of a deity. Here we go. Here is the quote from my. It's from the. There we go.
Yeah, but does it say?
Einstein expresses skepticism regarding an
anthropomorphic. Yeah, but is it reveals himself in the orderly harmony of what exists? That is
by reveal himself. He doesn't mean a actual being, a anthropomorphic being-like creature. No, he's talking about nature. He's talking about nature in very poetic terms. Here we go. Here's the personal God and the afterlife article on him. Einstein expresses skepticism regarding an anthropomorphic deity, often describing it as naive and childlike. He stated, "It seems to me that the idea of a personal God is an anthropomological concept which I cannot take seriously. I feel also not able to imagine some will or a goal outside of the human sphere. My views are near those of Spinoza: admiration for the beauty and belief in a logical simplicity of the order, which we can grasp humbly and only imperfectly.
Yeah, and that is argument of intelligence. And
No,
he used
there's no intelligence. There is no being to speak of, right? That's why he says it's not anthropomorphic. It's nothing that we can imagine. He literally says that
for
it's nothing that we can
Christian,
imagine.
God is not a guy in the sky. He is not
No,
material.
but he has a mind. He thinks. He does things. That's anthropomorphic, right?
Yeah.
Anthropomorphic means like we, like humans, essentially, right?
Yeah. Okay.
He doesn't believe in that. He
I'm
basically
not.
says,
I'm not
says this
making.
universe is beautiful. I appreciate it. I like it, and I'm calling it God. But it's not an actual God. I'm just calling the universe a God. I'm just calling nature God. He's pretty much just as much as an atheist as any other atheist really that you've met on Google Plus. He just puts a different label.
Far from it. He
But
says
you went from
himself.
making the case that he was a pantheist, now you're making a case that he's an atheist.
Matt,
But
what
he is. I mean, I agree with him. Yeah, the universe is beautiful. I just don't put the same level that he does on.
Listen to me. What really makes me angry is that they quote me for the support of such views. That is atheism. He has. I don't have the quote here, but he's also
Misunderstood. He's not a theologian, neither is a philosopher. He was thinking that atheists reject all notion of gods, including those mislabeled. Like, you know, if you showed me a cup and called that God, I would agree. Yeah, your God exists.
Yeah,
But it's not an actual
is-
God. The same thing applies to his
you are
sort of
trying-
notions of God.
Yeah, but I think you are not trying to redefine or decide what Einstein believes. I'm just quoting, and the same one about his view about reading the New Testament. I mean,
Well, you have to take it in context because, for example, atheism has changed its label a few times, right? So back then, atheists were basically what we call today sort of the hardcore atheists who are like, no, fuck religion, fuck gods, you know, screw you, you don't need, you know, God is silly, don't believe in him, let's change everything. You know, those were the atheists that he would have probably known. He didn't understand that to be an atheist, you just do not have to believe in a God. That's it.
You think that thought never entered his mind?
No,
He didn't mention it. He didn't qualify it.
I must say that the atheists at his time, they were philosophically much more read and going much more deeper, and scientifically also. I mean, they were not. I don't see that. I mean, you're talking about like Richard Dawkins, this you know, this biologist that is a professor in how to say propagating science, and then you like you know have the right view of atheism. He didn't understand what it was not to believe in a god or to say God don't exist. You think in the 30s that people were weren't so developed, or I don't understand.
I have never heard of such positions that today's atheists heard repeated anywhere in history. Never. In a sense of lack theists, right? Because that's what I am. That's what most atheists are. They're lack theists. They just lack a belief in theism. That's how Ozymandias, for example, describes us. And I'm fine. I'm fine with it because I also dabble in both hard atheism and just lack theism, or just agnostic atheism, which is kind of it's just kind of difficult. But yeah, these notions didn't exist like that. I never heard it. They were just an atheist and an agnostic and a theist.
Art, I like Sokka's word for it, agnostic. I like that.
That's true, but that's you would fall into category of a lack theist. If you're an atheist because you like a belief in a deity, although people who ascribe that position to themselves do not really want to admit this because they feel it puts them in a position to present an argument or to even make sense of this or something like that. Yeah, I've
Welcome,
argued a lot of
Floyd.
time. Hey, Floyd.
But I just want to say one thing about Einstein. When you say he didn't know about philosophy or theology, I'm pretty sure that he read more books about this, even if he was a physicist. No, physicist. Than most people here on the G plus, including me, and perhaps also including you. I don't think he was. I think he was pretty well read outside physics.
Okay, so let's do. Okay, Balthazar, would you agree to my statement? Wind is a god. Would you believe me? Would you agree with it?
Sorry?
Wind is a god.
No.
There we go. So Einstein is an atheist, right? Because God is an all-powerful, a maximum great being, basically. Exists outside of the universe. Exists outside of the universe, right? Einstein didn't believe any of that. He just mislabeled the universe with the label of God to feel more, poetic, or to feel more, I don't know.
According to the Bible, I don't remember it wordly, but the Holy Spirit comes like the wind.
So? But before this, you said that you don't agree with me labeling a force of nature as a god, right? Well, that's what Einstein was doing. He was labeling the whole collection of forces of nature as God. So you agree he didn't believe in a god because he didn't believe in a god. Literally, he believed in the universe. He just called it God.
He was unsure about. He himself says, "I'm not a pantheist," but I think.
I just read you that he is, like 2 times.
I think he's religious or call it agnostic or what you is built on. Like I said, the orderly harmony of what exists. It's like Isaac Newton, and also the God of the gaps, because he was always pointing to the mysterious, the unexplainable, and so on. And he was not afraid about talking about the mysterious and the irrational. I could give you quotes that these are positive or not positive aspects, but I think also a God of the gap. I mean, today it's you believe in the God of the gaps. I mean, according to Dawkins, you're stupid. But I still think God of the gap. I mean.
All right, Art. Listen, let me put this out there, Balt. Art. Regardless if it's Spinoza's God or any other God, he still said that he believes in a God.
No, he doesn't. That's the thing. He doesn't believe in a god, actually. He simply mislabels the thing that he thinks is a god as a god.
Oh, so you're saying that he mislabels something that...
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
he mislabels.
that's what Spinoza's notion of God kind of is. It's the universe, essentially. Just basically calling the universe a god, which it's not. Just like wind is not a god.
Pantheism.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but still belief in a god.
Well, but I mean, pantheism is God isn't everything. So if you believe the universe is God, but you're also a pantheist, then you're really confused. So you're saying the universe is God, but the universe is everything, so the universe is in itself. That's just weird.
Well, okay, so he did say that he's close to Spinoza's God, but he's more in between, I guess, pantheism and Spinoza's God, because he said he doesn't believe in any anthropomorphic deity.
Yeah, you could say the sum of all reality is God.
Right.
Or Floyd.
I'm not sure about this. It's not because I think he saw I think he's actually more arguing from design. So it's the order. It's the incredibility of mathematics to describe.
How can he be arguing for a designer if he doesn't believe in a designer?
Because you're the one that keeps telling us he doesn't believe in designer, but I'm not entirely convinced that's true.
I was this whole time I was posting
cited
quotations. Him saying that he doesn't believe in a anthropomorphic deity. He believes that Christianity is silly, childish, naive. He
Right.
believes he doesn't believe in any I think I said that, and that he's closer to Spinoza's notion of God.
Well, Art,
Right,
there's two things that
which means he sees design everywhere, right?
No.
Yes.
No, no.
there's
For you to have a design, you have to have a designer.
Art,
And
can
when
you answer a
when
question for
something
me?
is when somebody's a designer, it's a being with thoughts
No,
and abilities.
no,
And that's
no, 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 no,
anthropomorphism.
no,
He
no,
That's
said
no,
he said
exactly.
in order.
no,
He said God doesn't play dice with the universe.
Spinoza's God would be that you see an order to things, that you see coherence, you see. I can't think of a better word than design. I mean, you just go outside your door and pick up. If you got some trees around you, pick up a leaf and look at the veins in it. It's it's just like the veins in our arm. It's correlation here, right? But correlation doesn't necessarily mean anything. But I'm just saying that's what Einstein I think is getting at there.
Well, Art, can you just process this out loud for us? We have two contradicting quotes, right? So, what you just said about, Christianity's childish and silly, and then what Baltasar apparently read from a quote that says, when he reads, what was it, the Bible or whatever, myths don't reflect the presence of the one it's talking about or whatever. That makes it seem like he really put a lot of stock and believed this Bible as it's true. So could you think out loud for us if you have two things that contradict Christianity's childish and silly, and then another citing that says this is not a myth. This stuff can't be myths. It's too real. Walk us through that, will you?
That's a good question because I have my quote cited. I don't know where his source is.
I can give you my quote. I'm on a laptop and on a pad, and it's working a little bit strange with the copying paste. But I will bring it to you. It's from Evening Post.
And also, what year is that quote?
1929.
29. Oh, so my quotes kind of are much more recent. So they kind of, we have here a plausible case of probably him changing his mind later on, because in a letter to Beatrice Florich, 17 December 1952, he stated, "The idea of a personal God is quite alien to me, and it seems quite naive." Eric Goodkin sent a copy of his book, Choose Life, The Biblical Cult Revolt, to Einstein in 1954. Einstein sent Goodkin a letter in response and wrote, "The word God is for me nothing more than the expression and product of human weakness. The Bible, a collection of audible but still primitive legends. No interpretation, no matter how subtle, can for me change this." And it goes more.
I've never said that he was a Christian, and I mean.
Right. Well, no. Your quote is older one, and mine is more recent. So he probably changed his views.
I mean.
My quote's better than your quote.
I mean, you want changes. Yeah. Okay.
I never quite got that argument, the anthropomorphize thing, because I get their idea that it's like, well, we make God in our image, we put all these qualities on God. But, I mean, just the claim of Christianity should make that argument not apply to Christianity. The whole point of that is, well, maybe some will say we anthropomorphize God, but the claim the Bible makes is God was already the way he is. He made us the way we are. So God, had our attributes before we were even existing. So it doesn't mean we put, our anthropomorphization on God. It means kind of the other way around.
So does it matter? If you're saying God is like a human, God has a human body. Moses saw God's back parts, for example. And the view is, we're made in the image of God. Well, Christians interpret that as, well, his moral capacity, intellect, stuff like that. But I think originally it actually meant, well, a human body. God walked with Adam and Eve in the garden.
Well, yeah, but I mean, nonetheless, my point is the idea would be valid if the claim didn't completely counter that from inception. So the idea is, well, how silly of people dream up God and then they put our characteristics on God. That just seems like such a far-fetched thing. Of course, it's made up. But before they even get to that, the claim that the Bible makes already should dissuade anyone from raising that point. because it just presents it the other way around. So it's not like, we made up this God and then made him in our image and anthropomorphized him. It's like, no, he was already the way he is. The way we are is because that's the way he is.
Well, no myth or religion claims that man created gods. God, no. It's always the other way around. So I don't see how I don't understand your point.
Let me try again. This will be the third time. All right, I'll put my controller down.
Humans created Zeus?
No. So usually the counter-apologists, right, like an atheist, no religion, right, no belief in a deity, they will counter it, and or that they will say, I find God unlikely to believe in because, look, it seems obvious that humans invented God. They put all of human characteristics and human traits onto this God. It seems far-fetched and unlikely. That's typically the claim of an atheist or opposition to Christian or a counter-apologist, right? And my point is that should never be raised because the claim of Christianity, among other religions, is God existed first with these traits and characteristics. Therefore, the whole point raising about people did this to God is just invalid. I mean, the claim against it.
No, that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong.
No, it's not.
The atheist denies all religions, right? So he says humans came along, made up religions, and when they made these creator gods or whatever, they made them.
Floyd, though, does religion necessarily correlate 100% with God?
Well, we're talking about where these images of God came from. Think of this, the stereotypical old man with the white beard sitting on a throne, up sitting on a cloud. The atheist would say, yeah, that's this myth. That's human image of what this God is like. They viewed gods as kings, like a king back then, a divine king. So so they gave the gods attributes of the kings, and the kings back then were sometimes they were very tyrants, and they demanded their ways and so forth. So the ultimate king would be the same way, and we do see a lot of that in especially in the Old Testament of God. God's a man of war. He's seen as a king. He's jealous. He has his own people, and other gods have their people, and so forth.
I think it's a pagan tradition. What happens with Christianity and depicting God, so you have a lot of pictures. I mean, the Jews and the Islam. It's a worst blasphemy you can make is to make a picture, some kind of anthropomorphized God in a picture, and
that was actually later because you look at some Jewish temples up in iniquity. No, I'm saying it wrong. Antiquity, I think is the right term. They have Yahweh sitting on a chariot, going across the sky, and you have the cherubim, and in the first Solomon's temple, I think they had a statue of Asheroth in there, as well as Nehushtan. And even Moses carried a staff with Nehushtan with the spiral snakes. That symbol's actually still alive today, as a symbol of medicine.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah. So yeah, then they also, but I think at the time of Christianity, I think it was pretty unheard of to depict God. But I'm not sure. But another reason why you have depiction of God, like from the Orthodox Church tradition, was people couldn't read, so they put off icons and to tell the story for those who couldn't read. So, I mean, that's also plays a part of it. But when you say walking with God was walking with Adam, I mean.
Well, that was a pre-incarnate Christ. Floyd, would you disagree with the two greatest commands that Jesus Christ gave us?
I mean, disagree in what way? I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you know the two greatest commands, right?
Love God and love your neighbor as yourself.
Right.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean agree or I'm not
But
sure.
who's
Would
the
you agree
neighbor?
or
That is,
disagree with that?
Well,
Well,
he's an atheist.
I
Come on,
don't
dude.
I don't believe in the Bible God, so I guess I disagree.
Fair enough.
but who is the neighbor? That is, I mean, to love the neighbor, you have to define the neighbor before it makes any sense.
Well, it is
Well,
defined.
I don't think you should love your neighbor as yourself either. I think that's a little extreme. I'm not paying for my
Well,
neighbor's kids' college education like I
No,
do
but
my
it's
own.
not
You know,
what does that mean, love to you, though?
the reason I brought
define the
that
neighbor.
up, 1 second, Paul. The reason I brought that up is actually what Art said. The first step is getting to God. If you can't get there, then yeah.
What do you mean by get to God? What does that mean?
Get to a God belief.
But, and you said I said that, Rev?
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah, you said Floyd's an atheist.
Oh yeah.
But Floyd, so you
I know,
got
yeah.
I mean, you got the essence of Christianity or what one should follow. So, but what is the neighbor then? Without that, it makes no sense. I mean, how do you define the neighbor? Or
Well,
who
Jesus defines the neighbor. Or
How
you're
do I
asking him.
define neighbor? The people who live on my block.
Yeah, so that is the point here, Floyd. I want to make this point. You study religion, and you do it very seriously, but and you know the two most important rules or laws for Christians, but you don't understand what the neighbor is, and the neighbor is not the one who live on the block. You know, it's
Well, what's a neighbor to you then?
the neighbor you get defined in the allegory of the Samaritan, and it's actually you know the story. So it's someone outside your belief, outside you know. It's not your neighbor. It's not someone who shares your belief. It's not someone who shares your status.
Are you saying that's the biblical view?
That is the main view. I mean, that is the most important thing. I mean, it's so in that case it is anti-racial, it's anti-national, it's anti-bigotry. Everything lies in that definition of the neighbor, and that is Jesus' message. It's not like care for your fellow Jews. It's not like that.
I'm not sure where you're getting that. I mean, if you read the Matthew Gospel, Jesus says, only preach to fellow Jews. Don't preach to the swine Gentiles. And then, of course,
Would you say that's his final
opposite in the
position?
John Gospel, where he's saying, you Jews. It's it's very anti-Jewish.
Wait,
Yeah.
you're saying Jesus was very anti-Jewish?
In the John Gospel.
So he was what? Had self-hatred?
In the because the John
taking
Gospel.
that out of context.
Unless Jesus was white with
Taking
blonde hair
that
and
out
blue
of
eyes.
context.
You're assuming that John Gospel reflects a historical Jesus.
Well, I'm assuming Jesus was a Jew.
Well, that's the story, right?
I think that there's
And
no
we-
reason not to
we
believe
see-
that.
We see a lot of pro-Jewish statements in the Matthew Gospel, although a few aren't really that as well.
So to clarify real quick, the jury is out for you that Jesus may or may not have, well, I guess first of all existed, but if he did existed, he may or may not have been a Jew?
If he existed,
I'm asking you.
Well, if
What I really want to know is, do you think Jesus was a Jew, or you're not even sure? But then I thought, well, we need to back up because I don't even know if you think Jesus actually existed. So I guess we need to cross that hurdle first.
Well, yeah, I actually lean towards Christ mythicism. So
I'm not sure what that means. So he did not exist?
Right. So there was not a historical Jesus.
But if there was not a Jew?
Against most scholars.
If there was a historical Jesus, oh yes, I would say he was Jewish, no doubt.
Oh, okay. So then back to your point, you said he had a lot of anti-Semitical stuff. So if he existed and if he was Jewish, then he had self-loathing or hatred that he said so many anti-Jewish things, even being a Jew?
No, you're assuming that what the gospel says is what the historical Jesus actually said.
Well, no, I'm taking what you said. You just said that he said a lot of anti-Jewish things.
Well, I'm saying I'm not saying he did or the historical Jesus. I'm saying that's what's reflected in the John Gospel.
Okay, then yeah, I'm assuming the gospel as it's written is accurate and is what happened.
Yeah, well, I'm not. So.
Okay.
The John Gospel could have first been written by a Gnostic named Cerinthus, and the ecclesiastical redactor could have taken it and edited it later, possibly Polycarp. But in the John Gospel, is he Jewish? No, he's the pre-existent Logos, right? His Jewishness really.
Well, he had a physical body. We believe that physical body is Jewish in nature, regardless of spiritual thing. Where the Bible makes the claim there is no Hebrew, Jew, Greek, Gentile. So there's that too.
That's right.
Happened to.
Yeah, but the Matthew Gospel, Jesus says, only preach to the tribes of Israel. He's kind of anti-Gentile.
No, you're missing the context. But anyway, I would say to Clockwork's comment in the side chat that Jesus was the biggest enemy of the Jews.
Hey, Ben.
Well, he was the biggest enemy to the Sadducees and Pharisees, which was in lockstep with Rome at the time. So, yeah.
And,
I agree.
okay.
The Pharisees?
Yeah.
Maybe the Sadducees.
The Sadducees and Pharisees, the Jewish courts at the time in Judah.
Oh, actually, there are two factions of Pharisees. There's Hillel, and I forget the other one. And the teachings that Jesus had in the Gospels was actually, one of the, sides with one of the Pharisee camps against the other. A lot of his criticism against the Pharisees, or what one Pharisee side had against the other Pharisee side. Not all Pharisees, actually.
Well, I mean, he still had plenty of critique for everyone.
Floyd, do you believe that Siddhartha Gautama was a historical figure, or is it just made up?
I'm sorry, who?
Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha.
Fifth century BCE, or was it 5th or 6th?
Yeah, about that, from 5th to 4th. Yeah, about 5th.
Yeah,
you think it was made up?
That's a good question. I mean, a lot of the stories are mythical about the Buddha. Whether there was a prince who became an ascetic and started a religion, I guess it's possible. But I mean, when you're going 500 years, farther back than Jesus. So the farther you go back, the more questionable things are, and the less good information we have. I wouldn't rule it out, but again, if there was a historical Buddha, I think obviously a lot of the stories we have about him are mythical.
Yeah, I understand that. I also understand that you see that.
So if we try to find the historical Jesus, we could say, oh well, you can say, oh well, in the Gospels, there's a lot of embellishment and so forth, but at the core, what was the historical Jesus? And a lot of scholars, secular scholars, debate that. Was he a revolutionary? Was he a Jewish reformer? Was he just a wise wandering cynic? Was he a Roman rebel? What was he?
These discussions are very interesting, but they only have any interest if he was a historical figure. I mean, without that, it's just like craziness. I mean, it has no interest at all. I mean, he must have been a living person, born there and died there, and.
Yeah. I think what comes down to, in regards to the historical Jesus, is was there a charismatic Jewish leader that died under Pilate? If he actually didn't die under Pilate, then I would say, there was no historical Jesus. and some of the church fathers can't even agree of when he was crucified. Some think he was crucified under Claudius. Some thought he died under Alexander Jannaeus in 100 BCE. That's a 150-year range there.
Well, just because they have discrepancies, we can't even factor that into it because they have they have the same stuff we have. Like none of them were there. How would they know? It's just
Well,
they lived after the fact as well. So they're just going on the same stuff we're still arguing about.
Yeah, well, you think they'd be closer to tradition. I mean, some of these church fathers claim that they were students of the apostles. Like Valentinius, for example, he was a Gnostic leader. He claimed he learned everything he learned from one of the apostles, and the Orthodox Church fathers made the same claims. Yet they're claiming, oh no, Jesus died under Claudius or died under Alexander Jannaeus. So, like what? Like, don't you guys have the Gospels? Doesn't the Gospel say he died under Pilate? What's the problem here? What's the controversy?
Floyd, it looks like Floyd. It looks like you're reading off a screen. Is that the case? No.
No. Well, actually, you want me to share my screen to see show me what I can show you?
No, it's all good. It just looked like you were reading.
I'm a little bit intrigued now. I thought that are there evidence that he didn't die under Pilatus? I thought that was pretty clear. But are there evidence that he died under someone else, or?
Well, I think there's very little evidence. There are claims.
Evidence? No, I mean we're just all we have is what people say. We don't have any kind of independent. We don't have any independent evidence that he even existed. I mean, that's why I kind of lean towards Christ mythicism.
No, how I can recall this wrong, but how I recall it was that Pilatus. I mean, he was first established in the Bible, and then later, one have found the historical sources, or at least investigated the historical sources about Pilatus. Yeah. And there is, there is a stone. That's interesting that the Jews care about it, but they have uncovered a stone from Pilatus, and they have it on display. I guess for the joy of Christians. I don't know why they do this, but I've never heard that he died. I thought that was, I think also Bart Ehrman.
Irenaeus made the statement that he died under Claudius when he was not yet 50.
Yeah, but he didn't have the source material, but today we have the historical sources.
What do you mean historical sources?
I don't think Irenaeus had all to his disposal historical sources, but no, I mean Roman sources about. I mean, we know something about Pilatus, what kind of character, and that he was dismissed from duty because of his brutality, and so on and so on. And these are not biblical.
You mean Pilate? You're talking about Pilate, or
Pontius Pilate? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we know about Pilate from I think at least 3 sources: Josephus, Tacitus, and Philo.
Yeah, Tacitus, Philo must be from.
God bless you, Justin. Good to see you.
Here comes the cavalry.
That's why secular scholars bring up the problems of Jesus' trial and so forth, because it doesn't reflect the character of Pilate, from those other sources.
I know this
because we may not even know because seculars. Oh my God!
I just want to say something there, because I know this argument, but I have also read that there is an incident in under Pilate where he gives into the Jews and make a little bit fool of himself. So he has also that on his record. And I think one reason that the Romans should dismiss him, he was not a very consistent guy. He seemed to have not the best methods to deal with the Jews, and that could be one of the reasons. I mean, how he dealt with Jesus, you know.
Well, I just find it
I don't know.
peculiar that on one hand we don't, we can't get our heads around anything about Christ or these historical figures. We're not even sure if they exist. But on the other hand, we know so much about culture and customs that we can nuance things out to say, well, we don't know if some people existed based on thousands of copies and all these different eyewitnesses' accounts, but we definitely know that if he did exist, the story's fishy because we know the customs of the Romans and the Jews so darn well. I just find it a little, I don't know. It's like things from the same time and people, we don't even know if they exist, but on the other hand, we know everything about their culture. Somehow.
Well, we have different writings. We have the Talmud. We have different Jewish camps writing material. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls and so forth. We know about the Sadducees, the Pharisees, the Essenes, and so forth. But with Jesus, we really don't have any independent accounts. We actually have no eyewitnesses writing about Jesus. But dinner awaits, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Godspeed.
Look how he's running. He's running.
Floyd just pulled a Brett Keane. I'm kidding. Totally kidding.
On that note, I'm going to take a smoke.
Here you go, Art.
On a place where I worked, there was he was a professor in Middle East culture and so on, history. He was a professor, so it's the highest. I mean, he was not just a teacher; he was the highest ranking of the institute. And he developed the theory that Muhammad didn't exist, and it's a good example how you can be a pretty good read and have good credentials and come up with this stuff, you know. And the reaction, he was working. You had the Jewish Institute and a very strong theological institutes working with him. That was it's in Münster, and he was after a while dismissed because because it was just.
Yeah. Are you talking about the dude who made the documentary about Muhammad not existing on BBC?
Have you done a documentary? If it's German or if he have worked as at Münster as I think it was the institution leader there.
I forgot his name. I know he was on the Gin and Tonic show. I think it was Tom something.
But I mean, it's a good example because it don't work like, oh, you have a professor studying this for 30 years and have the best credentials and a position that his views have any. I mean, if his views are just too unscientific or don't fit, they will. He got dismissed.
Do you know his name?
I can find him. I can find him.
Was it Robert Spencer?
No, I don't think so. I think it was a German or a German. But I mean, I think it's like with Siddhartha Gautama. I'm not a Buddhist, and I'm also not a Muslim. But I would never ever. I see no reason why they should invent these persons. I mean, that's not how it works.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's Tom Holland, the guy I was thinking of. Is it the same dude?
I will find.
What university was supposed to be working in?
Münster.
Münster. Hold on. No. Well, okay, hold on. Well, his alma mater was at Cambridge.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe he was working in Münster at some point.
Yeah. It is him, Professor Dr. Mohand Korjic, yeah. So he was leader of the Islamic theology, actually.
But then it's a different dude.
Okay, yeah, perhaps.
Because
Yeah.
because the one I'm talking about is.
You are right.
Well, this.
Yeah. It's
The one that I'm talking about is Tom Holland. He's
Yeah.
born in year 69.
Yeah, no, I think that this is the new professor there now, so it's not him. I will try to find it.
And so he was thrown out because he said that Muhammad didn't exist?
When I was there, he wasn't already thrown out, but I think that was the end of it, yeah.
Oh, no.
I have to research it.
Well, maybe he was proposing some, maybe he was proposing this based on some crazy, wacky ideas or evidence, some. Because Tom Holland is still respected, I think. And he had a whole documentary on the BBC called Islam, The Untold Story. And basically, he talks how it's not likely that Muhammad existed at all.
Yeah. I've got him. His name is Sven Kalish. And, the funny thing, he was responsible for the education of Islamic religion. So.
Yeah, that's kind of ironic.
Yeah.
And Quranic as well.
Oh, I see what you did there, sir. I see. It's painful, but I see it.
Well, if you're going to say something, may as well make it count.
It is interesting and very I mean, it can be very fruitful that you have this authority, this kind of, real scientist that comes up with this kind of theories, because you get a good debate and you get to hear it's.
Yeah, but they don't like it up them though, do they?
Sorry?
I'm just saying, if you use the same tactics against Christianity, they don't like it much either.
No, I think,
So when I say to you, Jesus never existed, he's a mythological creature, and we know that because we have other demonstrable people walking around at the same time doing similar things that don't get treated that way.
Yeah, but that's
right?
how. It's good to have some this view, because I would never know so much. I don't know so much, but like Josephus and all this Tacitus and all this other sources, I wouldn't know about it if there would not be scientists saying he was not historical. So
well, I don't think it's scientists coming up with that stuff. That's historians.
Yeah, to me, historians
and
are
more than that. I think that's particularly because it was first got to by Christians. We would also call them theologians.
Yeah, I call history is also a science. It's a soft science, but it's.
All right, whatever you say.
Yeah, no, but it's the view.
Dude, I bet I'm a mathematician. I barely think physics is a science.
Okay.
Damn, that sounds.
Yeah, I know. I was just being facetious.
Yeah,
but...
You're like a physicist, mythicist.
Exactly. Stephen Hawking. Does he exist? I don't think so. Are you there? You telling me some guy in a wheelchair, right? This is what you're telling me. It's been right around the universe.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was straw manning your argument there.
No. It was a fun straw man, sir. It was fun indeed.
No, but you cannot, as a historian,
yeah, you can
show the or prove the resurrection of Christ.
if you are,
No.
as a historian writing this, you are not a historian anymore. I mean, you are not as that's a science between with the history. You cannot appeal to supernatural. So that is.
I don't know. I mean, can you explain an empty tomb?
Yeah, that's just the rules of history as a science, just as the rules like you have in natural science. There are some rules, some doctrines, and you shall not. There's a reason why they are there. I mean, they are useful.
It's the same thing with you evolutionists. You can't show me transitional bones.
I can. Okay.
I heard someone sniggering. They must have got the joke.
Head flank. Oh, sorry. Damn.
What's been going on?
Oh, not much. Just managed to install Silent Hunter with voice commands. That's why I just said head flank. I didn't realize that my Hangout was mic open.
This is going to be fun.
I'm gonna mute for a while, so yeah.
No. We've got a new way to troll you. What are some of the commands?
Oh, there's like a ton of them.
We got head flank. So if I shout head flank through your microphone, it's going to do something.
No. Unfortunately not, because it's not like I have headphones, so it doesn't go to the mic. Unfortunately, but that'd be funny. Yeah, you could actually control it if it was like through.
Halfway through, you go duck. I go stand up. Ooh,
yeah, you could mess up a lot of things.
Ooh, headshot. Ooh. I told you about my mate's girlfriend. We were just we'd just done one of these Formula One races, and we'd raced fucking like 20 minutes on this piece of shit, right? And she comes in, just walks in the room and goes, Xbox off.
Oh, yeah.
Oh fuck! I literally split my sides laughing. I think it's the funniest thing. I looked around at husband's face, and his face was like, "We've been trying to do that for an hour." Oh dear, funny.
I didn't know Xbox had voice controls.
The new one does, yeah.
Is it the Xbox One?
Yeah.
Ah. That's cool. So, like, it will be like in standby mode, and you could just say Xbox on, it will turn on?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Once I found out, we had quite a laugh doing that for 20 minutes.
I can imagine.
And now it's the standing joke that whenever anybody walks in the room, you say Xbox off. He fucking hates it. It's funny. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I'm not into consoles particularly, but not bad. The games didn't have the feel of the PC versions. That's what I would say. There's still
that's why.
Ostensively console-y about it, which is not to my taste.
What games are you talking about?
I think the one we were playing was I can't even remember the name of it actually.
Was it a shooter?
I can't fucking remember. I'm just trying to think. Okay, because we played. He said, I bought a new game for the X1. I can't even remember because he's got like loads of console systems, so we play on all different systems and stuff. I played I think it was a driving game on it. We downloaded a demo of a driving game. But He played some kind of zombie game, maybe shoot 'em up zombie game,
Oh,
and
okay.
that looked pretty good. It had some puzzles on it as well and stuff. You know, the games.
Right. Well, yeah, I am not a fan of consoles myself. I mean, aside from the high price and the fact that you're gonna have to buy a new one after a few years, and the stupid controls that don't have a mouse, you know.
I
So
don't like the mouse. Like, it's just, like, annoying.
You heretic.
I like the controller.
The best
Controller's
one
like
ever
awesome.
is a joystick and a mouse.
Joystick what?
Yeah, the old joysticks. Don't know if you remember those. They're like pads. You just have a plain thing, you know. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
has
the old. Well,
a lever.
you mean normal joysticks? Oh yeah, I remember the first ones. Yeah, like I had two buttons, one on the top and the trigger.
Yeah, and the
one, yeah.
four-way thing as well.
Oh,
And the
okay.
four-way movement. I mean, that's the point. They're so easy to control. It's one hand, and you're just flicking
Oh,
one
well,
hand around, going.
Well, of course, yeah. I love joysticks, but because I love simulator games myself. But I got so pissed off this one point at my crappy joystick because it was so inaccurate. I just fucking ripped it apart in anger. Just
Yeah.
fucking motherfucker.
I used to be really into driving games, so I always bought like wheels and pedals and stuff.
Oh, I have those
Of
too.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I went through the development of them. You know, the first ones lasted 6 months. You know what I mean? Then eventually I found a company that made a really robust one, but again, it wasn't accurate, so I had to update the circuitry in it and this kind of stuff.
Well, hey, I have a Logitech Formula One, I think, for 10 years. It's awesome, accurate, has shifting. Hey, have you played Richard Burns Rally?
No, I don't think I have actually.
If you love driving games, Richard Burns Rally is, to the title, the most realistic rally game ever. Just totally accurate. I mean, there is no if you turn off like the helping stuff that make a lot of game arcadey, it's gonna be absolutely realistic. Like on gravel, you have to just touch the gas a little bit to drive. If you do a little bit more, you will spin the wheels. Essentially, it's because the car has 300 horsepower.
Have you tried Grand Prix Legends?
I haven't played. I don't think I've played any of the Grand Prix games.
Oh, okay. This is like a 1967 Grand Prix game where they've got no wings and they've got like stupid horsepower on tiny car tires. And these things go 200 miles an hour, and they haven't put any. They just don't have any help on it at all. I mean, there is no auto correction, auto braking. You know what I mean? And
right.
The brilliant thing is when you put it on realistic. Okay, if you just drive a normal race, the car will probably brake. You have to really you can't over rev it too much. You can't. It's just. There's like 250 things to change on the car to set up.
I think I might have played something like that.
This is stupid. Do you realise we're sitting here, right? I mean, I remember getting the game and going, yeah, let's try it. We're really into driving games. Easy, get the wheel out and everything. We were like 20 seconds off the lap times that we need. Easy, you know what I mean? On the easier circuit. And it's like, fuck, what's happening? So we went online, found out. Car setup, got to do loads of car setup. Okay, great. Went in, did all the car setup. Oh yeah, that's fine. We're getting like 10 seconds off. So what else is there? Shit. Oh, we got to know the circuit. We got to, oh my god.
Damn.
Nightmare. But it's the only game you can do realistic donuts in. That I found.
Huh. Well, you can do that in a lot of games. Live for Speed.
Really?
That's an old one, yeah. Live for Speed is basically was a sort of indie game developed for a long time. It's dead now, but it's still good. It's actually it has like simulated physics and it has like you can drive everything from go-karts to
Okay.
Formula One cars, and anything in between, like BMWs, Subaru,
Yeah.
just um, and yeah, ultra realistic as well. I mean, there's a lot of things to choose from, really. I haven't
Really,
played
I haven't
much
found
at the.
that many, to be honest. I started in on the first like Microprose Grand Prix.
Oh wait, are
Talking
you
about
talking about consoles?
OC2 or something. No, PCs.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, we're on the same page.
I only play on PCs.
Well, hey, if you wanna a few games to play, I can definitely give you a few because.
I'm running Linux now, so the game's already shit.
You bastard.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to get one soon. I just want to wait for the price of those i7s to come down a little bit.
Well, hey, actually, I just found out that a laptop for about, let's say, how much is it? $500 will
Euros.
play. Yeah,
I
will
mean,
play any game.
oh,
No,
yeah,
bucks.
Yeah. No, I can buy. Yeah, 400 quid will get me like a pretty tasty i5 with fucking shitloads of RAM and one of those special hard drives and shit.
Right, yeah. That's what I bought my dad because he wanted to play some newer games.
I was thinking of getting one of the gaming systems though.
Make your own computer. Don't
Well,
buy the.
yeah.
Don't buy these sort of brand make computers like Alien and everything. If you want the best bang for the buck, just select the parts yourself and build your own. And you will save a lot of money, by the way, if you already own a computer and if you just kind of, buy a new motherboard.
Yeah. No, I'm familiar with building them.
Okay. There you go.
I used to do it for about 10 years.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
5 years, actually, not less than 10.
Well, actually, hey, dude, I'm gonna be right back. I need to get some cigarettes here.
Okay, mate.
BRB.
Yeah, pulling a BK.
And on that note, I'm gonna take off too.
See you,
Smoke
Palm.
break. Oh, Palm, you got nothing to say for us. Control me, come on. Nope. Okay.
What was that?
Should have given me a bit of control earlier. I could have kicked him. So, who else is awake? Anybody awake?
I'm
Wolf
awake
gone?
right now.
Christopher.
Yeah, Wolf left.
Oh.
Perif left.
Is it me? Yeah, Prif don't like talking to me. I say that jokingly, I hope. It's probably true. Speaking of which, Commando, how you doing?
Alright.
Good. You been well?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Excellent. That's what's important.
I'm presuming things are good there as well, yeah?
Yeah, not bad. Can't complain. Well, I can, actually.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. But no, I don't. I shouldn't get into grumpy old git mode. You seen the colour of those fucking white lines?
Clockwork.
Oh, they're not very white, are they?
What do you think about Space Odyssey 2001? Does that speak to the Gnostic?
Fucking
that was by it's by Kubrick, wasn't it?
Yep.
Haven't you seen it, or?
Yeah. He hints in that film that they actually filmed the moon landing, doesn't he?
Yeah, that's a problem for you. Then okay, I forgot that. But I mean, I was just thinking about watching your beautiful monolith there.
Oh,
Well, that's a Nubian pyramid.
Indeed.
Hmm?
Well, obelisk, but
obelisk. Yeah.
Oh, you calling that an obelisk, are you? Unlucky.
Yeah, they have one in the middle of the Vatican.
Don't make them like that.
Peter's place? No.
What are you talking about? That is a Nubian pyramid. right there.
Yeah, but
That's
they have
not
a
an obelisk.
Mm. Don't they have a huge obelisk there? Clockwork?
What, in St. Peter's?
They have them all over the
Yeah, in
place.
the middle of the...
Yeah, they do. They have one from Greece. I mean, from Egypt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that have
But it's an obelisk.
that's
Not a pyramid.
delicious.
You can tell
Delicious
an
method.
obelisk because they go straight down.
Okay.
They don't go out towards the base, right? That's the point of an obelisk, is that it's an amazingly difficult thing to make stand, let alone for fucking 2,000 years.
Do you know why they built the obelisk?
Yes.
On St. Peter Place?
Well, in St. Peter's, they didn't build one there. They took
No,
it from
I
Egypt
mean,
and erected it there. I can't remember, actually. Something to do with one of the popes being a cunt.
One of them. They all
Go
are.
on. Enlighten us, Balthazar.
No, I don't know, but I can imagine
yeah,
for
yeah.
conspiracy theorists that must be fantastic.
Oh, right.
Very-
No, it's just booty.
Yeah, or some
Remember,
kind of record.
there is a reason as well, because... I can't remember. Maybe it's the Pillar of Simon or something. I don't know.
I will try to look it up.
It's just booty. They just fancied it. Oh, look, obelisk. That's
Not
nice.
everyone are like the Brits, Simon.
I think it's one of the better. I think it's one of the better ones as well. It's like a proper granite one.
You have really much in your museum there in London.
There's a fair number of museums. Yeah, we've got the Natural History Museum and the I don't know what else is there. It's been so many years. Science
Victoria
Museum.
and Albert Science Museum, British Museum.
British Museum. There you go. Natural History. There's a good art one as well, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Good art museum.
Loads of good ones. I was at the Science Museum on Natural History last year. Took lots of photographs of all the ancient skulls and all the stuff that proves evolution.
Oh, the giant skulls, you mean? The Anunnaki.
All of them, loads of different ones.
In Pergamon Museum, that was the only during the Second World War they bombed Berlin, but not the Pergamon Museum. That was like keep away from that, and that's very interesting actually. But there they have the portal from Babylon in the museum.
I beg your pardon? Did you say a portal?
Portal, how to say the portal?
You mean a Stargate?
Yeah,
Stargate.
of Babylon.
Door.
Yeah, a lot of, and they are from Babylon. I mean, so
Did you say? Can we just clear this little issue up here? When you say a door, do you mean a door to a house? So it's like a wooden
no,
frame or something?
that's why I said portal. You know, like a victory portal in Paris, but.
Right, so you mean a triumphal arch of some description?
Yeah, I think it's called Porta in Latin or something. Porta. Porta Nigra.
Well, there is a famous gate, isn't there?
Yeah, it's in the museum and a lot of other Babylon stuff.
There's one
I
in
think
Baghdad.
the skulls
Sorry,
I saw
Mark.
in the Natural History Museum, there was one from Australian burial sites that were Homo sapiens skulls, 42,000 years old.
Sweet.
And I think the remains of 20 early modern humans buried between 100 and 120,000 years ago. They were discovered in, I think it's Qavze and School in Israel.
Ah, right, Neanderthal. Yeah. Okay, is that right?
Yeah,
Or Homo sapiens, did you say?
And there is an early Neanderthal skull with a jawbone that's 400,000 years old. That was found in a cave in Atapuerca in Spain. And they got 2,500 fossils from about 30 men, women, and children. in that one cave.
The obelisk have moved around. So it, like you said, Simon, it was erected at Heliopolis in Egypt, and then it was moved several times. Augustus moved it to Alexandria, and then interestingly, Caligula moved it to Rome. When was it moved?
Well, you've got one in Washington D.C. as well. Plus, there's Cleopatra's Needle.
In London.
1586.
Washington.
Pope
As you'd expect, it's the American one that's the biggest.
Yeah, well, everything's bigger in America, including the lunatic asylums.
So the name of the Pope who moved it to Rome was Sixtus. That must have a meaning.
I wouldn't have thought so. His proper name was... I know, let's not go down that route. That's just Pope bashing for the sake of it.
I mean,
what's wrong with that?
I mean, yeah, he didn't move it to Rome. I mean, to the Vatican, of course.
No.
So
there's a lot to blame the Romans for, anyway.
But that's isn't that interesting? You have this obelisk that have been moved around the world like that. I think it's amazing.
There's a reason for it.
You know, everybody knew Egypt was ancient history, one of the most ancient civilizations.
Yeah.
They've known that for thousands of years.
Even though the Earth's only 6,000 years old.
Yeah, it's because I think there's two kingdoms, and the first kingdom, you know, was mighty, and the second kingdom was hanging in there, kind of thing. So people reflected. It was the first kind of nostalgic look back at history.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the good old days when our pharaohs used to wear gold.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't in later dates, but.
Well, of course, you know, the pyramids were obviously. Don't forget, they were sort of, you know, electrical power stations.
Did you hear the one I threw in? And
Not
he said,
electrical,
yes,
but
it was
they
fucking
were
brilliant.
power stations.
He said to me, he said that the Ark of the Covenant fits perfectly into the sarcophagus of the Great Chamber. And I went, oh yeah, also, the size of the Great Chamber is of course the same size as King David's Hall.
Yeah.
And he went, yeah.
What, that King David that never existed?
I went, oh fuck, I have no idea what I just said, but I think that was wrong.
Oh, I think it was Arcane that went on about the power stations, didn't it?
It was Arcane. Yeah.
And then took it to other believable things, such as the Tower of Babel was a stargate to God. That was a good one.
Well, now then. Okay, I mean that is what it's reported to be. So I don't have a problem describing it that way, you know.
Of course it was.
As nutty beliefs go, that's fair enough.
You just stood on the pad, pressed the button, off you went.
I think the idea was, correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere in the Bible, isn't it? It's saying that the very attempt to build a tower to God is an offence.
Yeah,
but they're all damned as heathens or something.
The idea that it was actually a stargate that you could just, you know, basically a transporter. Can make that shit up, really. Well, you could. That's the problem.
Well, only in Hollywood. Come on.
Yeah.
Wasn't a literal tower like the Tower of Babel's? It's mythology to do with sort of states of consciousness, isn't it? That's what the tower's symbolic of.
Yeah, it's a real tower, though. It's a real tower.
It's not a mythological story that's used to sort of help explain what, you know, the spiritual sort of point that it was getting at.
You get in those little pods, and you could travel, you know, up and down, everything. So it's probably an early theme park. That's what it was.
Basically.
Yeah.
It's just a place that people could freebase jump off, you know.
Yeah, all the pyramids and the tower.
I'm pretty sure that early civilization had parachutes.
Well, that's what all the pyramids.
Was that what Arcane was? Was that?
Yeah.
Well, they're trolling. They're going to troll if I say anything.
He said that they had ancient technology at the time of Noah, which is how they managed to build the boat, and
I was just
they had
getting there.
they had power stations and oil refineries. That's how they made the pitch for the ark. Fucking hell.
Have you not been to the Middle East, really?
No, don't think so.
Fucking hell. No, that shit just lies around the place, man.
I think we must have upset Clockwork Commando because we didn't believe his stories he's left. And he came on to talk to Balthazar about the mythicism of Jesus, and then
Oh, yeah, cool.
and then but Floyd left, and then start talking about the pyramids, and Commando leaves.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Hello, buddy. And let me just unbroadcast you there. There you go.
Earlier on, Peripheral Prophet was saying that the burden of proof lies with the person that denies the other person's claim.
I saw that. I
Stunning.
saw that.
Stunning.
That actually made me laugh.
Yeah, it did me. I just couldn't believe he put it in print.
But no, I mean, he said it several times in Hangouts to me, and I've corrected him at the time and gone, no, that's not the way it goes. If I'm only showing you a possibility, all you have to do is agree that it is a possibility, and we're done.
Yeah, exactly. By that logic, I can say I've got a unicorn sat next to me in the chair, and until you prove it's not true, he's actually there. Yeah. And the burden of proof is
you can't see it?
Well, the burden of proof is yours to prove. You know, it's yours to show that I haven't got a leprechaun.
Yeah. This is, of course, one of the big dodges. I was saying to my friend that came over, I got kicked out of Tommy's earlier.
Oh.
Hey, I for not saying anything. Oh, I love Tommy so much.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I just didn't say anything, and a friend came over, so I kind of just left it on mute or whatever, and just was sitting there talking. So I turned around and he kicked me. But I hadn't said anything for like half an hour or something. You know what I mean? 40 minutes.
Wow.
So it was like, oh, I got kicked for saying things from Tommy's, and now I've got kicked for not saying things from Tommy's. That's so cool.
I see
they talk about that on the show.
They're putting some form of crowdfunding together to preserve Neil Armstrong's spacesuit.
Oh, well, that's worthwhile.
What a waste of money that is.
Well, no, because we're going to need to be able to.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. About $500,000.
That's a crucial piece of evidence right there.
But how does it? Just to talk about something. How does it feel to be, for atheists? How does it feel to have the truth about the purpose of life? How does that feel?
So, could you ask that question again? Because we didn't quite understand it.
Yeah, how does it feel to possess the truth about the purpose of life, like atheists do?
Well, how are you equating atheism to knowing how life started in the first place?
No, not life
Is that
started.
what you were doing?
Yeah, that you also. No, that you don't know, perhaps, but at least you have
mean the truth.
No, what atheist claim to know the purpose of life?
You have the scientific truth. I mean, I don't have any proof.
No, we do.
Well, they all
we
sort
do.
of push the sort of Darwinian sort of thing, don't they?
I claim to know the purpose of life as an atheist.
Yeah, you understand my point.
I do, yeah, completely. You know, and you're completely right.
To have that.
It feels great. Thanks very much.
Purpose of life.
Next question.
You.
Simon and I both agree it feels great.
Yeah.
Next.
No, but I've always heard atheists, purpose of life. You create your own purpose. There is no purpose, and so we create our own purpose.
No, we don't. I don't. Atheists don't claim that there's no purpose to life, so we have to invent one.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So there is a purpose to life that you don't have to create yours. It's not subjective. It's objective, or.
No, I wouldn't say it's objective. No.
Well, in some sense, it is objective. If you mean raising children,
or just surviving.
Having children, in some sense, is an objective purpose for life for humans.
Yeah, and you have scientific facts to back it up.
Well, you don't
Unlike,
have to have that.
How did I just know this is a trolling question that's going to lead to something?
It's not necessary. It's not absolute. Okay, if you don't wish to have children, that still doesn't mean you're going to have a purposeless life.
the point is only when I hear like atheist.
You can't
so
use that shit on me about
I mean,
you've
I've
tried
heard
before.
it's perhaps a meme. You know, there is no purpose. You create your purpose.
You know, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying.
So
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So my point is,
This,
if you
this
can
is how
say
evolution works, right?
yes,
So you're
exactly.
you're equating my morality to evolution.
No, oh no, not at all.
Oh yes,
It
you
has
are.
nothing.
Yes, you are. That's what you're doing. You've tried it before.
No. Are you crazy? You
No, you crazy?
don't.
Oh, you are. Okay.
No, but atheists don't follow the. Evolutionary.
It's a very big generalization you're making. Atheist this, atheist.
No. Let him get it out because he's got the language thing. So we need to let Balthazar.
No, it's not the language always.
Yeah, I know. You could tell it was a deliberate trolling. Oh, all atheists claim this, and all atheists think that.
No, but let me finish. So the reason that you have really possessed the truth about the purpose of life is that you know that there is no purpose. You create the purpose, and that is a purpose.
No,
that is not the purpose, but that is the truth of purpose.
No, that's your suggestion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you say there is no purpose, isn't that a truth statement?
Well, I don't say there is no purpose.
Okay.
I have a purpose for my life, as Simon already made clear just now. Each person, atheist or not, has their own vision or their own opinion or their own purpose. What they think. Some people think football is the purpose of life. Some people think it's fishing. Some people think it's religion. It's a nonsense question, really.
Yeah, the reason why you say it's nonsense is that, in your opinion, you think you know that the purpose of life is relative and subjective, and we have different purposes, and we make them up ourselves, and that is the truth.
Here it is, Balthazar. Here it is, Balthazar. The reason I stress the word desire, okay, is because this is the religious idea that desire causes suffering. Okay, now you can't refute this from a religious perspective. Okay, I can refute. I have a worldview which incorporates this. Okay, and allows me a moral standard. Okay, but from the theistic point of view, you cannot explain why desires lead to suffering, and you cannot show me any examples where, in the long run, that isn't going to happen.
From a theistic standpoint, I cannot show you that desire causes suffering.
No, it cannot cause suffering, or does not lead to suffering.
Okay, so another time.
And you can't account for this in your moral framework as a theist. That's what I'm saying, and this is the issue, or one of the problems that I see with theism. Okay, so I know you want to try and put it. I know you want to try and say that I'm immoral because I'm an atheist, right?
No.
But I would say to you, you're immoral because you are a theist, because you don't see that desire leads to suffering.
No, I think it's very interesting what you're saying because I haven't heard it before.
I know.
So another time. So I'm not sure.
It's a religious viewpoint.
Can you repeat it? It's very interesting.
I did twice there. I said it twice there.
Yeah. So
you want it one more time? Do you want it really?
Yeah. I'm slow.
Okay. So I know you wish to say that I'm immoral.
Not what I wish. Just
you have to listen. You have to listen if you're going to hear it.
Okay.
So I know you wish to assert that I'm immoral because I'm an atheist, okay?
No.
However, I would assert to you it's the other way around, okay? Because as a theist, you cannot explain why desire leads to suffering. Okay? You have no accounting in your morality for that to be the case in the world.
Okay, I got it now. So as a theist, you cannot explain why desire leads to suffering.
You cannot account why desire leads to suffering. Yeah.
Is Buddhism, is that theistic?
It is.
Yeah, it's the main doctrine of Buddhism you are talking
Indeed.
about.
So are you saying you're going to be a Buddhist?
No, but I mean, it's
So
at least
how
the
can
theistic
how can the Christian theology account for this?
desires leads to suffering. I mean, fleshly desire. That is, of course, that's what Bible talks a lot about. Fleshly desire. So we are not of this world, and don't get attached to this world. I mean, my kingdom is not of this world. Was Jesus said. So if you
Allegedly.
Okay, that's all good. Okay, but then you have a desire then not to follow these desires, right? You have a desire to worship God, and that can only lead to suffering.
Yeah, yeah. In a sense, your argument is valid. Yeah, I understand. So that would a Buddhist would say every desire leads to suffering, even desire to reach enlightenment, or perhaps.
Yep. At the top
I'm not
level.
100% sure about it, but I understand your point. Yeah, interesting. It's interesting with new arguments. I never heard that.
So yeah, when you go accusing atheists of being immoral, you have to be real careful.
But that was my point also with bringing this argument. It's not a very new argument, but I think it's valid. I really think that I am as a believer, I have no truth about. I have no evidence. I cannot scientifically in any way prove the truth of the purpose of life. But I think atheists possess the truth, or I mean, they think so,
They
and
do.
they have evidence, and they have.
I think it's disingenuous to say atheists. Atheists are people that don't believe in God. That's it.
Yeah,
that's the truth,
I'm
Mark.
generalizing, but sometimes
why
it's
I'm
just.
gonna agree with
I think Balthazar, the mistake you make is attaching things like, well, because someone's an atheist, they all believe in evolution or accept evolution. They all think the same things. They don't. Atheism is an answer to just one question.
Yeah, it's a little bit floppy, but I mean.
Well, no, it's an answer to a question. Do you believe in God? No, I'm an atheist. Next question. Do you accept evolution? I've got friends that are atheists that don't accept evolution. They think that aliens seeded life on this planet. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Atheism is an answer to the question of does God exist? It doesn't mean lots of other things.
I know people that think Jesus really existed.
Yeah, well, they're stupid.
Balthazar.
Why is it stupid though?
If you were claiming earlier that
the Romans invented Jesus, for goodness sake. What do you think? There's things like give to Caesar what is, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, pay your taxes to Rome. It's all based on turn the other cheek. So if the Romans,
But what that passage is referring to is sort of maintaining like an equilibrium to sort of play a position spiritually. That's what it means. Like, like give, Caesar what is Caesar's. It's referring to money, isn't it? So it's just saying like like play your position in society.
Not necessarily money, no, but there's no evidence that Jesus existed.
Well,
It's just being silly.
Well, yeah, but you can say there's no evidence that Plato existed, but we sort of accept that.
Fine,
Plato
Plato is fine. I'll accept the same then. Plato didn't exist, and if you want, doesn't make. Just you keep using this same excuse. Well, Plato, there's no evidence. Plato, so who gives a shit? We're not talking about Plato, are we?
We need to use Socrates there, not Plato.
Yeah,
but you know that you are, according to Bart Ehrman, you are totally ignorant. Nah, I don't know.
No,
Bart
Ehrman was the actually mentioned it.
Yeah.
What well, I can give you. He makes pretty strong usage of words against people.
No, Bart Ehrman in his book, I think it was Forged about 4 years ago, said one of the striking things and surprising facts is that there are no Roman records of any kind that attest to the existence of Jesus. There's no birth records, no reference to his works or deeds, no account of his trial, no description of his death, no reference to Jesus in any way, shape or form. His name is not even mentioned in any Roman source in the 1st century. And that's what Bart Ehrman said.
I'd sort of be skeptical of that. I mean, like,
Oh,
where does the full
okay.
sort of aspect
I
of
was
Jesus?
quoting what Bart Ehrman said, which Balthazar said he didn't. I just quoted
Yep.
what he did
Oh,
say. There is no evidence.
Okay,
No,
I will give you a YouTube link where he just goes. Yeah, it's 1 minute or something. I mean, he has said it many times. It would be insane of him to study something that is not.
Right, I didn't say that. You said you're about to say that Bart Ehrman disagreed with me, and I just showed you that he doesn't disagree. That there is no evidence of Jesus in Roman records. That's not to say Ehrman doesn't believe in a historical Jesus. That's a different thing altogether. There may well have been a man called Jesus, but whether the idea that he did all these wonderful things and these miraculous things and everything that's attested, attached to him in the Gospels, is nonsense.
I won't say it's nonsense, but it is mythology. Like, I mean, I agree. There's no way to prove that actually happened because, well, it didn't. Like, it's clearly mythology. It's talking about, the sun traveling through different star constellations. That's what it's talking about. And they sort of used the historical Jesus to base this sort of mythology off. That's where you get,
Yeah, there's no primary source. There's no primary source or first-person accounts of Jesus in existence. There are no Christian.
Jesus the Christ. I mean, if you want to make the distinction, you've got the Jesus.
Jesus. Yeah, we could talk about the Jesus that's supposed to have lived and been a charismatic rabbi that eventually, upon the fakery of his supposed resurrection, went to live in Kashmir in India. So there's that one. There's that Jesus.
Right.
But there's no evidence for the nativity or the story of the birth of Jesus. There's no evidence for the story of the crucifixion or his resurrection.
Right. Well, I agree.
A question. I know that if you play music here on Nadia's channel, it's very bad. What about if I play 2 minutes of a YouTube video of Bart Ehrman? Is that wrong?
No. Yeah.
Shall I?
No,
you can't.
Is it or is it not?
No YouTube videos at all.
You can.
No.
Okay.
So I mean, no, I know that. I'm not saying that from my position. I'm saying that because I know that's what Nadia's rules are.
Yeah. I mean, yes, Balthazar, you can say that there may have been a.
Does anybody know Jason, by the way?
Now, the interesting about this video is the strong words he uses.
Anybody?
I agree with you. There may well have been a historical man called Jesus. But there's different types of Jesus. To start, he wasn't called Jesus. He was called Yeshua. There was no J in the alphabet.
Yeah. Okay, then we agree. I'm just talking about a guy.
At a push, I'd probably agree with you that there was a man, maybe a charismatic Jew, but I think the rest of it was all made up around him, as Commando says.
This mythology that's sort of ascribed to this historical figure.
Yeah, the Jewish messianic cult leader, whatever you want to call it. A lot of it's Zoroastrian story of his birth. Lots of things come together that were all attached to this man that may or may not have existed. But it's just myth.
Yeah, but then you are rational. I mean, if you can, if Jesus was a person. There are different Jesus and there are myths around him, but he was a historical person, and you are rational.
I would say that possibly. I mean, even most scholars would only agree that he probably existed. There's no one that will stick their neck out and say definitely.
If I may, which is that for the same reason, I don't care whether Socrates really existed or not. It's the ideas that are important. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. There's the Sermon on the Mount thing. The words that he may have uttered, say like for argument's sake, blessed are the peacemakers. They're good words. Whether or not he actually said them, who said them, it's largely irrelevant.
Not to forget what he said about loving your neighbors. When you read, also, just don't read love your neighbors, but read what he means by neighbors.
Yeah, but lots of other figures similar to him said something very similar. So this Jesus said, and no one knows what Jesus said. It's all you know.
Well, there was a Jew in here, and he was disagreeing with Jesus on that. So hate your enemy instead of loving them. So I don't think love your enemy
Well,
in the
there's a
culture
conflict there, isn't there, Balthazar? There's a conflict clearly in the Jesus story between loving people, turning the other cheek, and then bringing a sword.
I don't
Right,
see
and however you want to, yes, it can be, explained away in terms of metaphorical meanings or spiritual meanings, etc., etc. But the two things are diametrically opposed. So,
yeah,
it's
you could
clearly not
use
the
the
mind of one person. I mean, it's clearly not the mind of one person.
But for me, what is difficult with this thing, or what is mind-boggling, and that is actually what you miss out because you are always, putting everything in the same category. But for me, it's like it seems like Jesus is reformulating the old laws. He's saying, you have heard it been said, hate your enemy, but I say love your enemy, and that is for me much more difficult to handle.
Well, not if you go by Joseph Atwell, or by what Joseph Atwell said, is that the part of the reason why that could have been an invention of the Romans to love your enemy was because that's what they wanted to oppose this messianic warrior, so they invented this hippie Jesus, if you like, that said, give unto Rome, concede, turn the other cheek, love your enemy, because Rome would have been the enemy at the time. So if you take what Atwell says as the case, then that makes sense. They invented this hippie Jesus to keep the people.
Well, who are they invented?
The Romans.
Yeah, Romans. I mean, it was written by some historical figures that are attributed to some names like Luke or Matthew and so on. They are not the Romans; they are Jews.
Yeah, but that was a lot later. The Gospels weren't for another.
We're talking people like Josephus and Paul.
They are between. Historically, they lay between 70 AD and 190, perhaps, or something like that. I'm not sure.
That's why this idea is credible.
Can any of us prove empirically one way or another if there is a God or not?
We can't, as a Christian.
That's not really the point, though, Rev. If you're making the claim that God exists, then the burden of proof lies with the claim, and that claim's been out there for some considerable time. It's not as if there's a competing to see who can prove or disprove. The burden of proof is with the person making the claim.
That's true. I agree.
I think practically speaking, I think there is competing about proof, and I think I'm generalizing again. I think atheists do think that they can prove there is no God.
No, they don't.
And have already.
They don't need to. They don't need to prove a negative as such. They don't need to. If you're making the claim that any God exists, then I don't. As an atheist, I don't have any burden of proof. I don't have to do anything. I can sit back and wait for you to prove that there is. And until you do so, I'm not going to be convinced.
Yeah, but like Dawkins said, evolution. Most important thing. It's strange that he formulates it like this. Is you can be an intellectual honest atheist or intellectual. I think something with intellectual atheist because of Darwinism, and so to me that is to say, well, we have it's proof for God not to. I know he says you cannot say anything with 99% certainty and so on.
But one of the big things, one of the big claims in the Bible is that God created us. Clearly, Adam and Eve didn't exist. It's that simple. They did not exist. We know that. We know human beings weren't made from dust and spare ribs or Play-Doh or whatever. So, without Adam and Eve, you don't have the fall. You don't have the fall of man. If you don't have the fall of man, you have no sin. You have no sin. Jesus is superfluous.
Yeah.
Next question.
You are reading the Bible like a fundamentalist, and as an atheist, you think you can define what Christianity is, but you cannot.
Well, I'm going by the Bible. I read the Bible. It says
we don't
God created.
we don't even have to define Christianity, right? Because the books that that Christianity is based on is patently false.
Yeah, you read it as a 100% literal, and
But that's the way it was read until evolution came along, and then people
I know you are friends.
Christians started saying, "Well,
Yeah,
it's amazing that how science disproves something or proves something that conflicts with the Bible or any other holy book." Then all of a sudden, people come up and say, "Well, actually, what the Bible actually meant was," and now you get people that are trying to tie in Genesis with evolution. No, before Darwin, before evolution was proven, it was just there were no questions like that. It was all no. God made Adam and Eve, and they were the first humans. Evolution comes along. That's a bit of a problem. Well, what actually dust means is when the Bible says dust, that means the ground or the earth or the the base.
The molecules.
The molecules. That's what it meant. Yeah, and so really, what Genesis is actually talking about is evolution. Which is
yeah, but if that's the case, it's still consistent regardless, isn't it? I mean,
no, it's not.
It's not. I'm not supporting that position. I'm just saying it's still sort of consistent regardless.
But it's amazing how as soon as science does come up with something, the Bible, the holy books then try to keep in step.
Well, you could argue
like
that's
the Quran and the blood clot are supposed to mean evil. It's just.
For which the point being that you would think it would be the other way around. That if the Bible was an absolute truth, that it would be ahead of science, not behind it.
Exactly. And the four corners of the earth. Oh shit, it's round.
But it's not. We still can't prove it.
This is fear.
What do they say again? I don't know the exact phrasing at the funeral in the dust thing. What do they say? From dust.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
It's just a saying of religious.
Yeah, it's a poetic saying, and
poetic ceremony. It doesn't mean, aha, gotcha. And the Bible was talking about evolution all along.
Yeah, and if you're going to
from ashes to ashes, from dust.
Yes, but it is said that God breathed breathed a soul into a human being.
From ashes. Yeah. From ashes, it says.
And we're clearly not made of dust, and we have shown that stars had to explode to forge the heavy elements from which we are made.
Right, but that's if you read it literally. Like it's obviously not meant to be literal, is it?
Why is it? Is there a preface to the Bible that says, "Do not read this literally"?
You want there to see
hang on, Balthazar,
and ding ding and all the
Balthazar, one moment, Balthazar, listen please. Right, the question was asked, please listen. Why is it necessarily not supposed to be taken literally?
There's common sense in it. We're not made of dust.
No, why? Okay, because it's wrong. So it's not meant to be taken literally because it's wrong.
No, it's not meant to be taken literally because it was never intended to be taken literally.
How do you know that?
Right.
Because it's a mythological context, isn't it?
Is it?
Never intended to be right.
See, what you're doing is you're conflating a thing that's obviously mythology with some sort of
No,
but it wasn't obviously mythology at the time.
It was mythology at the time, though. That's what I'm saying. It was never intended to be a literal explanation.
Provide some evidence for that assertion, then.
Yeah. But so far with that,
hang on, Balthazar. Let Commando provide some evidence that shows it was always meant to be taken. Hang on, Rev. We've got to deal one thing at a time. Commando's just made the assertion that the Bible was never meant to be taken literally. It was always supposed to be mythological. And so where are you getting that idea? Where are you getting that idea from?
I thought it was Genesis. Sort of dust in Genesis.
Okay, but where are you getting this idea? You're making assertions, and that's all you're doing. Where's your evidence to show that that's the case?
I don't need evidence. It's self-evident. It's self-evidently mythology.
It wasn't 3,000 years ago, though, was it?
Well, yeah, it was, because you're looking at it from a different paradigm. Just because we didn't have the scientific...
You know what people thought... So now you're saying you know how people viewed the Bible 3,000 years ago?
Well, it's quite easy, isn't it? I mean, it's not difficult.
No, it isn't. Where's your evidence to show that they didn't take it? That they took it as myth 3,000 years ago. You do need,
Again, that's a bunk
before you say
question.
you don't need to have evidence, you do.
Well, you don't. It's a bunk question. You're looking at it from a different paradigm, aren't you?
No,
I don't need evidence
you're
to
talking
prove
bollocks. You just said that people 3,000 years ago knew that the Bible was myth. How do you know that?
Because it's self-evident.
No, it's not self-evident.
Well,
How do you know what people thought 3,000 years ago?
It's quite easy. We're not made of dust, are we?
Did they write it down? Did they say, No, they've actually believed it to be true because that's what they
Well,
were
how do you
told.
know? I
And
could
that's
say
what
the same thing. How do you know that people 3,000 years ago, like...
Because we haven't got any other writings that say, I was reading that book the other day called the
Well, there's no
Bible. You know
writing
what? I
called
think it's a load of mythological nonsense.
Clockwork. I think that Mark wants, at the funeral, they shall say, from oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, calcium, sulfur,
Balthasar, we just agreed it was a poetic...
Carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur.
No, I actually, Balthasar, what I'd really like is from the cum and semen and the egg of the mother, we come.
Okay.
It's
But
simple as that.
that's not scientific.
From the juices of life. All right, from our mother's copulation, we come. There are so many poetical ways to say what the truth is. Without trying to refer to the ancient book of the Jews. Okay?
Yeah. I also, of course, I missed boron and chromium and cobalt and copper and fluorine and edenin and iron and manganese and molybdenum and selenium and silicon and vanadium and zinc. 2 boron, cobalt, copper, fluorine, again, iron, manganese.
So all of these things are possible and not very poetic.
From dust to dust.
But not very poetic. And,
Well, there you go.
where I'm willing to grant this difference is that there is metaphorical meaning, clearly, because it's not true.
Well, there you go.
Okay? So if we move on from that and we talk about the metaphorical meanings, that can be a very interesting conversation. But to assert it's true because it has metaphorical meaning is nonsensical.
But Simon, I have to arrest you because there is no correlation. Metaphor untrue and metaphor. Metaphor can be true. There's nothing that says that a metaphor means that something is.
To assert it is true on the basis of it being metaphor, which was what you're trying to do. I'm sorry, that's not the case. Metaphor does not have to be true.
It's like a a novel, a fictional story can be more true than the truth, or more real than real life. So
it can seem that way, but it doesn't make it true, though, does it? I mean, Harry Potter's got bits of it that are based in London. There is an actual place.
You're now claiming that metaphor can be more real than reality. Just listen to it. It's crazy nonsense.
Oh dear.
But science also uses metaphors all the time.
It doesn't make them more true than reality, though, does it?
No, but because they, when Richard Dawkins uses the selfish gene, that's a metaphor. So you will just throw out the whole book and say, no, that is rubbish.
Since when did I say everything? I believe everything Richard Dawkins says. You're just using one example, and then using that example to generalize for everything.
Yeah, but I'm not talking
That's
about.
exactly what you've done in regards to the Bible, though, hasn't it? Really?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
What kind of crazy is that? The selfish gene? A gene is not selfish. It has no, But you can say that it's selfish.
I agree. I agree. And?
Yeah, and
what does
so.
So does that make the gene selfish?
Oh yeah.
No, it doesn't. Dawkins doesn't mean it to mean
I told you he was
the
trolling.
gene is selfish. Okay, that's not what he meant.
In fact,
and you're claiming that Richard Dawkins really means the gene is selfish, or at least that's what the Bible seems to portray.
I happen to know that particular gene, and he's very generous. He loves all his family. He's always handing out presents and stuff.
I don't think anyone on G Plus thinks that. When you're making excuse. I mean, just to have to answer this question all the time. Do you think the gene is selfish? I mean, we don't think that. So we.
Exactly, it's just a term. So this thing about the ashes to ashes, dust to dust thing, it's a poetic part of a poetic part of a ceremony.
Yeah.
Because
So
it goes back to when people did believe that we came from dust. That's the point.
Why couldn't it be useful for people living many thousand years before Christ to use a metaphor that he created human in his image? Why
because they actually believed that was the case then. So they had phrases like the ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and that's carried on in tradition, and it carries on now in relation to funerals because it's
okay. So
it's much quicker than saying nitrogen, carbon, heavy elements, blah, 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 blah. Otherwise they would, but people aren't so stupid. They just carry on using tradition.
So at what point? Does a fact make the sort of transfiguration into a metaphor? Then, like, at what point does it become? I mean, isn't that sort of what you're getting at there in regards to sort of?
No. I'm just trying to just because we still say ashes to ashes, dust to dust. That obviously means the Bible's true. When it mentions men being made out of dust, well, it's not. We know that's not the case. We still, I sing jingle bells with my kids when they were younger. Doesn't mean I believe Santa's real.
I don't think most Christians think man was made of clay. But
I didn't say most Christians believe that. I said it says it in the Bible. It doesn't make it true just because we use an ancient traditional phrase at funerals.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you said before that at some point people literally believe that because that was the original argument, wasn't it? And that's why I asked: at what point does the fact become a metaphor?
Well, as soon as it was found out that we weren't actually made by a supernatural being from dust and spare ribs and Play-Doh, or whatever else it was, and then it was like. I think people started saying, "Oh shit, what we're going to do is that sort of disproved Genesis a bit. What we'll do is say that dust actually means molecules, and that way we can say the Bible was talking about evolution all along."
Right. Okay. So science is sort of the arbiter that decides as to what's fact and what's metaphor. That's quite profound, isn't it?
Not necessarily science. No. What is the case?
What is the case?
Well, when it's found what is actually the case. Is where the problem arose, isn't it? When we came, whether science did, science is the only way we understand the natural world anyway, isn't it? I don't know what other way we would have found out. We didn't have a lucky fucking dip. Astrology's not science; it's a load of bollocks.
It is.
No,
it's
it's
the most
not. No, it's not. Grow up.
Well, you were a Freemason, and Freemasonry is.
I've said to you many times, I joined a Freemasons lodge to find out what it was all about. Just
exactly, and you found out that it was astrology.
Just because I was a Freemason doesn't mean I suddenly had knowledge that led me to think that astrology was true.
You found out that it was.
Astrology is no more true than what do they call it?
Is it no more true than Freemasonry?
What?
I'm asking you a question. Is it no more true than Freemasonry? Because you were sort of,
Yeah, Freemasonry is not the truth of all things. It's just a club where a load of old blokes go meet and have dinner.
I'd agree with that. Yeah.
And they give some money to charity while they're there.
Indeed. Yeah.
That's it. And they act out some ancient ritual. That's it. That's it. It's like going.
Keep going.
Yeah, they act out some ancient ritual based on some mythological stories.
Right. And we all know that there's quite a lot of intelligent people that are Freemasons, so why would an intelligent person...
Just because you're intelligent doesn't mean you don't do stupid things.
All right, okay.
Where are you equating... It must be true because intelligent people go there. Intelligent people go to watch Chelsea.
But Mark, did you evangelize to the Freemasons when you were there?
Did I what, sorry?
Evangelize or tell them the truth?
Oh yeah, because the Freemasons could do with knowing that atheism is the truth, because there's quite a lot of them, and they all seem to have prominent positions in our government and in power. So I mean, you could have done a good job there, couldn't you, by telling them about atheism and saving us all.
You really do need to get out more. You must be terrified every day you fucking wake up, just because people that happen to be in positions of power happen to be Freemasons doesn't mean they're all coming to get you.
I know, it's
Although,
just too convenient, isn't it? Yeah.
If you worked for MI5, you would say that, though.
Yeah, lots of people in power happen to be men. Now what?
But did you have the guts to like criticize them and say, "Oh, this is really childish"? Did you?
Yeah,
exactly. Were you skeptical of the sort of rituals when you were sort of going through?
Yes, because you know it's all based on myth. It's not real.
But did you talk to them and try to?
Yes, they're human beings.
Yeah.
Not all of them believe in it. I just said to you, some people don't believe any of it.
Right, so you sat them down.
They know it's.
In a lodge.
Some of them told me. They said, "You realise this is a load of nonsense, don't you?" I said, "I'm learning that." Yeah, of course they do. It's no different to any other club. It's a club. You just join up and you act out some ritual based on ancient mythology. King Solomon didn't exist. King David didn't exist.
Well, I agree with mythology.
To be fair, there are a lot less strippers than my club.
Yeah, and there's more goats involved with Freemasons because they're cheaper.
A lot more beer as well.
Yeah.
Funnily enough.
And yes, there are people that are in positions of power that abuse that power, or people that try to use Freemasonry for their own ends, and that happens in any walk of life. Any.
Thank God there is no Freemasonry.
Freemasons? What? Sorry.
For children, that would be terrible. If you had if you can join Freemasonry as a child, wow, what do you think you would have then?
I think it's called the Cub Scouts, isn't it? Or the Boy Scouts.
Yeah. So you have a lot of cases.
There are lodges for women. There are lodges for black people. There are lodges for Jews. There are lodges for all sorts of.
I was talking about pedophilia.
There's no lodge for Jews, though, is there?
Paedophilia. All right, you're now going to do all Freemasons are paedophiles, are you?
No, I just had the thought. If you could join Freemasonship as a
the paedophiles don't join Freemasonry. They're all in the Catholics' church. They've got their own club over there. They don't need to join that.
By the Protestant and the Scots, and in the I guess also teachers.
I mean, there's more truth in, as much truth in fortune cookies as there is fucking astrology.
Not really. I mean,
you're going on a long journey. You're going to meet a man with rough hands or something, or you're going to have some luck next week. Give me your tears, gypsy, and all that nonsense.
Yeah, but since you know what it is, I mean, like, since you know what Freemasonry is, and you'll know that it's astrology. Why are you sort of strawmanning that it's some sort of pseudo, rubbish sort of assertion?
Because it is. It is. It's not. It's
yeah,
not
but you know
the
for a
truth
fact
of things.
You know for a fact that it isn't. So
no.
It's on the
how do you know what I know? What's wrong with you?
Well, I mean,
how can you claim to know what I know? You know this, and you know that.
I'm good at what you said.
I'm telling you, I don't. It's not the truth. It's not the truth. I know you want to believe that there's this big mythical, weird, that you can't explain yourself, but you tend to believe it. Think pixies and elves and Freemasons and mythology, and it's
all these things
not
are real, which they are.
No, they're not. And the moon landings didn't happen, and all the other they did. We've proven they're different. 2 documentaries this week that showed that they did.
That we went to the moon. I thought it was supposed to be sort of self-evident. I don't think it.
Well, they keep using those things they left there. The laser, the mirrors, laser mirrors. They've used them again this week, just to allay idiot fears that we did actually land stuff on the moon. And when the Chinese get there and photograph, and there was another one I watched where they tried to recreate as near as possible the conditions in relation to lighting and shadows, and even NVIDIA did one that I posted earlier that showed
quite easily
the lighting. Well, yeah, anything could be fixed according to you. You don't believe that the reality that we're all in is the same reality. You're on your own little planet.
Well,
nothing could. Well, exactly. You don't think planets exist.
Mark, it's not on a planet. It's in a planet.
In a planet, of course. Yeah.
It's on a plane. On a plane, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you believe in the flat. Yeah. Flat Earth.
Freemasons believe in the flat Earth. That's sort of what the set, square, and compass is about. It's to do with sort of perspective and sort of.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, it is. I mean, like you can't build on a curved surface. That's what a mason does. A mason constructs things with stone. You can't build on a curvature, can you? You can only build on a flat surface. That's why you need
What?
Tell that
sets
to the
words.
Indians.
So
Tell
what
that
I'm
to the
trying to
fucking
say is
Indians.
that because we have build houses, that means the Earth is flat.
Well, pretty much, you can't build on
But
a
it
curved
wouldn't.
surface.
Well, it
So.
wouldn't be
Have you
all
ever been to
circular,
San
all
Francisco?
curved, would it?
Well, it sort of would. Like, I mean, where do you
No,
draw
it
the line?
wouldn't.
Like,
No, it wouldn't. Have you ever tried to build a house?
not on my own, obviously, no. Like,
No. Well, obviously, are you now seriously suggesting that every single part of the surface of the Earth
yeah, but it's just maths, isn't it? Like,
is
it's
curved?
I mean, the sphere that we're on has like a what? A circumference of what? 25,000 miles. You can do the mathematics, can't you? Right. So it's going to have a certain curvature, but there are buildings that exist which defy.
Have you done the mathematics?
I've looked into it. Yeah, I've not done it myself,
No.
but I've looked
Right,
into
you
it.
haven't done the mathematics then. I suggest you go away and do them.
Yeah, but like,
Before you make stupid claims like you couldn't build anything on the Earth because it's curved. It's not curved,
if it
it's
was
flat.
curved, you couldn't
Well, it
really
is.
build a lot on it. No, like,
It doesn't mean that even if are you saying that the entire surface of the Earth is flat because we can build houses on it because the entire surface is flat.
Yep.
And if it was curved,
So-
there would not be a 1 square inch of the Earth that's flat.
well, no, because it's curved, isn't it?
Not every
So
single
how then?
Do you know what a
how then-
sphere is? Like,
how then? How then do you balance? How then do you balance? Right? How do you balance a cup on
a football?
Anything. Anything. I mean, how do you put it on the? Your sideboard. Is your
Yes, it
sideboard
is.
flat? Is your sideboard
example that you're using doesn't really sort of
It's
contradict
exactly
what
that
I'm going with,
clockwork. You can rest a plate on top of a football, which is a
yeah,
sphere.
but you can't build a house on top of a football.
Well,
can
if you built it obviously relative to its size, you could.
Right. Okay. And this is what I'm saying. So if we go with what they tell us in regards to the circumference, which is 25,000 miles, right? If you do the mathematics and you look at some buildings, if you look at the foundations and the sort of how they're constructed, they defy that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, like, can you give an example?
Have you ever been outside?
The pyramids.
Commando, have you ever
The
been outside your bedroom?
Really?
Serious question. Have you been outside your bedroom? Because if you do go outside your bedroom, you will see that the road goes up and down. All right?
No, I'm not
It goes
really
up
sure
and
where
down. It doesn't always just go flat everywhere, does it? It goes up and down. So people
Well,
build
it's
houses
sort of,
on slopes. They're called hills.
Right.
Okay, they're called hills, and they build houses on slopes. The way that you build a house has nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth. Absolutely fucking nothing. All right. So to assert that because people can build houses that are flat, somehow that means the Earth must be flat is preposterous.
Okay, well let's make it more sort of.
No, that's what I said. Have you ever built a house?
Notice that there are houses built on pieces of road which are not flat.
Right, but
You have to walk up and down it.
Take into account the curve, don't you? You have to construct the house in a way in which.
No, Commander, what they do, you build the foundations or you piling or anything else that levels up the Earth first, and then you build the house on top of that. So that's exactly what Simon is saying. Just because we build houses doesn't mean the Earth is flat.
Right, okay, but that's houses, though, isn't it? It's like I said, I gave you an example of a
anything
construct which
else.
defies the geometry in which we're talking about.
No,
So, for example, pyramids.
The pyramids weren't built completely flat.
Are they not?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go and do the research. Fucking hell.
I'll link you then, actually, because I gave you the example of the pyramids.
They don't work it all out. They level the land first, or whatever means they need to.
Right,
Piling, foundations are built in a certain way. This is the way people build things. This is what, if you like, what in Freemasonry has nothing to do with that either. The idea behind Freemasonry is that a stonemason. That's what it was all about. Was stonemasonry, building
stonemason construct.
Right. So a stonemason. What a stonemason does is takes a rough piece of stone, and he hews it, and sculpts it to the shape that he wants. So the idea behind Freemasonry is a brotherhood of men, and each man is a rough piece of stone, and his fellow man or his brothers hew, or sculpt him through life and whatever lessons of life, etc., to be a more perfect stone to fit in to the temple, which is life itself.
You were going to say Temple of Solomon, were you?
what the Temple of Solomon is just the mythical bit that goes with the story. But that's the purpose
exactly.
behind Freemasonry, is to help one another become perfect members of society. So the temple is the metaphor for us, or the allegory for whatever, for society. That's what it's about.
The Temple of Solomon isn't a metaphor for society; it's a metaphor for the human body itself. That's what.
No, because it wouldn't. It doesn't work otherwise. It's about society. It's about brotherhood. It's about family. It's about family. I'm telling you what Freemasonry is about, because I've been there. It's about society, which includes family, brotherhood, fellow man. It's nothing to do with bodies, particularly, or my body is a temple. It's about the temple is supposed to represent society. Each person, it represents a rough stone, and with help of his family and friends and brotherhood, the brethren, they make him a more proper and, if you like, perfect, the idea, stone to fit in. Otherwise, he wouldn't fit the temple or society unless he had perfect right angles and was square. That's where all that comes into it. It's nothing to do with bodies and nothing to do with pyramids.
Well, I mean, the Temple of Solomon, if you read sort of the Book of Kings and what that's about, like, it's talking about sort of the human body. It's not talking about society. But I agree. They do, they are talking about society in that sense. But if you read the Book of Kings, which is one of the sort of,
Yeah, I can tell you from being in there that it's not much to do with bodies. It's more to do with society.
Right.
A majority of it's to do with society.
Right, but we both know it's a hierarchy-based sort of society in regards to the knowledge that you receive, isn't it? So, depending on your position within said hierarchy, depends on how much knowledge you attain.
You learn more as you go along.
Right, exactly. So the higher you go up, the more you'll understand that the Temple of Solomon is
not necessarily understand. It's just, it's very, very small pieces that you learn as you go higher. You don't learn that much more the higher you go, really. You know most of it by the time you've done a few degrees.
So, well, yeah, exactly. You know the basics. You know the basics as to how astrology ties into it, for one.
Oh, it's very flimsy as far as astrology goes. It's not. It is. Well, it is. Well, you asked me. I've been a Freemason. I'm telling you.
Right.
Can't tell you any more.
Obviously not, because you're sort of sworn to secrecy, aren't you? So.
No, it's the secrecy bit is only a part of an ancient thing as well. No one's going to come knocking on my door because they've overheard me on a Google Plus Hangout giving away the secrets.
Mark, you're a Freemason? You were a Freemason.
Yeah, I used to go to the meetings. I don't go anymore.
Which means he still is. He just doesn't go to the meetings.
Well, theoretically, once you're a Freemason, you're always a Freemason, and you're given a document that should society break down and there's Armageddon or whatever, that you supposedly. I don't know who they'll be left to show the fucking certificate to, but the idea behind it was, if society breaks down and there are some lodges left or people left, you can say, "Haha, I'm a Freemason, let me in." But it's if the end of the world comes, the last thing I should think they'll be worried about is reforming Masonic lodges.
Should the Temple of Solomon be breached, etc.?
Well, there isn't a dear. It's just, there's somehow you think that if there's a nuclear conflagration or some form of Armageddon, that all the Masonic temples are going to miraculously survive and they're all going to rush to gather there.
They won't miraculously survive. They just will survive because they sort of know what's going to happen.
Most Masonic lodges are in village halls.
Right.
So they're not going to be suddenly exempt from nuclear attack, are they?
Well, it comes down to sort of where you are in your location, doesn't it?
Putin's not sat there in Moscow thinking, right, we'll take out that location. Oh, no, we can't bomb London because there's a couple of Masonic halls there. We can't bomb them. They're not indestructible.
Right.
So they're going to be destroyed as well as everything else.
It's about, it's like you said, it's about the society, isn't it?
Well, yes, but then as I said to you, if some terrible Armageddon befalls the country, the last thing people are going to be worried about is making sure that they get their lodge together. They're going to be worried about their own family, the same as anyone else. This idea you seem to have that, I don't know, some bat signal's going to get sent out, and all the Freemasons are going to suddenly rush to congregate to protect something. It's just nonsense.
I didn't make that claim though, did I? Like that's sort of, you know.
Well, that's what you're
sort of a
implying, that
certain-
there's some the lodge will survive, and that's the reason for the certificate. The certificate is worthless. It's not worth anything.
It will survive. Like, I mean, it's sort of written that the temple will be destroyed and rebuilt, and we all know that the temple is the body.
yeah.
So it's
Yes,
know,
but
it's
do you
not.
really think that in the case of a nuclear weapon, a nuclear attack, the last thing they're going to be
What are you
thinking
talking about? Nuclear? Why,
any other Armageddon, then whatever you'd prefer to choose, whether
Okay.
it's a tsunami or some terrible virus, the last thing people are going to worry about, quick, never mind surviving, we must rebuild that Masonic temple, or
Well, no, it's
find
not
somewhere
about
for
that,
us
is
to
it? It's
meet.
not about that because I mean, you've got the astrological, side of it.
But they're not
If you
going to
look
be
at the
worried.
if you
People
consult
aren't going
the
to be worried
astrologers-
about, I'm a Freemason, I must go meet my mates. They're not going to care.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you because if you look at the astrological side, they won't have to worry because they'll be exactly where they need to be at the right time. That's the
Oh.
astrological side of it.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is.
Provide me some evidence, which you haven't got. You know you haven't got it, you're just being silly.
I mean, like, you're sort of the evidence. Like, I'm sort of talking to the evidence, aren't I, really?
But I'm telling you, it's nonsense.
Well, I mean, we both know that that's like.
And
false,
you're going to
so-
say, well, you would tell me that.
Oh.
Either way, this is the problem with you, is that either answer you're going to take as some sort of conviction.
Not all of them, because we
that
quite
what you-
clearly agreed on quite a few points, so like, obviously not all of them.
that it's all myth and it's all nonsense and it's not real and it has no bearing on much.
Depending on the words that you've used in the context that they're in, I'd sort of agree with you, but again, what do you mean by myth and what do you mean by real? You could take it that far, so, in a sense I could agree with you, but...
Well, it depends what you think Freemasonry is. You seem to think it's some...
Well, you've just sort of sat here
conspiracy.
telling me what it is for the past sort of 15 minutes, and I sort of agreed with you, really, so I mean...
Yeah, it's just a club where lots of blokes go to. It's no big deal.
Right.
It's not
Well,
about
it's
power.
It's a bit more than no big deal, but I mean, yeah, it is a club that people go to, and it is
Yeah.
sort of secretive and
They're not
hierarchical.
They're not secret lizard men that control the earth.
Well, it depends what you mean by lizard. Like, we all have the reptilian sort of brain,
Oh,
which is observed by science. The snake is obviously a metaphor for something to do with that, isn't
We
it?
have a reptilian brain, do we?
Well, where do you think the metaphor for the snake comes from?
The what?
Where do you think the metaphor of the snake/serpent comes from?
What
Referring to the
serpent?
reptilian brain, isn't it?
What
It can be
serpent?
scientifically proven.
What you mean, the serpent in the Bible?
I'm just talking about, like the symbol as a general sort of,
No, what do you mean? What does that mean? Well, what is that?
Well, you know what I'm talking about. That's what I
No,
mean
I
by
don't. That's why I'm asking. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, like the symbol of the serpent is the same thing as what I was referring to as the reptilian brain, which can be scientifically proven. So these mythologies are actually science. They're not made up sort of things. They're sort of
Hang on,
metaphors that explain
Hang
modern
on.
science.
Are you saying that science has proven that humans have reptilian brains?
No, I'm saying that the mythology that we've had for thousands of years is exactly the same as the science that we're quote unquote discovering now. Like, it's the same thing.
Well, some cultures regarded snakes to be immortal because they appeared to be
And what's a reptilian brain?
to be reincarnated when they shed their skin.
Right, exactly. And what's the skin? It's the body. It's the Temple of Solomon, isn't it?
No, it's just
The
this
reptilian
myth.
brain is the pineal gland, right? And that's your third eye. And then all sort of new age sort of spiritual.
What do you mean third eye? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't. We don't have a third eye.
I've got a third eye.
Well, yeah,
I'm sort of
Jack's
expanding on my position as I'm going along. Like, the third eye is the reptilian brain, right? That's the pineal gland. That every single human being, well, most human beings possess.
I think you've read too much stuff on myth and what people used to think or believe was the
I'd agree.
case.
I have read too much.
It doesn't
of it,
make
that's all
it
right.
true.
Well, define what you mean by make true, though.
Well, snakes are common in
all
creation. Snakes are common in creation myths in Africa, Australia. They're myths about rainbow snakes, which is supposed to be something to do with Mother Earth, giving birth to all animals or something. Or then there's the serpent in the Bible. It's mythology.
Well, yeah, exactly. But that mythology is just encrypted information. It's quite easy to expand upon.
No,
Like, so what
it's
did you,
not.
you said a rainbow serpent, right?
What do you
So
mean
what's a rainbow
no,
serpent?
hang on. What do you mean it's encrypted information? Where are you?
Well, if you'd let me finish, I'll give you an example. So, for example, you said a rainbow serpent. So a rainbow is obviously a metaphor for visible light, which is the visible light spectrum, right? And again, the serpent is obviously metaphoric of the reptilian brain. So it's talking about a mechanic to do with visible light and how the reptilian.
No, no. The
No,
rainbow
get it out.
serpent.
Come on.
The rainbow serpent was supposed to be a deity or creator god.
Right, exactly. It's a mythology, isn't it? It's not an actual. It's not an actual entity. It's just. It's a metaphor for something scientific. That's what all mythologies are.
Some scholars will probably say that the link between a snake and a rainbow suggests the cycle of the seasons or the importance of water.
Right there, what you said there was completely incorrect. Right, mythology is not a link to science.
No, it is. So I think you'll find it is.
No, it's
We
not.
said this earlier, right? The fact that you're trying to claim that something is mythological and therefore true because it's mythological is a fallacy. Not all mythological things are true. There
Right,
is
okay. So you had
a huge category of mythological things that are not true.
Exactly. So you had a hang on. You had a hang on. We'll stick to the rainbow thing. You had a rainbow in the sky. What does a rainbow look like if it's stretched out? It could be a snake. Heads in one end of the ground, tails in the other end of the ground. It was more related to water holes and the importance of water, the divine concept that why water holes never dried up when drought struck. All these things that people, there's nothing to do with science. It's people looking in the sky and seeing a coloured strip that looks like a very large snake. So they.
What do you think science is? What do you think sort of quote unquote astronomy is? Isn't that sort of scientists looking in the sky? Like, it's the same shit, isn't it? So.
No, it's not. It's not people looking in the sky. No, it's not people looking in the sky and thinking that looks like a snake. So that must mean that the snake created water.
No,
and astronomy is not based on some bloke looking up and making stuff up.
But I mean, I'd argue that it is, but that's a different conversation. But like, in regards to what you said, like
what?
That's.
Oh dear! Astronomy is just a bloke looking into the sky and making stuff up.
We don't really need astronomy when we've got astrology, like that sort of encompasses.
No, astronomy superseded astrology.
Well, it would do, wouldn't it, according to what
we have chemistry now. We don't have alchemy.
Yeah, but alchemy is chemistry.
Yeah, we don't drill holes in people's heads anymore when they have a headache. We give them an aspirin.
Right.
We don't drill holes in their heads to let demons out. You see, we worked out that it wasn't actually demons. It's something called headaches. And
yeah, but again, a demon's a metaphor. It's a myth, isn't it? And like, given the other examples, a myth is just sort of a metaphor for a scientific process, right? So a demon, in that regards, is referring to sort of a glitch within the sort of electromagnetic spectrum, right?
Then
it's not talking about.
Right. Then more clever people came along and worked out that it wasn't actually, we didn't need to drill holes in people's heads anymore.
No need for that.
Yes. We didn't need, it wasn't demons or evil spirits that were causing people illnesses. They worked out, things like germ theories and all these other things. So we sort of left all that mythology and nonsense behind.
Well, we didn't. We just thought
we did.
We're sick of saying metaphors.
We did.
We'll just sort of
Commando, they don't drill holes in people's heads for headaches in hospitals anymore.
Right.
And as in relation to it, you can look in the sky and think the stars mark out the picture of a bull and call it Taurus, and everything that happens in that constellation is going to be the same for everybody born at that time of year. It's nonsense.
The bull's symbolic. It's not. It doesn't actually look like a bull. Like, it's just symbolic of what
the constellation represents. Because then we moved on and realised that they weren't actually figures in the sky.
That it was fucking open, and most of the shit was the fall.
Who's open?
What?
The frost.
Christopher?
So astronomy superseded astrology. We don't use it anymore. Not for anything useful, anyway.
Hey, Mark, how can an atheist be a Freemason? Isn't that like? I mean, my uncle told me that my uncle's a Freemason here in the States, and you can't be an atheist and a Freemason. Is that kind of why you left, or?
No.
It's probably why he chooses not to go, but I mean, he can't leave. But.
The basis, supposedly, with Freemasonry is that you're asked to believe in something.
It's required. You're not asked. It's required.
It's not, how are they going to?
It's required that you. It's required that you have the sentience to understand.
Clockwork. I can say I believe in something to get in the Freemasons. It doesn't mean I believe in something.
So you joined on a dishonest sort of,
No, that's not what I said. Listen to what I actually said. Back when I was much younger, I joined the Freemasons. I used to go to the meetings. I don't go any longer.
In a way, I must agree with that. People can intuitively grasp some kind of truth, can also be scientific truth, and put it into metaphors, and they can then later seem go the right way or find the right answer, and it's not that. It's independent of what Clockwork says or his view, but I think that is it's not unusual. You have an intuitive grasp of something, can be a natural process or a supernatural process, and you try to you try to put it into words, and you find metaphors.
Yeah, that's the problem, though. Right there is the problem: is that you want to rely on intuition instead of actual, derivation and learning through derivation.
Yeah, but I mean, why be so? I watched.
It's an issue. It's one of the issues that we faced, and we found a solution, and that's called the scientific method.
Yeah, but let's say
we stop relying on intuition, because intuition tells us that the universe is geocentric. It's not.
You should probably go with that intuition then, because it's.
But intuition tells us it is. But it's demonstrable that your intuition is incorrect. It's demonstrable, okay, that when you put a rod into water, you can see the rod bend. The rod
You can't change your interpretation for what you're doing.
The rod is not actually bent. The rod is actually straight. But it fools you. It looks bent. You can't deny that it looks bent. Your perception is that it looks bent. Your intuition says it's bent.
Yeah, and not
wrong.
only your intuition, but your observation, and that's why Descartes said, "I don't trust observation; I trust mathematics." And he was deep religious.
Yeah, that's up to him. What does that prove?
No, I'm just thinking about. But
the point is that if your vague connection between metaphor and observation, both of which have been shown to be faulty, okay, lead you to assertions, and these assertions we're saying are founded on very, very tenuous pillars, because both of those pillars you're deciding to support your thesis on are themselves undermined by the very act of trying to measure these pillars, which you say are so solid. And I know you can't see that because you're on top of the pillars, but trust me, if you're going to go observation routes, that's not good. Okay, any kind of evidence route, that's not good. If you're telling me metaphor is always true, that's not good.
No, are you crazy? I'm not saying that. I just say there's some.
I was also talking to Commander.
Oh, sorry.
But you said the same thing earlier. So I mean,
yeah, no,
it applies to you as well.
I just have to defend Clockwork in that sense that where people have intuitively grasped something and they put a metaphor to it. It can be an animal or some kind of process, and later it can turn out to be just what science would agree with, in a sense. So, I mean.
Yeah, but the problem is you cannot take it seriously because it might as well be wrong.
It doesn't make it true, Balthazar. Just because you have a metaphor before the science doesn't mean that metaphor is going to be correct. You need the science first in order to find out whether the metaphor is correct. And this is the problem. You put the cart before the horse. You see the metaphor and you go, oh, it sounds a good metaphor. Must be true.
I've made my own metaphor just to tease people.
Skeptical. You have to be skeptical of your own hypothesis at that point, because you must realize that it's based upon sketchy foundations.
Bit like Jesus. Bit like Jesus being real.
Indeed.
But take a metaphor. I made it up myself, but it's so you have to explain the electrons in relationships to the nucleus. So you can make
shift the burden of proof here. Is that what we're doing? We're just going to a new topic.
No, it's the same.
Or do you accept that I was correct there?
I don't disagree with you. But I will just give an example.
That's cool. Well, that's great. Thank you, Balthazar.
I will just give you an example. You have the school book pictures of electrons going around the nucleus, in a perfect ellipse, and that is wrong. And then you can instead have a picture of a goldfish ball, and you have a lot of red goldfish swimming around the stone in the center of this goldfish ball. And that is actually a more precise description of...
No, that's wrong as well.
It's not Balthazar's a pretty good point there, actually. Like, he sort of explains.
You mean it's just probability where they are at certain points?
As Simon has already said, we found out that what was the case first before we then put the metaphors in or
Where do you think mythology comes from,
other
then?
ways of explaining things. No.
That's what mythology is. It's the same thing. It's just about keeping information going.
Before the horse,
relatively
No,
you're saying
it's
you're
not.
asserting these metaphors are correct before they've been demonstrated to be correct.
No, that's not what mythology is, though, is it?
Well, that's because you like
I'm saying metaphors. You're claiming that these mythologies are metaphors for the truth because they're not accurately correct. We didn't come from dust. It's a metaphor.
Right.
Let's just
Why are metaphors so beautiful and so? I mean, if you read literature, let's say I don't know, Game of Thrones or some kind of popular stuff now, or some older stuff. Why are these metaphors so beautiful and so why do people like them? Because they are pointing to a truth.
No.
And this elevating a feeling to see this, how this metaphor just grasps.
They may or may not be pointing to
I
a truth.
agree. Of course, yes.
Or may not. And this is the may not that I'm saying makes you put the cart before the horse. Because you just discount the may not.
It's so beautiful and it's so well written and it's so poetic and it's so this. It must be true. Well,
no, it is real art because
science doesn't work that way.
That's how art.
Reality doesn't work that way.
No, but you are an artist, and that is how.
I am correct.
Yeah,
there's a painting of King George killing a dragon. It doesn't mean dragons are fucking real, does it?
Well, it's referring to sort of. I mean,
there's a painting of Adam and Eve with belly buttons. Let that sink in for a bit.
But it's. I mean, it's a.
Fucking hell.
Imagine we had just scientists, just writing about no metaphors and so on. How shallow with our culture.
But again, you're suggesting the metaphor comes first. It doesn't.
He's not asserting that at all. He's just sort of trying to expand on what.
Yes, art is wonderful. There is, yes, and I agree.
Yes.
In relation to religious buildings, churches and architecture are wonderful. Stained glass windows.
And I think
stained glass windows depicting the myth are beautiful. It doesn't make the myth true.
But I think most artists, writers, would just laugh about. They would not take this stance.
Balthazar. Balthazar. Okay, before you go down that route. Okay, so. Again, just because you can imagine something doesn't make it true. And even if, and this is the if here, which is usually the case because we do believe in some kind of connection between what we think ourselves is aesthetically beautiful and what we consider to be the truth. No artist would deny that. Okay? This is not the question. The question you're trying to pose is that because something is imagined as beautiful, it is therefore true. That is not a connection that can be made because there are many things that are beautiful. There are many things that are beautiful that are patently not true.
But that's where metaphor comes in. I mean, metaphor's your bridge, isn't it?
It's not where it comes in. It's not where it comes in. Both are metaphor. Both the true and the untrue are both metaphor. Both are art.
So where do you draw the line between metaphor and reality then? If it's not the
just because it's metaphor.
You
have to demonstrate the science first, and then we can find out whether a metaphor is in reality going to fit.
Exactly.
But believe you me, most of them don't. In science, we update quite a lot, and most metaphors change over time.
But Simon, you agree that our human brains are very limited. So it can be a way.
Sorry?
our human brains are pretty limited when it comes to a lot of things, you know.
Like
So
what?
No.
no.
Give
Well,
me an example. Give me an example.
Everything my brain can do, I'm not limited in that way. I mean,
well,
you know,
Einstein
you're
said,
asking a tautology straight away by saying if there's
at
things
least
we can't
Einstein
do.
had the courage to say that his thinking or his capacity was our brains are limited.
No,
And,
his brain. He admitted his own brain had certain limits, and there were some things he couldn't get his head round. There are people since that have come along in his field and done things that he couldn't.
yeah, I can
Doesn't
really
mean every human being's brain is limited just because you keep using one example. Einstein said his brain was limited, therefore all our brains are limited. That's not the case.
in
My brain
view
is
of
only
the
limited by
harmony in the
itself.
cosmos which I,
My
with my
brain, my
limited
brain,
human
my
mind and so
brain.
on,
Balthazar,
am I
Balthazar,
able
Balthazar,
to recognize?
Balthazar. One moment. My brain is only limited by itself.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
that's
yeah.
my point.
So, and my point was to say, okay, we our brains are limited, but it can
By
so,
themselves. Okay, so you're trying to
but
make a contrast, and you have nothing against which you have contrasted it. You
yeah.
just said
So
brain,
can
brain. Okay,
yeah.
brain is a
So
brain.
we can only work with things that is in our knowledge, and then
No,
a
no,
metaphor
I can
can
work with a
go
computer. I can work with a computer. I don't have knowledge of how it works.
yeah, but
I can have an imagination of things that I don't know of. I can guess at how they might look or think. That's how people design things in the future, or think about science fiction comes about. People have imaginations and think of things that are outside their knowledge.
yeah, but I
So
didn't
our
think
brain's limited.
the way you can have a dream, like say you're a scientist and you see animal going. I haven't thought about what kind of a metaphor now, but
I don't think you have thought much of it out at all.
I understand what you're going to say.
The one I talked about goldfish, and as a scientist, you can have this in your brain, the unconscious process, intuitive things are working in the brain, and the only way, and then you see this.
Yes.
And then, you know the, you know the.
Yes.
No, that's how
And
I say.
is that demonstratively that the metaphor is reality?
No, but
No,
it can turn
it's
out
not. And in fact, what happens in nine times out of 10 is the metaphor that they used in the initial artistic endeavor or imagination endeavor to try and grasp something which is outside of their realm rarely stands. They come up with new ones after which better describe the phenomenon, which are more accurate analogies. There's nothing to do with the truth, okay? The actual truth is the scientific truth. Until we've come to that point where we're going to go, Newton's laws are set down because they are repeatable in every instance, and they've never been broken. Until we get to that point, all of your metaphors are for nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a way to. There was a lecture from Jeremy England. I think it was in Sweden. It's on YouTube. The New Darwin guy, and he talks about the conditioning of first life, and he then takes in Norse mythology, you know, the idea of ice meeting. Yeah.
I've
So
heard,
and
I've heard
so
someone
this
do
is
the same.
actually a
I've
good.
heard someone do the same thing with the cookbook. For your information.
Yeah, and sometimes we use this these metaphors, and sometimes I think you can grasp.
You can
They
do
will
this
come
with the
to us
cookbook,
as metaphors.
Balthazar.
You know?
You can do this with the cookbook. If you're going to make a point on the fact that there is a book written which you can do this to, I can do exactly the same thing to a cookbook. I can take a cookbook and make it metaphorical. I can make it transcendental. I can explain everything away, the same things that you explain about morality, using a cookbook.
Yeah, morality I am talking about.
If you wish to extend metaphor and say that that's some kind of proof, I'm just showing you, well, everything is proof, if that's
Have you heard
your
of
standard.
Do you know something about Carl Gustav Jung and the archetypes?
I've just kind of shown you both ways. coming from the problem of metaphor, and you've just stopped and gone to something else both times.
Yeah, there are. I don't know. I mean, you have to think this
You have
is.
to accept that. You have to say, yes, Simon, I accept what you're saying is true.
No,
you could do it to you could do it to a cookbook.
Yeah, you can always read back in something. I totally agree. If you are creative, you can
I
read.
know we're on the same wavelength. It's all good. We're there.
But like.
Anyway, I'd like to welcome Floyd, if you're there, Floyd, if you want to join in. We were actually talking about the historicity of Jesus.
But talking about method, I think.
Just wanted to check if Floyd is there or not. Otherwise, there's no point in saying the next thing I'm going to say.
He's
okay,
not real.
No worries. He's not real. Carry on, Balthazar. Sorry about that.
I think interesting thing in this discussion would be like archetypes of the archetypes that Carl Gustav Jung talked about. So I have to look it up again. Kind of English source. Jungian archetypes. So it's a collective unconsciousness.
Yeah, I'm okay using that as a metaphor. I'm not okay using that as in any literal sense.
Yeah, so.
And I interpret all of Jung's work through those glasses.
Jungian is a beautiful, but Jungian archetypes refer to unclear underlying forms or the archetypes of such from which emerge images and motives such as mother, child, the flood, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there were not so very good examples, perhaps.
Yeah.
But you have.
I don't know what you're saying, so you know.
No, it is the idea that I will look up snake. I will look up if I can find something about snake and archetypes, because it can be unconscious.
Mark, save me from this salty seaman.
I can't help you. I don't think. He's not going to listen.
No, but I mean, if you believe in like the new findings of evolution, I mean, with the evil stuff and so on.
What? Sorry.
No, what? I forgot it. I don't know why. Not the DNA, but the other. You know what? Decides the expression of the gene? What do you call this? Not the genome, but epigenetic.
I don't know too. All right, epigenetic.
Yeah. So epigenetic shows that things that are learned can be transferred or given, can be expressed actually, physically. And so the thoughts of Jung was you have a cult. How to say? What was the term?
I don't know. It's not really my subject, genetics.
No, but no. It's a culture and consciousness. So you know, it's like we are very afraid of pestilence. You know, because
are we?
A small case of pestilence in Europe, if someone have got some, will cause a mass history because we perhaps collectively we have this unconsciousness that.
No, probably because we realise what disease and big nasty viruses can do to us, i.e. probably kill us. That's what we're probably frightened of.
Yeah, but it can be that we are we have also something in the collective unconsciousness stored there. I mean that will alarm.
Yeah, we're frightened of dying. We know what viruses can do, like deadly viruses. Like the Ebola thing, everyone was frightened of Ebola because it kills you. What's not to understand about that?
No, but it's like people who are have phobia, like spiders and so on.
Well, yeah, some people are frightened, yeah, because maybe there is something in there. Well, I think a lot of things like arachnophobia is a learned thing as well. My mother was terrified of spiders. Every time she saw a spider when I was little, she screamed. Any creepy crawly. So I learned at a young age to think there was something to be frightened of. My father wasn't frightened of spiders or creepy crawlies, and so but I spent a lot of time with more time than, with my mother when I was younger than my father, and so I learned that behaviour. It wasn't an inherent fear of spiders. I don't think a lot of children have that. In fact, they probably don't. Lots of kids play with bugs and spiders in the garden. They learn that behaviour to be scared of things from their parents, more often than not.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
we
Also,
cannot.
when you hear someone reacting, when you react to someone being startled, you pay more attention to it than if someone just goes, "Oh yeah, spider," picks it up, takes it out. You barely pay attention to that. So it's a kind of a reinforcement as well that you get from anybody has a bad reaction.
I think
If you're a baby, then you're going to pick up on that a lot quicker.
I think epigenetic can play a role there.
And I think that's one of the things that leads to, or one of the parts of the way indoctrination is passed on is that in moments of stress, if the parents show a reliance on God in those moments of stress, then the children pick up on that very, very quickly.
I knew a person, she was afraid of holes, small holes. She freaks
Holes,
out.
yeah.
Holes.
You
How
don't
do you
want
explain? No one in her family was afraid of small holes.
I guess she wasn't a virgin for very long.
No comment. But
Have we got a show tomorrow night, Mark? Am I supposed to be saving this?
No, we haven't. No, we're off for the summer at the moment.
Okay, cool.
We're on our summer holidays, so we're all right.
Yeah, I don't feel so guilty about my A material getting out there.
No, that's cool. Unless something comes up that demands our attention, then we might do a special or something like that.
well, yeah. Talking about metaphors, what about the tree of life?
What about it?
Yeah, it's not really a tree, is it?
No.
Oh,
According to the Bible, it was guarded. God didn't want Adam and Eve getting anywhere near the tree of life because they would have become immortal. He was quite happy for them to go for the tree of the knowledge
Why
of
do you
good
go
and
to
evil.
the Bible? I was going to Darwin, but I was thinking about Darwin.
Oh, that tree of life. Oh well.
Yeah, no, it's not really a tree, actually.
No, it's not actually a tree. No, there isn't one of each species hanging from a tree somewhere.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty certain.
Yeah, I think we could have found it by now because
well, I think
found that, an elephant hanging off a grim death.
More complicated structures that could simply there's more complicated structures that could simply be explained by a tree.
Yeah, but then my books are wrong. I didn't know that. They haven't
Well, it's
corrected
a
that.
metaphor. If you take metaphors too literally and you think they're true, then you often go wrong.
Oh, I don't think them literally. That's why they work.
Okay. Well, you understand why metaphors are used then. It's a tree. We call it a tree of life as a metaphor. We don't mean literally that everything comes from a root in that sense.
Yeah.
I think it's
because a root is really the beginning. We're only talking about the top half of the tree anyway.
It was because we realised things, branched
metaphor.
off and and we thought, oh well, the best thing to explain that was to use a diagram, and that obviously suddenly looked like a tree. So that's like you have a family tree, because that's the way it sort of branches off and doesn't actually mean I've got a family tree in my garden.
Yeah, family tree is also a good metaphor.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean they're true. Necessarily. They're contingently true based upon the science. Commando. But they're beautiful. I mean, I'm not trying to deny that side of it. You know, Balthazar. I like the art and I don't know, the poetry in some places. I like some of the phrases, especially from the King James. I think they've got a real twist in them, which I like. A real kind of poetical rhythm.
No, we don't have any King James, or it's not
Oh, you
that.
should do. The language is just very flowing. It's a bit hard to get your head around sometimes, but
No, the Genesis.
as the format goes, it's quite beautiful.
The Genesis account is very beautiful in our version, and so there's a lot of poetry in it, and I think that is also, you know, the issue with and it was night and it was day, the poetic
Yeah,
instrument.
that's terrible. That's an obvious one. Oops.
Well, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. We didn't create any light for another 3 days, which is quite good because that means He did everything in the dark.
UV.
No, but
that wouldn't have worked. That wouldn't have worked either, because that turns out to be light.
No, but the earth was covered with water. That is how it was, at least many theories.
Yeah.
Then you
You're making a lot more sense now about
atmosphere that was so dense.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Balthazar. You sound like Stephen Hawking's spare voice modulator or something, or the one that's broken.
Oh, Seamus.
Seamus.
Don't say a word, otherwise we'll tear you apart.
That must be a shock for Seamus because he's got me blocked normally.
Oh, I didn't realise Seamus had socks. Never seen that before.
Seamus socks. Yeah, he said in the sidebar, yeah. It's a sock. He didn't realise I was here. You must have done, because you're using a sock.
No, but I actually think Genesis
Why
is
have
one
you
of the
blocked
most.
Mark, Amos? Why have you blocked Mark?
He did it ages ago because I disagreed with him twice. That's enough.
Surely not. He's disagreed with me more than that. It's because you're a cunt.
It's definitely not because you disagree with me, because Simon disagrees with me every time I talk to him, basically, and he's not blocked. So why would it be that you're blocked? Just because
I don't know. You don't like me, and I don't care. So what? Let's move on.
Okay, well, it's definitely not because you disagreed with me.
Okay.
Let's just put that out there.
Whatever.
Okay.
Doesn't really matter.
It's a gay thing, obviously.
That's a bad joke.
I know, I'm sorry. I can't help it. It's because I'm with
Good
Mark. Whenever I get with Mark, I go really fucking English on my humour. It's just horrible. I'll try and get much more American right now. Okay. Gee, everyone having a great day today? Yeehaw. Christian?
That's Stolen Hillbilly's entry.
Oops. Have you any topics you want to talk about, Seamus?
Oh, what a day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Yeah! Yes, sir, I am having a good day.
Right, I'm glad to hear it. Seamus, did you have any topics? Floyd's around maybe later, so we could get one going. If you wanted, you've always got something interesting to talk about.
Sure. I was reading this updated thing earlier today. One of my friends sent me this book in the mail. He's like a Catholic, and it's like this like handy book of Catholic apologetics. It's kind of like, it's basically a book meant to, like, I guess, like, make apologetics for Catholics to Protestants, maybe. But really what the book has is like like a third of the book is all these like arguments for God and blah blah blah. I was just kind of flipping through them and stuff, and I saw this one. It was called the it's like a I guess it's like a variation of the C.S. Lewis trilemma, and it's called the quadrilemma. It's what was it? Lord, liar, guru, or myth. I'll type it out. Or myth.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. You're done.
Yeah. So if you guys kind of want to talk about which one you think is most likely fits Jesus, that'd be cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, we were actually right there already, weren't we? We were saying, there is no actual evidence for the historical Jesus. So.
Who says?
Well, someone was yet to come up with some. Balthasar went down a metaphor route, so we got distracted. Commando had a couple of interesting ideas with astrology and another thing as well, which I can't quite recall.
Well, I was actually checking out the historical Jesus, and there definitely isn't no historical evidence for Jesus. That would be false.
No.
Hold on,
Okay.
let me.
Well, let's look at it.
There's no primary source or first person accounts of Jesus in existence.
Yes, there are.
What?
First person accounts?
Yeah.
Would be the gospel.
That's
would
not
be the
first.
Gospels.
That's not first person.
Which gospel?
Well, it depends. It depends which gospel. So.
Yeah, which gospel? That's what I'm asking.
Well, according to Christian tradition, the Gospel of Matthew was from a first-hand witness. Mark, not. Luke, not. And John, yes. So John and Matthew.
Right, but it wouldn't be first person, a first-hand witness, if someone else was writing about that first person, would it?
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is if John wrote John and Matthew wrote Matthew, and they were both disciples.
We don't know who wrote the Gospels because they're anonymous.
Yeah.
No, actually, well, there's truth to that, Mark, that they're anonymous. But the problem is this, that see, we don't have the originals, right? So the closest thing we have are manuscript copies. So we don't know. The manuscript could have been authored. We don't know it. We don't know at all. What we assume, though, is that the copies that we do have, since they're not autographed, then they're unattributed. However,
yeah, anonymous.
Right. But the point of that is that we don't know for certain that they're anonymous. Now, if we had an original copy, we said, look, this one was anonymous.
Well, no, it's not. Sorry, it's not a matter of knowing for certain that they're anonymous. They are anonymous because we don't know who wrote them by definition.
No, that's not true. That's
well,
not
true.
It is. No, it's not.
The Gospels are a gospel according to Mark, a gospel according to Matthew.
So,
there weren't actually people that by those names that wrote them.
Have you done much research on this, Mark?
Yes.
John,
yes.
You're saying John as well? You're saying John knew Jesus?
Yes. According to Christian tradition, the Gospels of John and the Gospels of Matthew were from disciples. Okay, Mark was attributed to a second-hand account of a person named Mark that was a disciple of Peter. So it would have been second-hand account information from Peter.
Second-hand, right.
And Luke would have been probably second-hand at best, but the second hand was most likely from a couple disciples plus a few eyewitnesses.
Right, so I think we can agree most of them are written in the third person about Jesus and his compassion. None of them contain a first person narrative, like for argument's sake, one day when Jesus and I went to Capernaum or whatever, none of them claim to be written by an eyewitness or companion of an eyewitness. We call them Matthew, Mark, Luke and John because sometime in the 2nd century, when proto-Orthodox Christians recognized the need for some sort of apostolic authorities, they attributed the books to the apostles, Matthew and John,
That's wrong,
and the close companion.
Hey, hold on, that's historically inaccurate. So they weren't. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, it is actually.
Well,
so
I don't
the
agree.
the first person that mentions the authorship of the Gospels was a guy named Papias. Okay, and he was at the very end. The very end of the 2nd century was Papias. From Papias on to about 250, we have about 12 other people. And these weren't people that just said, let's just make up what would fit best with this. No, they were actually attributed through Christian tradition. So the first church fathers were set down from the apostles, Okay, and then according to church tradition, the Gospels that they had were attributed to these people, and it's always been attributed to the first one to write it down was Papias.
Right. All I'm saying is that they're not first. My original, when I first mentioned, there is no primary or first person account of Jesus. So you just confirmed that the Gospels are not first person. So that
actually
confirms what I said. None of them are first person.
You're talking about a writing style: first person, second person, third person.
No, not a writing style. I'm talking about.
Yes, you are. You just
None
said
of them
me.
say Jesus and I.
That's a writing style. That would be second person. Okay.
Right. So the accounts in the Gospels are not first person accounts.
Mark, can you just listen to me for a second? I know that you don't like what I'm trying to tell you or whatever.
No, it's not about liking. I'm just telling you're trying to tap dance about this first person.
No, I wanted to make a point.
They are not primary sources.
All right, hang on, dude. Okay, James.
Okay, so first of all, when we see that you're saying that, look, these weren't written in a first or second person. First or second person is a writing style, right? So first person would say, what was this? Is to say that I did this or whatever. Third person is to say that they did that. Okay, these are all literary devices and writing styles.
No, they're not quite. No,
yeah, they are. Actually, they are.
Let him get to any kind of salient point first before we fucking.
So what's
what's
not at issue is the writing style. So would the gospel be more
I'm sorry.
valid? Hang on. Let me make this point.
Let him get there, please, Mark.
Okay.
No, thank you. Okay, so would the gospels be more valid if they were written in first person? No. Would they be more valid if they were written in second person? No, I don't think so.
Stop asking questions, James.
Okay, so here's my point. Okay. The point is not what writing style it was written in. It was whether or not it was written by direct eyewitnesses or people that spoke before it. It doesn't matter what writing style it was written in as long as...
It certainly is.
Yeah, that's what I said. Of course it is. It's not just a style of writing.
Then Jesus said that, and I walked with Jesus there, and then I saw Jesus go there, and he told this person that, and
it's not just a writing style. It's a historical. It's recording what happened.
Yeah, the Gospels are written as like a third person omniscient narrative, like a fictional story where the author knows everything that's going on.
Because they were used multiple sources. Because multiple sources were used. If Mark and priority is true, that means that the two writers of Matthew and Luke, used Mark, which means that of course it's going to take on a third person telling, because when they transferred it, think about this. If I've already posed this thought experiment to Floyd, but an early person that was an eyewitness of Jesus could use another person's telling of that just to validate their own memory.
That's just stretching the idea that because it wasn't first person, it could have been that this happened and that happened. Well, the most authoritative accounts of historical Jesus come from supposedly those four Gospels. They didn't come into the Bible as original or authoritative from the authors themselves, but they came from the influence of early church fathers, especially Irenaeus, is it? Who lived in the middle of the 2nd century.
Yeah, stories which they couldn't be eyewitnesses about, like when during Jesus' Passion, when the disciples are asleep. Well, who's recording that? No one.
Yeah.
And also the trial Pilate, where Pilate actually has to run back and forth between Jesus and the Sanhedrin. There's no one there could record that.
Look at the Gospel of Matthew when Jesus tells the people where the transfiguration of Jesus came. Matthew wasn't even with Jesus when that happened. So
or the virgin birth and all that stuff.
So listen. I know this. This isn't. You're not shocking me with this material. So the reason why is that Matthew, who wasn't there for the transfiguration, would have had to borrow from Mark, right? Because Mark's came from Peter. And he would look at Mark's sources and check it and say, I remember Jesus said this. I remember Jesus said this, and he would know that Mark was an accurate and trustworthy source. Because
assertion. No, that's just assertion.
And there's no good evidence to say Mark knew Peter, and that Mark was Peter's assistant or whatever. I mean, that's a tradition as well.
He would have written it. He would have written it in that way. Peter told me, or Mark told me, or You're just stretching it. There are no primary source first-person accounts of the existence of Jesus. Even Ehrman says so as well. So.
Oh no, there definitely are, and Ehrman has
No,
no
there
way
are
of
not.
knowing.
There are
Well, then
not.
you're
There are
wrong.
no primary
we
source.
don't have one eyewitness writing about Jesus. Not
Both
one
of you are
person
wrong.
that actually walked with Jesus that wrote anything.
There are no Christian. There are no Christian witnesses of Jesus. No, we
Who?
don't.
Name one person.
Matthew, the
No.
author of the Gospel of Matthew.
He wasn't the author. The authors are anonymous.
Prove he wasn't.
It's
anonymous.
Prove he wasn't.
I
Prove
can
he
prove to you
was.
that he was. I will.
Papias was unreliable.
Here, no, I can prove to you that he was. If you can't prove he can't, I'll prove to you.
Oh,
that
I can prove that it can.
Okay, go ahead. I'll let you go first. Prove
Right, we
to me.
know Papias' account is false because Papias claimed that the Matthew Gospel was written in Hebrew, which was just a bunch of sayings of Jesus. But our Matthew is not that. Our Matthew is written in Greek, taken from Mark. It does not reflect what Papias said at all.
No.
Yeah. So and other early church fathers criticized Papias. They thought he was nuts.
And you think Matthew wrote about Jesus' birth?
Yeah, we don't have one eyewitness writing about Jesus.
Yep.
Whoops, looks like he...
So, myth is a possibility. Guru, that's the dodgy line. Liar, that's a possibility. And Lord, well, that's a possibility, I suppose.
Yeah.
So we can get rid of Guru there. So,
I mean, there are no Christian witnesses of Jesus. There's no evidence for the story of the birth of Jesus. There's no evidence for the story of his crucifixion or resurrection. As far as Jesus may have been a Jewish messianic cult leader, but
if he existed, he probably died at 100 BCE under Alexander Jannaeus if he existed. But
yeah, and if he was the guru, there is also the other theory that if he was crucified, they brought him down off the cross. He wasn't actually dead, and then he emigrated to India or something, Kashmir, wasn't it, or something, where his body lies in some tomb.
I don't buy any of those naturalistic explanations for his resurrection.
We're still talking about the Jesus thing,
It's just myth, So it's like saying, oh well, if Jesus didn't resurrect, explain the empty tomb. That's like saying, well, if the Emerald City of Oz didn't exist, explain the Yellow Brick Road. I mean,
well, yeah, it's like me ringing my insurance company and saying I just had a large diamond ring stolen. How do you know? Well, I've got an empty jewellery box.
Yeah.
Oh well, sir, it must have been in there. Then we'll pay out several £1,000s for you. It must have been.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly. It must have been in there because it's empty. I've got an empty garage. Doesn't mean I had a fucking Rolls Royce in it.
Gospels are written in third person, omniscient, narratives. Like a novel, like a lot of others, mythical stories were written back then. The Book of Acts follows a pattern of a lot of the Greek stories. The same pattern, the same style, and so forth, which was written.
I've got a garage and a Rolls Royce, but
just duplicates of stories found in the First Kings and so forth, like the miracles of Elijah and stuff like that. The sayings, Jesus says is right out of the Old Testament. Psalms 22. They say, oh, Psalms 22. Oh, that's prophecy. No, they created the story of Jesus from that.
Yeah, I mean, as you said before, not only do we not know who wrote any of the Gospels. None of to consider that none of them existed during the alleged life of Jesus. The unknown authors, none of them make the claim to have even met an earthly Jesus.
Yeah.
And add to that none of the original Gospel manuscripts exist, and we only have copies. Blah, blah, blah.
The earliest text is the Pauline epistles, 6 of which critical scholars consider to be forgeries. And the remaining 7 well, some critical scholars just believe it's just it's a patchwork quilt of different authors put together, but in them, Paul says, that Jesus appeared to him like he appeared to the other apostles, no different as a vision, and that Paul was untimely born to even know Jesus. Well, he was supposed to be converted like in the like mid-30s. That wouldn't be untimely born.
No, and also the traditional church has portrayed the authors as Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but most scholars know from the critical textual research that there isn't any evidence that the gospel authors could have served as apostles described in the gospel stories. I mean, most priests and ministers describe the authors as the disciples of Christ, and other Bibles label them as Saint Matthew, Saint Mark, Saint Luke, and Saint John, but no apostle would have announced his own sainthood before the church even established sainthood.
Yes, we don't have any in epistles. We don't have any story of like Peter actually knowing the historical Jesus. Peter could have said, Paul, you just had a vision, you just had a revelation, but I actually walked with the man, I ate with him, and so forth. We don't get any of that. And it was interesting that Paul's criticizing Peter for eating kosher, for fighting over whether or not you should eat kosher. Like sometimes he doesn't eat kosher with the Gentiles and so forth. Well, didn't Peter remember Jesus telling him that all food is you can eat all food? He got rid of kosher laws. Didn't he remember that? If that actually happened, he wouldn't be having this quibble with Paul about whether or not he should eat kosher or not.
I don't think the New Testament even provides the ages of the disciples, I think most Christians think their ages were around 20 to 30 years old. So Jesus' birth would have to occurred before Herod's death. So if that was the case, that would have put the disciples at the time of writing of the first gospel at around 60 to 70 years old, and the last gospel are around 90 to 100 years old. So, based on life expectancies alone, that would make the probability highly unlikely they lived during the writing of the first gospel. Considering they went through some pretty devastating events like the Jewish War and the Neronian persecutions, the life expectancy was so low.
You have like early church fathers like Irenaeus who believed Jesus was crucified under Claudius when he was not yet 50. It's like, if these people all agreed what the Gospels were saying, then why is Irenaeus saying that Jesus was crucified under Claudius? Everyone should be in agreement that he died under Pilate. That shows at the time that the Gospel stories didn't hold that much clout at the time.
I think the Gospel of Mark describes the first written Bible Gospel, and Mark appears after the Matthew Gospel, and the Gospel of Mark was written at least a generation before Matthew. From its own words, you'd have to deduce that the author of Mark had neither heard Jesus nor served as his personal follower. So whoever wrote that simply accepted the story of Jesus without any question and wrote a quite crude account of the popular story of the time, as far as I can see. It's all rubbish. It's all nonsense.
Yeah, at most, I think the Gospels are maybe 99% factual, but I actually lean towards 100%. 99% fictional. I actually lean to 100%.
That's going to get quote mined.
Yeah.
I won't say it's nonsense, but I'd definitely say it's mythology. Like.
Ruben has a ship.
Sorry, Nadie.
Ruben has a ship to try to get in.
It's mythology historicized. That's what happened with a lot of myths, like Hercules, for example, or Romulus.
But they take mythologies and apply them to sort of like historical things that would have happened at the time.
Yeah, because the early church fathers they wanted to seem more credible, so they historicized them so they could say, we shook the hand that shook the hand.
Yeah.
You know, ours comes from astrology, but the Gnostic leaders said the exact thing. So, you know, it didn't really help. The Orthodox just won out the battle, you know, over time.
Yes.
It's all astrology, though. That's sort of what people sort of overlook. It's all the
No,
same.
it's not. That's the astrology bit. Is the what's that video that came out a few years back?
Zeitgeist.
You do realise, Clockwork, that astrology came after religion.
No, I didn't. Religion is just sort of the corporate sort of rip-off of mythology. It's just corporatized mythology.
No. Well, okay. All right. No, okay, fair enough. You got a point. Actually, there are some alleged Pleiades on some of the caves.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, mythology was way before religion. It's like, you know, like we both know that it's.
That's still tenuous. There isn't the right number of stars for a start. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're calling astrology the study of the sun, the moon, and the stars and the eclipses, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
But that was just early astronomy, really.
The Egyptian religion was, you know, heavy in astrology. You know, the way they buried them, and the way they had the pyramids actually had a window up that would the northern star would go right over the window, and that's when like the pharaoh's spirit would go up. And
exactly, that's what all these sort of religions, well, corporate religions, sort of are on about, really.
Yeah, but the idea that the position of the stars in the sky affects your character every day, and not only yours but everyone else born under the same star sign is pretty much.
Well, does it not?
No. Do all Taurus people act the same on a given day and have the same things?
Obviously not, but they share certain.
Yeah.
You know, they share.
That's just what I was going to say. Are you a Taurus?
Well.
They don't share certain traits because there are just as many that say, well, I'm not a typical Taurus and I'm not a typical this. It's 50-50. It's nonsense.
Right, but you're sort of conflating the sort of consensus mainstream, quote-unquote, astrology with real
there isn't
astrology.
a consensus, mate. What do you mean real astrology and what? There's a fake astrology?
Well, yeah, that's sort of what, you know, like the mainstream sort of,
What's
you're going to have a good day. Like, that's not, you know, the stuff you read in a newspaper isn't real
Russell Grant, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. There's a
Russell Grant's a fake?
There's a difference between Russell Grant and Von Helton. That's what we're saying.
And Imhotep. They're obviously different. Whenever the first. Was Imhotep? Was it the horoscope was cast?
But do you claim to know of a mechanism by which astrology works?
Yeah, I suppose. Am I making that claim? Well, yeah, it must be. Yeah.
Really? Nobody in history has ever made that claim. So be careful.
I suppose, yeah.
Off you go then. We're all ears.
Yeah.
That's what I spent explaining to you like ages ago.
No, you're dodging. You just said that you knew a mechanism by which to whatever Simon said.
But it's self-evident, isn't it? Like, that's what astrology.
No, it's not. Don't keep saying it's self-evident when people are asking you how it works. You just keep saying, well, it's obvious. Well, it's not. Otherwise, we wouldn't ask.
Well, I mean, it's self-evident.
How does a car work? Self-evident. Well, we'd all be fucking mechanics, wouldn't we? I don't know how cars work, particularly. That's why I use a mechanic to fix it.
Right.
So if you don't keep saying, I know this to be true, and then when someone says how, you go, well, it's obvious. That's not an answer.
I mean, I agree. I probably can't explain it in.
So the correct answer then would be no.
Yeah. Okay. Just to return to the point, which was I was asking about the actual mechanism, not whether or not it is or is not true or whatever. Just any process by which it could possibly affect say a galaxy 10 billion light years away could possibly affect us.
I mean, basically, the Egyptians.
Sorry, I just need to add one more thing in there.
Sorry.
Quickly,
Simon, which month are you born in? Which month are you born in?
Do you know? I'd rather not put that out on the internet for any reason other than why do you want to know?
Not the year, just the month.
Well, why? What relevance does it have?
I will check you up, and I will make empirical
Yeah.
experiment here.
Well,
Yeah.
based on what the fact
No,
that
would you believe I actually did this to someone, didn't I? Was it you, Prophet? When we were having this conversation before, and I turned round and said what your star sign was, and I actually was right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the Egyptians basically were
It's
the first
funny.
to try and foretell a
It was
person's
funny.
character by their date of birth. So they gave to each month a special deity, divided the sky into 36 sections. The Greeks later called
360 degrees, 36.
36 pieces, which the Greeks later called that decanoi, or which means 10 days apart. So that's where you got the 360 probably. I mean, to this day, I mean, they gave a sun sign of an individual. So the Egyptians named our constellations for symbols of the zodiac. So sheep became Aries, two men holding hands became Gemini, or the twins. The scarab became the crab. A goat became Capricorn. I mean, so they just made all this stuff up. It didn't have any
Well, they didn't
particular.
make it up. Like, they were just.
Yeah.
I mean, like these animals are
And you
symbolic of
haven't.
what the astrological sort of.
No.
Trust me.
You know,
Trust me. You haven't got complicated until you get to Chinese astrology.
Yeah.
If you think you understand astrology, go to Chinese astrology. That is a head fuck and a half.
Well, there's another one. Why do you think
I
it
was trying to
exists,
tell you
across
about it.
the planet?
Ray has done that.
Well, the planet,
Right. If
whatever.
you talk to Ray, you'll get the inside knowledge on what that stuff's about. All right, but don't go there unless you're prepared to.
That's the one on the bamboo
pitch some of
annual.
your current views, 'cause
Is it the bamboo annuals or something about something with Confucius? And then the Chinese divided it, and it differs in 12 symbols. They have a 12-year cycle. It's called the Yellow Road of the Sun. And there's 12 animals, and it's much more complicated and terrestrial branch signs.
They have bigger circles.
Yeah.
That's the point. They have bigger circles, so you have to be a bit more cute with the maths.
Yeah, so it's just myths, and it all looked up in the sun, divided that into.
But it's quite consistent across you know the plane, isn't it? It's
no, they're different. It's different.
It's not consistent at all.
It is because it uses the same sort of.
No, there's Babylonian astrology, which was different again. The Greeks took that over.
Yeah, but it's the same recurrent themes, isn't it? It's the same theme as well.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Clockwork. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It is different. It's not even the same. It is different type of astrology. They lead to different conclusions. People born in the same time of the year in the different calendars have
I'll grant you
different
there's different myths that are attributed to the systems of it, but like in regards to the actual science itself.
No, it's not a science. It was
because there's two of them.
Yeah,
they can't both be right, but they could both be
You could have been what we call an Aries under Babylonian astrology, and you'd be something complete, or an Aries under what we call an Aries under Chinese astrology, and you'd have completely different notions of how you were supposed to act and how your character was. That's what Simon's trying to tell you.
Right, but it's still the same model, isn't it? It's
still
the same.
No, it's not.
It's different, and it's a different model based on different numbers.
Yeah,
12 based on a different model. Then
some use 12, some use 36, some use 10.
Yeah, but it's all relating to the one that's of the circle, isn't it? You can split that into 12. Your 36 is your 360.
No, they all use a circle. It's a pretty loose way of saying it's all the same.
No. It's related to two parts of a circle. It's related to the two even halves of the circle. It's different. Can't stress that enough. It leads to a different conclusion. You get to Buddhism, you don't get to Christianity.
Yin and yang, that's a negative and positive, the two halves.
Right, but that's to do with duality.
No, it's to do with astrology. You had interlocking sets of 10 and 12. 10 celestial stem signs, 12 celestial branch signs. That's 22. Then you had the ones that just concerned 2, as Simon's just told you. Then you had the Eastern astrology, which were lunar related, not sun related.
It's all coming from the same sort of theme.
No, Eastern astrology is based on the moon, not the sun.
The only connection is they're both metaphor. That's the only connection.
You had the moon god. It's in the moon.
Different metaphors for the same thing. That should tell you something. But they're both metaphors.
The one's based on the moon and not the other. Some of the other planets weren't even identified then. Some are based on the planets. The ones that they could identify. Now we know that there were some that weren't identified then, or they identified the star or what they thought was a star that was actually a planet.
Yeah, there were 7 heavenly bodies. They thought it was Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn.
Yeah.
Those are the 7 heavenly bodies they knew about.
So clearly that couldn't have been based on the solar system, because there are other planets in the solar system that would have made a difference that they couldn't see at the time. So if everything was based on the alignment of the planets and they didn't know 3 or 4 of them, then the whole thing's buggered, to put it mildly.
I mean, I'm not really sure how else to say it and how more simple to make it, but it's all based on the same model or the same method. I'm not really sure how else to word that. Like,
apart from hang on a minute. Clockwork. I worded it back to you by saying yes, they're both metaphor.
Yeah.
Okay? They're trying to expand on the same model.
Sure, they're both metaphor.
They're trying to expand on the same,
Right, but they come to different conclusions talking about the same thing. That should tell you something about the fact that they're metaphors, and B, they're not pointing in the same direction.
It doesn't contradict the sort of consistency, though.
It does contradict consistency, because there's 2 different sets of people coming up, looking at the same issue, coming up with 2 different answers. They can't both be right, but they can both be wrong.
Right, but I mean... right, okay, right, fine, whatever. I don't want to keep going on about it.
If they come to the same conclusion, I would agree that you may have a point, but they don't come to the same conclusion.
Right.
The properties associated with people are not the same in both systems.
But back to the original point, like the Bible is basically just astrology. That's why he's the son of man. Like, there you go. It's just there, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Or we could say Father in heaven is really our Father that we buried under the fire as well, if we're talking metaphors.
Well, not really, like, it's just referring to the male archetype.
No, it's referring to your father that you bury under the fire. The heart.
You're trolling now, but...
Oh no, I'm not trolling. I'm telling you the honest truth of how the father figure gets into religion.
Okay.
If not, creates it, I would say. But Floyd, what would you say about that?
About what, astrology?
No. I was more specifically referring to the Father, our Father in heaven. We were talking about them all being metaphors, so I said, well, literally, our Father in heaven is actually our dad that we buried under the fire.
This is why I asked him if he's trolling or not, because I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Right, I don't know about that. A metaphor for our actual father?
Well, no. Okay, so in prehistory, people used to bury their relatives under the fire in the house, in the hut, rather. And then, like some months later, after decomposition, they would dig up the skulls, break the skulls off, and then cover them with lime mortar and put them on the mantelpiece. That's what used to happen for thousands of years before religion. Or probably not before religion, as part of religion. It's demonstrated over most of the Middle East as well. Just to say, if we're talking metaphor, what they really mean, some of them are a lot closer than you think. That's why that's why I think it is a myth, because the sun thing. Okay, well, if we've got the father metaphor, then we can't really have a literal son in any sense.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I've gone over it before, but I mean, come on, like 12 disciples.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
But
the son of man.
Okay, we know that's Egyptian.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's exactly what the term
renders Christianity moot, doesn't it? This is why this sort of argument gets a bit futile. But yeah.
No, it doesn't, because, well, okay, I disagree with you because I disagree with the Gnostic version anyway.
Can I just stop you there? Because in the sidebar, we're going through this burden of proof thing again now. Peripheral Prophet seems to think that if you make a claim, you don't need to back it in any way, shape, or form, and you don't carry a burden of proof. Clearly,
Mark, you're the one
it's
saying
not
that
the case.
Jesus doesn't exist.
I'm not talking about Jesus. I'm talking about generally. Before you
You carry
interrupt,
a burden of proof, and you discharge it all the time.
I'm not
You make
talking about
positive-
Jesus. Hang on. I'm not. I'm talking generally. If someone makes a claim, then you'll need. Then the burden of proof is upon them to back that claim with evidence.
25 minutes ago, you claimed Jesus didn't exist. Back it up.
I said I don't.
Is Jesus?
I think what Mark's referring to is the burden of evidence, but proof. I mean, I can give you proof that's not going to convince you.
If I claim to you, I could claim right now that I have a leprechaun sat next to me. So until you disprove that, does that mean I have got a leprechaun sat next to me or not? Or do I have a burden?
I would say give me the evidence.
Or do I have a burden of proof to show that there is indeed a leprechaun sat next to me?
I would say give me the evidence, and I'll
Whoever
review
makes
it.
the claim has to support the burden of proof.
Correct, which is what Peripheral is denying.
So what claim did he make? What
Yeah,
claim
it
did he
could be
make?
positive or
any
negative.
claim.
If you make any claim, you need to
Okay,
back it up.
so Mark's made a negative claim tonight about the existence of Jesus. I didn't jump down his throat because of it, even though I really should have.
No, this goes back to a previous thread somewhere else where Peripheral was saying that God heals all diseases.
I never said that.
You did. You quoted the Bible passage that said God heals all your diseases.
I quoted a Bible passage, and I said that
And I
that's
said
how
for that
sleep
to
at
be
night.
true, for it to be true that God heals all diseases, you'd have to provide some evidence for
That's
that
not what that
claim.
passage says.
If you were claiming that was, and then I went on to say to you that if you were making that or repeating that as a claim of truth, then you have the burden of proof. And you replied to me that
If you're
anyone
not gonna-
making
if
a
you're not gonna
claim
represent the
does not
context that I'm
require.
speaking in, Mark, properly,
You then
then
qualified
you're
it
gonna take
later
whatever
on.
you want from it.
I'll give you the actual
Post
post
it,
you
please.
The actual post you made.
Yeah,
said,
I quoted Psalms.
No, later on the actual post.
Yeah, and I said it's true.
No, later on. Wait, I'll give you the actual post. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll find it in a second.
He didn't technically deny Jesus either, like, he sort of expanded on his position on that. He was talking about sort of the mythological things that have been added to the historical Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't make a positive claim Jesus did not exist.
Yeah.
You don't know if he existed or not.
Perhaps I misheard you.
I didn't say I did, Peripheral. You need to listen to what is actually being said and what
Hold on,
you want to be
everyone
said.
calm down and
Stop
let's not let
lying.
emotions get a hold of us here. Calm down, everyone.
When Seamus first came in, the question being asked was, is the historicity of Jesus a fact? I think that was the discussion topic. So I'm not sure anybody's actually claiming either side is right. We were just discussing the evidence on both sides.
Yeah.
Right,
No one here is going to say yes or no to that question. Okay.
So I've provided some of the main evidence, which the 4 main points, which I pretty much ripped straight off the Wikipedia in an article by Martin Gerard, or a scholarly article by Martin Gerard. And basically, what it says is there's 4 pretty good evidences according to the Wiki and Gerard for the evidences for the historical Jesus. I listed them off to the side.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen those before, and I've also. I mean, I could point you to. I mean, that Bart Ehrman has said, and that there is no primary first-person account of Jesus' existence. There are no Christian. There are no
Bart
Christian.
Ehrman agrees that Jesus existed.
But he also says that there is no evidence. He says, Bart Ehrman actually says, one of the striking and to many people surprising facts about the 1st century is that we don't have any Roman records of any kind that attest to the existence of Jesus. We have
Let
no
me ask you
birth.
something, Mark.
Hang on, I haven't finished yet. You quoted Ehrman.
You cut me off.
No, I didn't. You finished, and I'm quoting Ehrman. We have no birth details, no references to his works or deeds, no account. No, hang on, I still haven't finished. No accounts of his trial. I'll tell you when I'm done. No description of his death. No reference to him whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Jesus' name is not even mentioned in any Roman source of the 1st century. But
That's
as with the vast, Bart Ehrman has said this.
Josephus is a Roman source from the 1st century. You're lying.
I'm quoting Bart Ehrman, you fool.
Then he's lying.
Will you tell him that then?
Josephus was in the 1st century. Josephus was from like 80 to like 110 when he did most of his writing. Most of Josephus's writing are from like 90. Josephus was a Roman historian, a Jewish Roman historian.
Josephus was a Jewish historian. He lived
and Roman historian.
Excuse me, he lived as the earliest non-Christian who mentioned a Jesus, although many scholars think that Josephus's short accounts in the Antiquities come from interpolations perpetrated by later church fathers, most likely Eusebius. Josephus was born in 37 CE, well after the crucifixion of Jesus, which puts him out of range as an eyewitness.
No one ever said Josephus was an
He
eyewitness.
wrote Antiquities in 93 CE, after the first Gospels were written. Therefore, most of his accounts were actually said about Jesus that came from his hand. His information was only hearsay, or things he picked up from reading the Gospels. So he wasn't a witness.
If you're just going to talk over me, I'm going to talk over you. Let me respond. Let me respond then.
Cool.
Okay, I'm going to start with this. You kind of said, well, Bart Ehrman says there's no evidences for the historical Jesus. Then why does Bart Ehrman believe the historical Jesus? Let me just go off, because you're going to disagree with everything I'm going to say. You are assuredly going to disagree with everything I'm going to say. You're going to want to jump in.
Don't misrepresent what I said. I quoted from Bart Ehrman's book Forged, which said that there were no Roman records.
Josephus is a Jewish Roman historian, and I'm going to prove it to you right now from the Wikipedia page.
That's not the same as Roman records.
Yes, it is. Listen, sir. This is right from the Wikipedia page. Titus Flavius Josephus, born Joseph ben Mattiyahu, was a 1st century Romano-Jewish scholar, historian, and hagiographer. Born in Jerusalem.
Roman records, is it?
He is a Roman Jewish scholar and historian.
Okay, I agree, but his history, what Josephus wrote, wouldn't form part of Roman records such as birth records, references of works or deeds, or accounts of his trial or death.
Also, you said there was no records in Bart Ehrman's quote of Jesus' death, the Gospels, the Epistles, Tacitus.
No Roman records of his death.
Why does it have to be Roman?
I'm quoting Bart Ehrman, which you tried to use, and I said to you, Bart Ehrman,
the historical Jesus existed.
Right, I didn't say he didn't.
Okay, then why are you using evidence that he must? If he thinks there's all these criticisms for why the historical Jesus doesn't exist, then why does he think historical Jesus existed? Please defend that.
He thinks that Ehrman doesn't disagree and says that there may well have been a man called Jesus.
No, he says way more assuredly than that. Let me give you a quote by Bart Ehrman. It's here on the Historical Jesus wiki page. Okay, hold on. It's right here. In a 2011 review of the state of modern scholarship, Bart Ehrman, a secular agnostic, wrote, "He certainly existed, as virtually every competent scholar of antiquity, Christian or non-Christian, agrees." Where's this from? Forged, the same book you just quoted, page 285.
I wasn't disagreeing that Ehrman says that Jesus existed.
Okay, so from the same book, Forged, that you were using the same scholarship to quote sources that he doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Shameless. Stay honest or fuck off.
No.
Right?
No.
What I said to you was that Ehrman describes that there's no Roman records that attest to his existence. Not that he doesn't exist. There's no birth records. There's no references to his works or deeds in Roman. Josephus is not part of the Roman records of birth, death, marriages. No, he's not. He's a separate thing to Roman records entirely.
Yeah, I agree with Mark there. Yeah. I mean, Ehrman strongly believes Jesus existed, but Ehrman has said outright, and in books and in interviews, that there are no Roman sources.
That's a lie. That if you want to semantically discuss on what level you grant something to be Roman in origin, now
he doesn't consider Josephus to be Roman.
Okay, fine. Josephus was a Roman scholar and historian, a Jewish Roman historian.
He was a Jewish scholar.
Bart Ehrman says he don't have the view that Josephus that it's a forgery, except
So it's likely that Josephus was actually Jewish when he wrote the first stuff, and then they changed it, or was made a Roman citizen later when he wrote the majority of his.
And what I mean by Roman records is the same as we have Roman records would attest to the. Hang on, I need to make it clear what Roman records means. When Romans kept records, it doesn't mean the record of everybody that was Roman that wrote anything. Roman records would be things like tax records, births, deaths, marriages, all those sorts of things. So when Bart Ehrman is talking about Roman records, that is what he is meaning. He doesn't mean stuff that other Roman people wrote.
The latest part of Josephus's career, he actually was considered a turncoat because he actually became a Roman historian and was actually working for the Romans.
Okay.
So in a lot of his works, a lot of his seminal works were actually preserved by the Romans.
Right, but they weren't part of Roman records as much as the same as government records in the UK don't cover historians.
Let me show you another thing of why that quote you read. I know the quote wasn't yours. Why that quote was wrong? It said that there are no records of Jesus' death. That's a lie.
First of all, Roman records.
Okay, why does it have to be Roman? Why does this matter?
Because the Romans kept records of things like people's births, deaths, marriages, etc.
So only Roman records matter, and no other records are valid.
I didn't say that. Now you're
okay, then I'm just making that point.
Well, then stick to what I did say rather than what you
wanted to say. The point holds. It doesn't matter if they're Roman. Okay.
It does if the Romans kept records of people's births and deaths, but they don't have a record of anyone named Jesus' birth or his death.
Ehrman, he says about Josephus, if you take out the Christian bits, the rest of it reads like Josephus, has the style of Josephus, so it is likely to be Josephus.
But he wasn't a first-hand witness.
Made up a passage.
No one claims that, Mark. No one claims that. No one thinks Josephus was a first-hand witness.
Right.
No one.
So he wrote a couple of things about. You mentioned Jesus how many times?
Well, in the Testimonius Flavius, he mentioned him twice. In another account, he mentions him by default by referencing the brother James.
Right.
And then there's one other account where he mentions John the Baptist. So 3 total accounts.
Well, we can forget the Flavius. The Testimonius. That's an interpolation.
No, hold on.
Fraud.
Hold on.
So.
No, listen. There has been interpolation there, although most modern scholars agree that it has an uninterpolated core that was found in an early Arabic manuscript pre-interpolation.
No, that was after Eusebius, that other manuscript.
Hold on, I'm going to support this. I'm not just going to...
I'm familiar with it, and no, most scholars think that whole section is...
That's not true.
Yeah.
I will post you a link. I'll post you a link. Give me a second, and this will be straight.
Some think there's a little core to it, but there's
no.
The part about James is about another Jesus who wants to be high priest. That's not about Jesus.
You're being
John the Baptist doesn't support Jesus.
But, if you take out the Flavius thing, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change. I mean, Bart Ehrman sees the whole passage as
it doesn't change anything. What does it show?
Anything. He's mentioning Jesus and his brother. It's as a historical person.
No, he doesn't say Jesus Christ. He just says Jesus was a popular name.
Yeah, yes.
So massively popular name.
Okay. So you're okay. So, I mean,
it wouldn't have been called Jesus
millions
anyway.
of Jesuses.
There wasn't even the letter J to start. Well, Pliny the Younger, they mentioned him, but his letter about the Christians only shows that he got his information from other Christian believers. And regardless of that, his birth date puts him out of range as an eyewitness. Tacitus, he was born in 65, 64, something like that. That puts him well after the life of Jesus.
Mark,
he mentions
none of these people claim. Mark, you're rebutting things that, like, if you walked into like a textual critics source and you started claiming that none of these people are eyewitness, they would laugh at you and said you could have wikied that, no problem.
Well,
no one here
have mentioned
that.
That's
you're
because people.
To criticisms that you're
only. I'm responding to the names mentioned in this hangout, like, Josephus said stuff and Tacitus.
Everyone
said stuff.
knows. Do you think you're telling Floyd something here? Do you think that?
Whoever mentioned Josephus and Tacitus in this hangout earlier,
okay, let me explain
perhaps when you weren't here.
When we brought up Josephus and Tacitus, we already knew ahead of time they're not eyewitnesses. That's not why we were bringing them up. Okay, so you're refuting your own self right now.
I didn't say eyewitnesses. I'm just saying.
You're sitting here going through the dates of when they were born, saying they couldn't have been eyewitnesses. Everyone knows that, Mark.
Well,
everyone knows that.
Fuck off, Seamus, because just because everyone knows that doesn't mean that everyone watching it knows it.
You're just
Does it?
doing like elementary level scholarship right now and think you're making some big point.
No, I'm not. Who said I thought I was making a big point? I'm just saying, A, he couldn't have been an eyewitness, and B, he only got one of a Christus, which he wrote 109 CE without a source. So the idea that he, people that use Tacitus as a source for, oh well, Tacitus mentioned Jesus. Well, no, he didn't really.
The hardest attack I've ever seen.
Tacitus did mention Jesus. Okay, so he mentioned someone that was put to death under Pontius Pilate by the name of Christos, which is a
So that's not
transliteration
Jesus.
for the anointed.
Christus.
Yeah, which is a
Not Jesus, though, is it? So he didn't mention Jesus.
Hold on.
Thanks very much.
Well, you're doing what's known as a priori dismissal. You're just dismissing it without
No,
listening.
he didn't mention Jesus.
Okay, listen to what he did mention.
Christus.
Crested, which is a transliteration for Christos, which
Right.
is the Greek word for anointed.
No.
Now, listen,
Still not Jesus, though, is it?
No. Crestus can mean something else. I forget what the word.
no one agrees with you, Floyd, on that. No
Oh,
modern
yeah, no,
scholars.
yes,
Oh,
yes,
they do.
I do.
No,
It has something
the
to do
bulk of
with.
modern scholarships do
Yeah,
not
modern
agree with
scholars.
you.
You're wrong,
Yeah.
Seamus.
That's a lie.
I agree with
That's a
Floyd.
lie.
Is that
Sorry,
really
Seamus,
Crestus?
you're
I
wrong.
agree
That's
with
a lie.
Floyd.
No?
I agree with Floyd.
No.
Because I sort of agree with him as well. Right?
Yeah, but that's four people to start.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
I
Oh, my
Crestus,
God.
does that mean,
All of
would that mean Christ?
They were murdered under
Does that mean
Pontius
anointed?
Pilate. Come on.
Let me show you why this is sick right now, and no one will let me talk, but you need
It's
to listen
Christus.
to what I'm about to say.
Everyone
You
disagrees
use
with you.
Christus,
and you
not
still insist you're
Crestus.
Floyd, will you clear the floor for
right.
me?
It's Christus, I think.
All
isn't
right,
it?
all right. Let Seamus talk, guys. Come on.
Yeah, he'll only cry if he doesn't get his chance.
No, you guys are being just ridiculous
Just
right now.
let him make
So
his
here's
point.
the thing. Let's take what we know. Okay, so we have a person named Crestus who was killed in
Crestus?
Jerusalem. Crestus. I'm gonna fucking type it, dude.
Well, it's
Christus. There it is,
Yeah.
right there.
It's Christus, isn't
No,
it?
No,
it's Crestus.
I use Crestus, and Crestus is not.
God damn it! I know what I'm talking about now. Shut up, Mark. I just spelled it for you. So here
Well,
we go.
I've seen it written as Christus. There you go.
You're you don't know
no,
anything about anything.
It was Crestus.
Oh.
See, there you go.
That hurt
Floyd
me.
had to correct you. Now,
Oh,
let me
well,
talk.
okay. One thing I was wrong on. The rest of it, we're all
Okay,
right so
maybe
far.
you should just be a little bit quiet and listen to people that have studied this.
I have studied it myself, so perhaps if you weren't such a condescending prick, we wouldn't have the problem, would we?
Okay, let me explain to you what you're overlooking here and why you're being so ridiculous. Let's take the things that we know about this quote. Okay, so Crestus, okay? This is a transliteration for the word Christos, which means anointed in Greek, which was the name given to Jesus, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christos, the anointed. Okay, so here we go. So we have someone being called the anointed who was put to death in Jerusalem under Pontius Pilate. Okay, that is not just one, not just two, but three or more corroborating facts. And you're trying to say he didn't say it was Jesus. Guess what? Jesus itself is a name that was given to him as a title. His real name was Yeshua or Yahashua or Yehoshua, but his name was not Jesus.
Okay, well, okay, we could go, was it Christ or Crestus in perhaps earliest New Testament manuscripts, but, I mean, the improper title appearance in English translations of the Galatians passage, that could be an overscored Greek symbol, chi rho sigma, chi sigma, chi omega. They weren't based on Christos or Christou or Christo or Christon, but instead upon Crestus, which is an entirely different word. Christos means drugged. Okay, as proof, the one time it was actually written out in Greek text, it was used to say the Laodicean assembly applied a man-made drug or ointment to their eyes. So Crestus, on the other hand, means useful implement or upright servant or merciful one.
How many scholars
hang on, I
agree
haven't
with you?
finished yet. I haven't. Go and look up the Greek, young man. It was used to depict the good and beneficial work of a moral servant. So that affirms an earlier conclusion that rather than write Ha Messiah, the two times that title appears in the Old Covenant, Daniel actually wrote Ha Messiah, telling us that the suffering servant would be the implement of Yah, or the upright servant, or the useful tool that God would use to save mankind. So before you try to school me on something, go and do your fucking work properly.
Oh, I've already
get it
done
right.
it.
Well, you haven't. Go and look at the Greek. Go and look at the Hebrew.
Most scholars agree
Go
that
and look at what
Crestus
Christos means. It means useful implement, or upright servant, or merciful one.
Very few people agree with you.
Go and
Very
look
few
it up.
people agree with you.
Go and look it up.
Great. Very few people agree with you.
No, they
Most
don't.
modern scholars.
Go and look at the Greek text and go and look it up.
Most modern scholars do not agree with you.
You keep saying that. Go and look it up.
No, because I actually
studied
have
it.
a sentence or a paragraph behind that, but you won't let me finish.
Go tell me what does Ha-Messiach mean?
Okay, Mark, please let someone talk.
Tell me what it means.
What?
Ha-Messiach.
That's just that's a bad way to even pronounce it.
It's not even pronounced that way.
Yeah, that's how it should be pronounced.
Well, it's very close there, wasn't it?
Yeah, you were pretty close.
What does it mean?
The Messiah.
Not quite. Yeah.
Shall I? Do you know what?
Daniel actually wrote it Ha-Messiach.
All right, so enough with the quiz and let me
That
make
is
a
the
salient
suffering.
point
Well, because
here.
you've been found out to be wrong, and now you're wriggling. That would have been suffering servant or implement of Yah, upright servant or
no one
useful
agrees
tool
with you.
that God would use to save mankind.
No one agrees with you.
So it doesn't just mean what you think.
Yes, most modern scholars, in viewing the Tacitus quote, believe that Christus is a transliteration is when you take a word in another
I know
language.
what it means.
Okay. So it's believed by most modern scholars, and you can look this up for yourself. I'm not making this shit up. Just okay. So why don't you know this then?
And there are people.
Why don't you know that one of the main sources for the historical Jesus is from Tacitus?
You're just wrong.
Okay,
Well,
so on the historical Jesus Wikipedia page, here we go. It goes,
I'm not using Wikipedia.
it doesn't matter. Listen,
I'm
evidence
using
of
much more
Jesus.
complicated and
These
sophisticated.
all have
things
sources
than
from
that.
scholarly articles, every single one of them. Now listen here.
And there's lots that miss.
Tacitus is not a good source. I mean, I put up a link. It's 1.5 minutes of Bart Ehrman, and I never heard such a vicious attack against. It's an atheist that asked the question of the existence of Jesus. The best evidence, like Bart Ehrman, that makes him without doubt. He says in this there are abundance of independent sources about Jesus. His source is like Paul. He visits James and he visits Peter. I mean, the brother of Christ and his disciples. This is not some kind of conspiracy that later people shall believe that,
Paul calls James the brother of the Lord, not the brother of Jesus.
So
they're the brethren of the Lord. There's a whole group.
You are familiar with Bart Ehrman. You rely your knowledge about it. You're also familiar with Dale Martin Dale, or he has a Harvard lecture, and they don't see Paul's I don't know exactly which epistles, but they don't see this as forgery, and it's just obvious.
No,
But you think,
I'm not saying it's a forgery.
well, this letter is a forgery, and they are he's making this meeting with Paul and Simon James up just so that we later have some kind of evidence, or just to fool people that Jesus existed. That is really what you're saying.
No.
And it's crazy. It's just like Bart Ehrman says. And in this video, a funny thing, he makes the analogy of people that don't believe in evolution. Every scientist points to evolution, and he says the same. Watch the video. Every biblical scholar, every historian, every ancient, everyone on this field, no one. It's not the issue. Of course, you have some.
No, most historians haven't even looked into it. They just take it for granted. They haven't investigated this.
I don't think you will look, but at least the Christians here look at this video, because this is a beautiful piece of Bart Ehrman, and it's an atheist.
I've seen just about every single Bart Ehrman
exists, and he gets really angry. Have you seen it?
Is that the one with Reginald Finley?
Yeah,
it's
I've seen
1.5 minutes when he gets he gets an award. It's the Emperor Without Clothes or something, a golden award he gets there.
Yeah, because I remember he was on the Infidel Guy. That's Reginald Finley. He doesn't have a show anymore. And Reginald Finley brought up to Bart Ehrman, whether Jesus existed or not, and Bart Ehrman just kind of like flips out. Bart Ehrman just did not want to entertain that at all.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a reason for that, and it's because all scholars you don't regard them as scientists, but Robert Price, or this this American young guy, this
Richard
what is his
Carrier.
name?
Richard Carrier.
Yeah, he's such a but you rely, you believe in this stuff, and I mean, so Paul.
Well, there's been a history of Bible scholars who question the historicity of
how
Jesus.
do you explain,
Bauer, for example.
How do you explain when he refer with Paul? Also, if Paul just
you want to explain? I can explain just about every piece of evidence that's thrown, that's brought up about the historicity of Jesus.
But how do you explain
criteria for embarrassment, criteria for dissimilarity?
Balthazar, can you
talking about
Balthazar, hang on a minute. Balthazar, can you just hang on a minute? Calm down. Think about the question you want to ask. Just phrase it as a question, please.
Okay. So, is the meeting that he refers to with Peter and James?
Yeah, the Jerusalem Council, right? He goes to Jerusalem and meets with the pillars.
Yeah. So, is that a forgery?
Is that a forgery?
Yeah.
Or that you're saying did it happen or not?
Yeah. According to you, this have never happened. So because
I think it probably happened.
Yeah. But Peter was the disciple, and James was his brother.
Well, that's what you need to support. You need to show that Peter actually walked with the historical Jesus, and James was the actual biological brother of Jesus. That needs to be shown. I mean, you're taking that for granted. That's the thing. Paul never says, or in any of the letters, he never says. No one criticizes Paul, saying, "Paul, you just got your information from Revelation. I actually walked with Jesus." I talked about this earlier. Paul criticized Peter for like not following kosher laws and stuff like that. I forgot the exact thing in the letter, but in the Gospels, Jesus okays all food to be eaten. So if that really happened, Paul and Peter wouldn't be disputing over whether or not you should keep the kosher laws with food.
You need to show.
There's no information that the 12 disciples actually was with the historical Jesus.
You have to show some historical source that shows this. I mean, there is no one. I mean, you have your.
Well, and Paul talks about how Jesus appeared to people. He first appeared to Peter. Then to the 500, and then lastly, he appeared to Paul. All those were just visions. There's no talk about
with Peter's discipleship.
I am at the empty tomb with Mary Magdalene and all that stuff's not
Peter's discipleship. He could have made all this up, but he was still a disciple of Jesus, and James was still his brother.
An apostle all apostle means is someone who Jesus appeared to. So Paul's an apostle because apparently Jesus appeared to him in a vision. It doesn't mean that they historically knew Jesus.
Okay, so who was James then?
James, Paul gave James the title of brother of the Lord. There was a group, the Brethren of the Lord.
So where is your evidence to show that he was not the brother of Jesus? Your historical sources that you are so.
So that whole group, the Brethren of the Lord, was Jesus' actual biological brothers.
So that is your evidence. So we have a lot of.
If you believe the early church fathers, Origen actually says. Origen actually writes
one that is pretty a semantic one that is not strong at all. It's just
Origen actually writes that Paul believed, but Paul called James the brother of the Lord because he was a righteous man, not because he was Jesus' biological brother. Origen actually writes that.
Okay,
look it up. Contra Celsian 1.47, I believe, or 1.46. So Origen actually says that Paul believed that James was not the biological brother of Jesus.
Paul believed that James was not
Right.
his brother.
It was called the brother of the Lord because he was a righteous man.
Okay, that is a point. I will take that. I mean, that is a source. But just when you say Paul think he was not the brother of Jesus, that equally shows that Jesus existed because it was not the brother of him.
Because he was a righteous man.
Jesus is still
you have this Jesus myth.
in the context because no, you are not. He thinks he's not his brother. Jesus is still referred by as a historical living person.
No, you can't draw that from that. You can't infer that he was actual. He's the same. That no, the context of him being a brother is not a biological one. It was simply because he was a righteous man.
Yeah, but you don't see it when I mean when they say when he says he's not his brother. I mean it's the same to say well. It's not to say Jesus didn't exist. It's to say Jesus existed. They talk about him I mean.
Yeah, I'm going to put in side chat what Origen actually wrote.
But don't you see? I mean, you can also say Paul. This meeting was made up to so that Paul could have more authority. You know that he made up this meeting. And also, if this meeting was made up, it still shows that Jesus is a historical person. You understand?
No, the pillars. They were one faction of Christianity. Paul's faction, more Marcionite.
Okay,
they visited the Jerusalem church and they agreed on probably basic tenets that Jesus died for our sins. He was resurrected in the third day, and he'd come again to as judgment. They probably came to that agreement. It's okay, we're all on the same page as far as that goes. Now I'm going to go preach to the Gentiles. You go preach to the Jews, and we're all, we can all split, our the audience,
But I mean, you are taking in the resurrection of Jesus, and that has nothing to do with the topic. But when Paul says, or Origen says that Paul visited James, but and called him brother of the Lord, but Paul didn't believe he was the brother of Jesus. That equally shows that Jesus was a historical figure. And historians, if it would be another case, they would use this as evidence for that Jesus existed.
No, he said no. He's just clarifying what that title meant. What the title meant. He said no. The brother didn't mean actual brother. It just meant he was a righteous man.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Hitchens said in the past, yeah, even granting you the virgin birth.
What has the virgin birth with the historicity of Jesus?
Sorry, well, if you let me finish what I was going to say instead of jumping in, you might know. I think Hitchens, as I was saying, said even granting the virgin birth, granting that a man called Yeshua existed, granting that he may have been said to have turned water into wine or even healed a couple of sick people, it still doesn't get you as far as proving that he was the son of any god.
Well, Mark, what this started from was the quest for the historical Jesus, which is not even to confirm those things. The historical Jesus. So it doesn't matter. We're not even trying to. The only thing that most Jesus historians are trying to actually confirm are basically two things, and they're pretty much already very, very set in stone. That one, it's more likely or more probable that Jesus existed than not existed, and two, that of the few things we can know about him to a high degree of certainty, one of the only things we can know to a very high degree of certainty is that he was crucified under Pontius Pilate in in Jerusalem. So that's what most Jesus historians are only willing to push forward. That's all they really care about. They're not sitting there trying to prove he did miracles, made water into wine, and fed 5,000. They don't care about that. They're trying to baseline establish his existence in a few facts.
Right.
Where does the fact that he was crucified under Pilate come from? From the Gospels.
Yep.
No, it's corroborated from the Gospels as well as Tacitus.
No, Tacitus is just getting his information from what Christians believe.
Yeah. Exactly. As I said earlier, Tacitus got Tacitus. No, Tacitus got his information. No, it's not an assumption. We've already been there. Tacitus.
Mark, you're not listening. I want him to support that.
You made an assertion.
No, I want him to support it. That's why. So Floyd.
Tacitus gave no source for his material.
So Floyd, will you like to support that?
Yeah. Well, where is he getting these stories from? It's from what Christians believe.
And we already said he mentioned Christus. He didn't mention Jesus being crucified.
Mark, I'm trying to talk with Floyd
because he's describing.
If you guys aren't going to listen to me, this isn't going to be a conversation. Now, you didn't give any reasoning there. You just said flatly. I want the logical reasoning. Explain it to me.
And I also want an apology from you, Shamos, because it was Suetonius that mentioned Christus. It was Tacitus that mentioned Christus in his Annals, Book 15, Section 44. Yes, it was. So go and check your facts, then you can apologise. It was Suetonius that said Christus. It was Tacitus that said Christus in his Annals.
Yeah. Okay. Put that to the side, Mark. Spell it how Tacitus spelled it, and then I'll look into that.
Christus, as I said earlier, Christus, and you said no, it's Christus. It was Suetonius that mentioned Christus. You owe me an apology, young man.
Should I have Perseus.tufts.edu entire text of Tacitus online here? I think you have to pick the option or click through something to see the Latin.
Why do Christians argue for the historicity of Jesus if it's all about faith? Why do they want to clamor to some shreds of dubious historical evidence?
Not even Christians argue for the historicity of Jesus. A lot of secular historians are adamant that he existed. It's not just Christians.
A lot of secular historians haven't even investigated it.
I grant you that, but why do
they
Christians
take it for
argue
granted
for
that it existed? They haven't really researched it at all.
No, well, listen. Would you say that Bart Ehrman has researched it?
Very poorly. No, I would say he actually didn't. He has students do most of the work for his "Did Jesus Exist" book. It was a really bad book.
Yeah, it didn't make a lot of. It didn't satisfy a lot of legitimate historians.
Yeah, it was poorly written. He put very little effort into it.
Well, I mean, so what you're just gonna try to attack the credibility of whoever I put forth and say, well, they're just kind of presupposing this and taking this for granted. There's these guys who are scholars and just brilliant people are just making assumptions.
And they're all debating who the historical Jesus was. Was he a religious reformer? Was he a Roman rebel?
Well, we're getting away from the claim that you first
was he a
criticized.
wandering cynic? It's like
I understand that a healer. I know the portraits of the historical Jesus. I'm very familiar with them. But here's the question I wanted to ask you about.
I can't agree on who this guy was.
Like I said, the only thing that most people are really concerned with is the fact that he existed and the fact that the main key things about his life, which are basically going to be the crucifixion. And those are the things that we're really... Crucifixion is... That we're not. Those are the only things we're really trying to prove. We're not really trying to use any of these to work in any of these gospel narratives. But I wanted to criticize one thing Floyd said. Floyd said that about that. What do we have? Information that we have that Jesus was crucified. And since on the Wikipedia article it shows you that is the one thing that almost all scholars can agree on, that he was definitely crucified under the order of Pontius Pilate. Now Floyd said, how do we know this? And Floyd said, from the Gospels, right? And then I said, yeah, from the Gospels, okay, but also from Tacitus, okay? And so there's a secular source right there. But so the first thing Floyd wants to do is dispute Tacitus.
Wasn't there. He's just picking up stuff that he read in the Gospels.
Cut and paste the original Latin from Tacitus Annals 15 in the side chat.
Thank you, Nadia. I appreciate that.
And I'll still have your apology, thanks, Seamus, for telling me I was a liar when I said that Tacitus mentioned Christus and not Crestus.
I'm gonna look into it, Mark. I know you're
Just put it in the sidebar. Not butthurt. Just when you call me a liar and tell me you're better read on the subject, when I
I'm going to
not,
look into it, and I
just need to
promise you,
apologise.
calm down. I know you're butthurt. I'm gonna look into it,
Fuck
and I
you,
promise
butthurt.
you,
Just
I
apologise
promise
that you're
you,
wrong.
I will swallow it up and apologize if I'm wrong. I promise you.
I'm reading what George Carrier has to say about Taxus. Taxus, in fact, originally ascribed not to Christians being scapegoated for the fire, but followers of a Jewish inquisitor, instigator, Crestus, first suppressed under Claudius, as reported by Suetonius?
Suetonius, yeah. He
Yeah.
mentioned Crestus, yeah.
So it was the followers of a Jewish instigator, Crestus, first suppressed under Claudius, as reported by Suetonius.
Yeah.
The line
Crestus
about
doesn't necessarily mean
Christ being
Christ,
executed by Pilate was added sometime in the mid-4th century. Before then, no one, Christian or non-Christian, ever heard of the persecution event under Nero, or any reference to Christians in Tacitus. This event is not mentioned even when second-century Christians told stories of Nero's persecution of Christians.
So here's a quote from the wiki that actually cites Tacitus as one of the evidences for the historical Jesus, and it has 11 citations amongst it. So you can go from 49 through 57, check out the citation. It was not 11, excuse me, it's 9 citations. Here's the thing, though. Here's what it says. Roman historian Tacitus referred to Christus and his execution by Pontius Pilate in his Annals, written circa AD 116. Okay,
which I said.
Hold on,
No,
hold on.
it was 109 CE.
Mark, hold on for a second. I'm just reading a quote that I pulled off the wiki. Calm down. So here it is, and here it says where Tacitus actually referenced that, and then it gives you the citation. So there it is. It's at the. I'll read the end of the quote.
Right.
Although some scholars question the authenticity of the passage on various grounds.
Yes, but you said he said Crestus. I said no. Tacitus mentioned Christus. Christus. You said no, he didn't. He said Crestus. It was Suetonius that said Crestus, not Tacitus. So you were wrong. I was correct. You just read it out. So you need to
I'm telling you what I'm
apologise.
going to do for you right now. No,
You just read it out from Wikipedia. He said Christus.
Calm
TUS.
down.
In the book Annals.
Calm
Book
down.
15. Fuck off. Tell me to calm down, you knob.
Calm down for a second and
Admit
listen.
you're wrong. You just read it out that showed you were wrong. Have the decency and the integrity.
I will,
to admit
if you would
were wrong.
just be quiet
Call
for
me a
second.
liar, and you've been proven wrong.
Carrier said Tacitus asked Pliny for information, including his historical books. So Tacitus got information from Pliny the Younger, apparently. That's the fact that Pliny discovered what Christians preached in 110 CE, right when Tacitus was governing and adjoining Providence and writing his histories.
I'd like to broaden the scope of the conversation after all this is over with. So, yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Your origin source says nothing that Jesus was not it just says, I have to find it now where you had it. So it says Paul Junior says that he regarded this James as brother of the Lord, not so much on account of their relationship by blood or of their being brought up together, as because of his virtue and doctrine. This doesn't say anything, actually, that Paul didn't believe he was not the brother of Jesus.
Not so much on the account of their relationship by blood, or that being brought up together, as because of his virtue and doctrine. So why was he called the brother of the Lord? Because of his virtue and doctrine.
Yeah, but what does not so much mean? So he would use this as a honor title, and not so much just because he was the brother of Christ, or I guess he had a lot of brothers. Not so much because
he actually wasn't his brother. Not so much because he was his brother. I mean, he was his brother. I mean, it's by default he's the brother, if it was by blood.
No, it doesn't say that. Not so much. I mean, I understand so much English,
not so much doesn't mean here that you were referring to this
Well,
as
if he's the actual blood brother, yeah, it is so much. It was the utmost, 100% such that the relationship's blood.
not so much. What does that mean? Can't I say about you? I know you personally, not so much as I do through G plus. Can I say?
Well, yeah. I mean, but you're a blood brother. It's his so much. It is the maximum much. You can't get any more brotherish, so to speak, than being your blood brother. So if he was his blood brother,
I can only
wouldn't even bring this up. You say, well, yeah, well, he's his brother because he's his actual brother. But he says, no, because of his virtue and doctrine.
No, yeah, but his title. So he is actually this can. I mean, this text can mean okay. James was the brother of Jesus, but the reason why Paul called him the brother of the Lord was not so much that he was his brother. I mean, he had to be his half brother, or that he grew up with him, but because of his virtuousness in the law.
He's saying not on the account of the relationship by blood or being brought up together.
As I understand,
he's saying they weren't even brought up together, and not the relationship of blood, but as because of his virtue and doctrine.
As I can recall, you said that Paul, in fact, didn't believe that James was the brother of Christ. That was your point, and then you are referring to this, and this don't say this. You can.
He's given the reason why he was called the brother of the Lord, as because of his virtue and doctrine. Yeah, not so much of the relationship by blood, or that they're being brought up together.
Yes, so it doesn't say. It just says that the reason why he used this honorable title was not because he was his brother. I mean, that doesn't mean that he wasn't his brother. It was not because he was his brother, but because of his virtuousness.
Oh, so he did. So it's saying he wasn't called a brother because he was an actual brother.
Not so much. It's in the text, your own text. Not so much. It's not the same as not because it doesn't stand. He was not the brother of Jesus, but he.
So if he didn't have virtue and doctrine, he would have been still called a brother. If he wasn't virtuous and had a doctrine, he would still be the brother of Jesus if he was indeed the blood brother of Jesus, right?
Yeah, I'm lost. I'm lost now. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding. I just think that I don't understand now what you mean. But, in my view,
I'm typing nonsense into the chat. I apologize.
Nonsense. I mean, you can. Didn't you? Wasn't the argument that when I said give me proof why it's a fraud that when Paul the epistle where Paul writes about his visiting the brother of Jesus, and then the evidence was you said that Paul didn't believe he was his brother, but the actuality, and you have posted it yourself, was he didn't call him he visited the brother of Christ, but he didn't call him the brother of the Lord because he was his brother or because they were brought up, but because of his virtuousness. And I guess Jesus had many brothers, and he wouldn't call them all brother of the Lord because.
Well, there's a whole group. There's a whole group called the Brethren of the Lord. Paul mentions the group.
Yeah, but
and they weren't no one viewed them as actual blood brothers. So here you have another case. You have James being called the brother of the Lord. Why? Because of his virtue and doctrine.
Yeah, and not so much because he was the brother, but because of his virtue. So it stands in the text that
Well,
he.
yeah. Well, so if he didn't have the virtue in the doctrine, you're saying he would still be called brother? No. Well, if he actually was his brother, he would still be called the brother of Jesus. Why? Because he is the actual brother of Jesus. So Paul would have never even brought it up. It's like, you are the brother of Jesus, but you're really the brother of Jesus because of your virtue and doctrine.
Yeah. So you still have the brother of Jesus.
Mark is requesting that Seamus apologize for calling him a liar on air.
Because he's admitted it in the sidebar,
Well,
but doesn't want to say it out
explain to
loud.
me for a second what I called you a liar about. What did I say you were a liar?
I said that Tacitus mentioned Christos, and you said no, 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 screaming at me I was a liar that he mentioned Christus, and I said no, it's definitely Christos or Christus, and now you've shown in the sidebar that I'm completely correct, but you don't have the balls or the decency to admit you were wrong for calling me a liar. No, I'm not interested, Seamus. You said it in the sidebar, as Nathaniel's just tried to point out. You said, just there, I admitted I was wrong. Well, you didn't on air.
I want to ask
You've done it in the sidebar. You don't have the balls to do it on air. Fine. Over. Finished with. You've just been shown to be a complete and utter piece
not
of shit.
very graceful.
I'm not interested. Not interested. Either you could have said it on air because you were happy to do it on air screaming I was a liar, but you wouldn't do it on air when you would have found out
Why
to
don't
be
you just
wrong.
let someone talk, and maybe they'll vilify you? Just calm down for a second. Let me speak.
Don't tell me to calm down. You had to
Bad
tell.
manners to interrupt an Englishman.
Yes, that's
Okay.
true.
All right, I appreciate it. I'm just going to go over to Xbox's Hangout. This is pointless. See you
Yeah.
guys. Thanks,
See you.
Nadia.
You couldn't even do it before he left.
You're never supposed to talk over an Englishman.
Mark, you won't let anyone speak.
You had your chance, Seamus. You
You won't
do
let
it.
anyone speak, dude.
Say it then. Say it. Apologise.
Be quiet for a second. So, what I was trying to ask you was, explain to me why I called you. I don't believe I called you a liar. If I called you a liar, what reason would you have to be wrong? Now, there's a difference between being wrong about or mistaken and
Rather
being
than
a liar.
either apologise or don't.
Dude. Just
Don't
say you're
try and,
sorry,
don't try and give me a half-assed apology.
I'll say
you
this.
said it in the sidebar. Say it on air.
I will say
I'm
this.
sorry, Mark. I was wrong. You were right. It's that simple. Either that or I'm not interested in your long-winded way of trying to excuse it. You said in the sidebar, you were wrong. You were right. I was wrong.
I'm not disputing
Say it
that.
on air. Then say it on air.
Okay,
I apologise,
give me a
Mark.
second. Give me a
You were
second.
right.
I will.
Simple. Go.
This is what I'm admitting. On the quotes for the transliteration of the word.
No.
Hold on, let me just say it.
No, I'm not interested in your long-winded way of trying not to apologise. Just say what you said in the sidebar.
It's very, very simple, but I want
You
everyone
said
to know.
that I was wrong when I mentioned Tacitus.
You know,
you don't have to.
Seamus, hey, Seamus, just do yourself a favor. Leave.
Yeah.
Do yourself a favor. If you
Showing
can't
yourself to be
apologize, just
completely
leave.
dishonest. Just go. Thank you.
There you go.
Back in a sec.
Oh, is that Rev? Hi. I didn't see you there. It's nice to hear your voice. I hope you're well.
That wasn't fun.
No, I'm sorry about that you had to witness that. But I just wanted to say hello to you. I just noticed you when you spoke. I didn't realize you were here.
Oh, so much for that.
Yeah, well, that was unfortunate. And, you know, I mean, I've been involved in arguments that have gone quite nasty myself, so, you know. I was at an international AIDS conference today.
Oh.
I was covering it.
Didn't they have like a breakthrough this week on some new medicine, which has some good promise? I think I read.
Maybe it's the international one in Vancouver, the IAS or whatever, and I was there, and I only covered a couple, like one thing, because my scope is quite narrow.
I read some of the news, I think yesterday, about the good promise of garlic.
Are we talking about Truvada?
I'm not quite sure. I forget what it was. I just quickly read it yesterday. It was good news. Some trials were very successful.
Oh, right on.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
Oh, I should be in the loop on that.
Sylvia Thompson at Barbed Wire when, just claimed in time for that conference.
Something about barbed wire. Oh my goodness.
The conservative website. It's called Barbed Wire. He said there that God, presumably Jesus Christ, will inflict HIV on people for their sexual sins.
Yeah, that's an old.
Here's a
that's an
report.
old
Study confirms that early drugs halt AIDS, prevent spread. That's what I read. Two big studies detailed Monday confirmed that early treatment for the AIDS virus not only keeps people healthy, but prevents them from infecting others.
Are we talking about pre-exposure prophylaxis? Is the term PrEP used in that article at all?
I'll post it on side chat.
Thank you. Yes, this is the conference I'm at.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah. It's really like there's like a lot of people there, right? Like thousands, and they're from all over the world. We got this beautiful conference center on the ocean, and it's just this enormous facility. And I haven't gone there much, and it was really neat to see all these people there, like that you don't normally see in Vancouver because they're from, places that like Africa, like all over Africa. Southeast Asia, all over the world.
Yeah. See, I consider people
Really
like
cool.
you, just like the humans who are building the Tower of Babel. You're fighting against what this God has cursed us with. So you're like humans building the Tower of Babel to heaven.
Well, I'm a reporter. I just listen to what other people say. I'm the witness, and I just take down what other people say.
All right, so you're reporting on the building of the Tower of Babel, then?
Well, I mean, isn't the Tower of Babel kind of a bad thing? Like,
No, it was a good thing. It shows human ingenuity and intellect and capabilities.
Yeah, no, I saw a lot of that out there. Like a lot of these people who are just dedicating their lives to advancing clinical understandings of the epidemic and how to best treat it. I'm more focused on the gay aspect, or they use the term men who have sex with men, and so that's sort of my interest at the conference. And because as everybody knows, the HIV virus, at least certainly in the West, has had a disproportionately high impact on gay men and other men who have sex with men. And so we're always looking at ways, or as a reporter, to better understand why that is and what can be done about it by governments and educators and so forth and so on. And I mean, one thing that we're lacking here, certainly in British Columbia. I wonder, Nadia, like, is the term MSM used for trans women? I haven't heard it in that sense, but.
Yeah, they usually try to use it as some kind of stealthy way to basically call us men.
That's problematic.
Yeah.
I don't, and see, that's why one of the reasons I don't like this term, because I'm uncomfortable with using it, like in my day-to-day life, and I don't use it. I prefer to use identities, right, like gay, bisexual, sexual orientation, right, and I mean, like a trans woman who has sex with men is not gay. She is Hetero.
Yep.
Oh. Put him in sleeper. And also, maybe. Basically, they don't want to say anal sex.
You don't want to say anal sex?
They don't want to.
They were saying it all afternoon. In fact, the U.S. head of like the AIDS, like a very high-ranking U.S. official, was at this thing, right, sitting right in front of me, and he was saying anal sex.
Yeah.
No, I mean, what's his name? Something. Okay, so it was Douglas Brooks, Office of National AIDS Policy, USA. So that guy was up there. He was lovely. He was like talking about how he was a social worker and very soft-spoken.
Within a technical audience, they can. They basically have to, I guess, present it to the patients in various ways. So.
Well, I would. I mean, if I was to talk to someone about anal sex, I would either just call it anal sex or ass fucking, whatever works.
Well, what they're really trying to do with men who have sex with men is talk about people who practice anal sex.
Well, there's many men who have sex with men who love having anal sex and enjoy it, and that's okay. Oh, we lost Balthazar. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Anal sex all the way.
Yay for anal sex. I mean, it's not my bag of tea. I'll put that out there right now. But I support everybody who wants to have anal. I mean, look. I want you to know that I have no interest in anal sex. I don't have anal sex, but it's okay and normal for everyone else to.
Anyway. Apparently, Kratos likes carrying off the police survey and such. I don't know.
When's the last time you had anal sex, Nadia?
2013.
That was when you were in Harlem, if my recollection serves me correct.
Yeah. Well, I lived there. I guess I went to Park Slope to actually.
Right. Oh my goodness, you need to get back to New York, Nadia. Somehow or another.
Well, one apartment just fell through, and I've got all a matter of days.
Oh no. That's bad.
Yeah. You know, anyway, rural Vermont is nothing.
I've never been to New England. I've always wanted to go. There's so much history there, and I hear the foliage is lovely.
Hopefully I can get with the, what is it, Center for Inquiry in New York. We've got pretty good meeting here and such.
Who is the other portrait you've got on the wall behind you there, Nathaniel?
That is King Baudouin of the Belgians.
Right.
King Baudouin II and Queen Fabiola. I'm part Belgian. I have our queen.
Well, the Queen, yeah, the Fabiola Queen does look a lot like Queen Elizabeth II.
Yeah, well, that's her. That's our queen.
Yeah.
She's also the Queen of Canada. I'm a monarchist.
Yeah, cool.
I hope that doesn't offend you.
No, I'm not a fervent royalist, but they do a lot of good work. And they're worth. I mean, I think last year the royal family brought something like £230 million into the country via tourism, and the Queen, the royal family cost the country something like 30-40 million. So there's a net profit there. So
I think the Republican movement within the United Kingdom is a lot more evolved than it is here. We don't have a Republican movement here, or like in Australia or the UK.
Yeah, well, we don't really have one here, to be honest. There's not really not that you'd notice. There's not really a big Republican movement to get. There are people that dislike. It's mainly financial. People think, oh, they cost us a lot of money, and they're rich, and they've got all this privilege. That's the main argument that.
Under this, I help run the plan.
They don't run the country. Behave. Shut up.
British monarchy don't run the country. Okay.
No, they don't run the country. If you think a 90-year-old woman and almost 90-year-old woman and a 93-year-old husband run the country, then you're sadly mistaken.
Well, why come they have these sort of prestigious ranks of king and queen, whereas you don't?
Well, it's a historical.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
it's a constitutional monarchy. They don't. We've gone past the days, Commando, where the king or queen said something and it happened. It doesn't work like that anymore.
Well, why does the archetype of king and queen still exist then?
It's a tradition that's carried on. It doesn't.
The will of Parliament. It's the will of Parliament and the will of the people.
Yeah.
They rule by will of Parliament. Parliament is supreme in the Westminster systems of the Commonwealth realms.
Okay, well, last time I checked, all the members of that sort of, government have birth certificates, don't they?
Yes, but
that
doesn't mean
you can just imagine the Queen. You can just imagine the Queen going, Tony, the corgi says war.
Yes. If the Queen suddenly said, you know what, I fancy a war with the Spanish again tomorrow, then no one would take any notice. No, she wouldn't. We wouldn't declare war. We wouldn't declare war. If the Queen's not going to ring up and say, yes, Philip, ring that Prime Minister, ring Mr. Cameron, I want war with the Spanish, ready my armada. It doesn't work like that anymore.
So, anymore. All right. Okay. So acknowledging that it did happen like that at some point.
Well, yes, it used to. Henry VIII said what happened.
Had a fucking armada.
Yeah, and Queen Elizabeth I, when she said something, it normally happened. But the days have long since gone where the Queen has any authority at all.
The Act of Settlement of 1701. The Act of Settlement of 1701 kind of set the framework for the modern constitutional monarchy that we enjoy today.
Okay, so why do they have to be referred to as king and queen, and why do they get
You don't have to. You don't have to refer to the Queen as anything. You don't have to bow to her.
Well, I do, because I have a birth certificate that's owned by her corporation, which I think.
Oh my God, you're insane! You are just nuts.
The Queen doesn't own you because you've got a birth certificate. What's wrong with you?
Right. So because
your birth certificate is a record of your birth.
Yeah, exactly. Which I think
it doesn't mean the Queen owns you.
Jesus Christ, we've got a freeman on the land.
But what's wrong with that? Why is that a bad thing?
Because the stuff you're talking about is nonsense.
So, Commando, are social security numbers like a part of like a stock where like you?
Well,
own
yeah, they are.
that stock?
They generate so much money.
Okay, I was just asking because like you seem like conspiracy.
Well, where do you think they get the money from? Do you honestly think that they get their income from like sweet little old biddies that pay to go and see Westminster fucking Castle or whatever? Like, do you really think that's how they get their income?
No, I just said that the state pays around about 30 or 40 million.
Exactly. And when was the last time? When was the last time the government organised some sort of system in which we could vote as to whether we sort of consent to that?
It's called a general election.
Well, I don't. Okay, so in a general election, we all consent to give everything we sort of own to the Crown Corporation, then is that how that works?
No, we don't give everything we own to the
so
Crown
why is it set up like that then?
We don't give everything.
I didn't consent for the to work like that.
Political party could abolish the monarchy. A political party could make it in their platform and say, we want to abolish the monarchy, and then they put it to the voters say yes, they move forward. They got the consent and the mandate to do it.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Okay,
in Canada, it's a lot more complicated. It would take a constitutional amendment, and we don't do those lightly here.
If tomorrow the Labour government, the Labour Party said, if you vote for us at the next election, one of our policies to put into law will be we're going to abolish the monarchy and become a republic. If everyone voted for that, voted the Labour government in, and it was in their manifesto, they would make that law, and the monarchy would be abolished.
I wonder how they would do that, though. I mean, it's been done before.
Yeah.
I mean, Britain was a Commonwealth during the Cromwells.
Yeah. Exactly. We got rid of the monarchy.
Oliver Cromwell.
Yeah. So it's happened before, and then they reinstituted the monarchy, and but they don't have the powers they used to have. That was the point of the Civil War.
They used to have, but yet they sit in giant gold palaces and make money off our birth.
Yes, they live in palaces, and they're very privileged people, and they have lots of money, and it doesn't mean they own or run the country.
Well, they sort of do, because last time I checked, they make money. They make capital on people being born.
No, they don't make capital on people being born at all. Where are you getting this nonsense from?
Well,
Oh,
would you well, like I said, how else do you maintain like a multi-billion pound?
Provide me the evidence.
Are you talking about serfdom?
There's billions of people. With billions of
Yes.
people, you can have billions of pounds,
Yeah,
can't you?
I think he's talking
We
about
pay. No, it's not. It's not. Our system isn't based on people being born. People
Well, I think
work.
it is. Why does everyone have a birth certificate?
No, the birth certificate has nothing to do with where the government gets its money from. The government
Well, yes,
gets
it does, because that's a contract. A birth
No,
certificate,
the
contract.
government. No, the government gets its money from taxation. That's where its money comes
Okay,
from.
but that's the
And
government.
another such. Yes, the government are the people that run our country. In case you hadn't noticed.
Okay, but they're in allegiance to the Queen, aren't they? That's why they're called Her Majesty's government.
When you say
and that's why.
It's a figurehead thing. It's a figurehead thing. The Queen is a figurehead. She
Right,
has
I
no.
agree.
She has no constitutional or governmental power.
So,
Well, actually, she does.
Okay,
She
so
does.
why can't our Parliament start without permission of the Crown Corporation then?
Well, it can,
Why
but it's a figurehead
why does the
thing, and
Queen
it's
have
a
to approve
tradition,
that?
and it's ritual based on going back hundreds
It's
and hundreds of
ritual.
years.
Okay, well, I don't remember a vote where I had a say in that. You know, I
Well,
don't
because
remember-
because no political party has brought that forward in your lifetime. You're what, 20 years old?
Right.
Right. So
I'll give
before
that
you were
like
born, the
first ever
system
been-
was already in place. If you want to vote for a republic, you have to lobby your MP to say, I want this to be.
Why should I watch my MPs corrupt?
Because that's how the system works.
Right, but I mean, I agree, but it's corrupt. So
Well,
what if I
okay.
discover
Whether,
that my
whether you
MPs
believe
just...
whether you believe it's corrupt or not, that's how the system works.
But what if I don't like the system? What if a lot of people don't like the system?
Then go and
They
live
don't
somewhere
want
else
to
where there
like
isn't a system that you. Well, find a system you like and go and live there.
Or
Well, I can't 'cause they
change
own all the
the
land.
system. Change the system, dude.
How can we
If you
change the
don't
system then? Okay, well, we can't change it violently
Well,
because
not individually, no. Because just because if you could go and knock on the door at number 10 and say, I don't like the Queen, get rid of her.
fucking do it. Just
Yeah.
fucking do it. Just fucking do it violently. Smash the fucking windows.
I don't
Right,
think
just like I said, we can't do it violently.
What
Oh,
do you mean by we?
All right, don't smash the fucking windows, Mark.
You cannot call the Queen a fucking cunt in Canada. It's against the law.
Well, that says a lot, doesn't it? Why not? That's
It's in
not...
I'm not joking. It's against the law to alarm Her Majesty. So if you were to go up to call her a fucking cunt, it would be again. You could get charged.
I'm pretty sure she knows she's got one.
Oh no,
It's called Prince Philip.
Yeah, he's. I'm not a big fan of him. He's.
Oh, I like him. He's alright.
I mean, I like him in a sense, but he's so abusive to people who aren't really that
Oh, yeah,
important.
he's old
you know?
school.
I don't like how he treats people. Like, I think he's really disrespectful to people.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
old
he
school.
was parasitic.
He was out of fashion when feudalism was the norm.
Well, people who aren't in a position to talk back. You know what I'm saying? Like people who
Yeah.
generally who are in a position to say photograph him have worked their butts off and really excelled in their profession to get to the point where they can take photos of senior members of the royal family, and then he tells him to take the fucking picture. A man who got his status by rank of birth.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. You've sort of contradicted yourself there, because a minute ago you were saying, "Oh, they're the best thing ever," and we like the monarchy.
No,
and
I didn't
and then,
say
like,
they're
in
the
the
best
next
thing
minute, like,
ever.
"Oh, he got his position through birth." Like,
Yes, and the Queen did too, but she respects that and she honors that and she's respectful to people and she's self-aware of her privilege and her role, and she's not a dick.
Prince Philip happens to be a bigoted, old-school type of man who happens to be the Queen's wife. It doesn't make the entire royal family the same way.
And they're not. I don't think any of them are. The Prince of Wales is a little bit like his father. He does speak too much sometimes, but the rest of them don't.
and that's okay, is it? It's like, as long as they don't insult.
Well, what do you expect them to do, Commander? What you sit there making all these moans? What do you expect to be any? I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, they're a service. They're a corporation. They're a service, right? It's a business, right? And the last time I checked, like, you know, if you follow it, but I'm not just talking like my generation. I'm talking about since, ever since, you know, we had these sort of royal families, you know, that govern our sort of society. Like, I mean, like, looking through history, when was the last time we sort of, you know, like just common people, not barons or, you know, or prophets or priests or whatever. When was the last time that normal people sort of, you know, agreed, you know, to this idea that we should be ruled by?
We're
you know,
not
these
ruled,
rich people
but we're not ruled by
we
the
are.
monarchy. We are ruled by, if you like, MPs, or the establishment is enforced. But then, as Nathaniel has said, you need to get together with a group of like-minded people, either form your own political party, or lobby a political party that has the policies that you like to change the law.
Right, but do you not think people have I mean, do you not think people have tried that in the past? Like the royal family aren't really.
They may have done, and it hasn't worked. What's your point?
Well, exactly, it's not going to work if you're against like a really well-equipped.
All you're doing is bleating about it. All you're doing is bleating that the system is not as you would like it, and there's no one around to change it. Well,
it's not about preference. It's not about like opinion and preference. It's just like a mass consensus of people didn't agree to the system that we currently experience, and I don't think that's.
Well, they did. We had a general election 2 months ago, and
but a general election,
the Conservative Party
is choosing different, people who still swear allegiance to this corporation without our permission. So it's not,
What do you mean without our permission? It's in their policies. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't vote for them.
Right, but I mean, it goes above that, though, doesn't it? Like it's like I said, like a general election is changing the cogs in the machine. It's not changing the machine itself, is it?
Right, I agree. The Liberal Party or the Liberal Democrats tried to introduce a different way of voting, proportional representation. That was put to the people, and we didn't vote for it. We voted against it.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like,
we the people didn't vote for a change in the voting system. We the people voted for the government, or the majority of people under the system that we've got, which is first past the post. We voted for the government we've got. We're the ones to blame, not them.
But I mean, how do you change the system by sort of playing systems game? You can't really do that, can you?
Well, what other way do you suggest we do it? What, revolution?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't have to be violent. It's like I said, this is what I was explaining before.
When's that going to happen then? Then you need to go out and start it then.
Right, okay.
That are sitting there complaining about it.
Right. I mean, well, don't worry. I mean, like, that time's coming. That won't be me leading that, but, like, that's coming. But
why not?
I mean,
why aren't you going to be part of it? Why aren't you leading it? What do you think Cromwell sat on his arse and thought, wish someone would start a revolution, we could have a civil war and get rid of that king?
No, because it's not my intent to change that. So.
Why not? Well, if it's not your intent, what are you complaining about?
I mean, it's not so much complaining, it's just sort of observing that we didn't consent to the sort of system.
You're saying, the system's not fair, I don't like it, and we shouldn't have it, but I'm not going to do anything about it.
Well, I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, like, we didn't... I didn't consent to a birth certificate. I didn't consent to a contract that I couldn't sign, Well,
don't then. You don't have to.
Yeah, but we do, though.
No, we don't.
How do you retract a birth certificate? How do you go ahead and do that? Like,
how do you retract a birth certificate?
Why are we talking about vital records now? I don't get this.
It's all the same thing, isn't it?
No, it's not. Your birth certificate is a record of your birth. Nothing else.
It's a contract, isn't it?
No, it's not a contract.
It is a contract that you were born.
No,
it's not.
Do we have a straw man, Commando? Do we have a straw man that the government owns and they tax the straw man?
My father didn't have a birth certificate there, Clockwork, when he was born.
Right, but, I mean, again...
No record of his birth. That made it really difficult for me to get a passport later on in life because he was born in another country and I needed to get
this is what I'm saying. Exactly, this is what I'm saying. You can't really do anything unless you consent to the rules, and you do that through a birth certificate.
Yes, because it makes it... There are reasons why we have... birth certificates. There are reasons why we have driving licenses and passports.
That's right.
I agree. They make it more sort of efficient if you want to sort of be a part of the corporate sort of
No, if you want to be a part of society because that's what society uses.
Right. Again, but the Crown Corporation's a service. It's it's a mediator for our needs.
This conspiracy theory thing. We need a passport so we know who is moving.
Well, I can come down. Think on the. Oh, sorry.
We're moving from country to country. Other countries want to know who's coming in and out of their country for lots of reasons. So they.
I agree. As sort of benefits and such, but again, why does it have to be under sort of I mean, all passports have the Crown's logo on it, don't they? It's owned by it's intellectual property that's owned by the Crown.
No, it's not. It's not intellectual property. It's a conspiracy theory. It's just
not. Have a look at your passport right now. Have a look at your passport right now and tell me what symbol's on the front of it.
It's Her Majesty's coat of arms.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. That's a
It doesn't mean she owns anything personally.
So why is there a logo on it then? If they don't own it, why is there a logo on it?
Well, it's a symbol. It's generally the symbol of a country, as often in many countries, a coat of arms. Like Canada's coat of arms is Her Majesty's Arms and Right of Canada. It's a symbol of the nation.
Right.
We have a silly,
So people know where you come from.
Hold on. In Australia, we have a silly emu and an ostrich and a kangaroo.
Ours is very similar to the United Kingdom's, except it's got a bit of France and it's got the maple leaf. But
So does that mean
hold on.
Does that mean Australians are owned by kangaroos?
You're owned by kangaroos.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go back
What is a coat of arms? You know, what is a coat?
Let's go back to V for
You
Vendetta.
can recognise, you know, people.
Clockwork in his cave.
This is my my passport, and that's the Canadian coat of arms, which is technically Her Majesty's coat of arms and Her Majesty's coat of arms in the right of Canada. So it's the Queen's coat of arms for Canada, which is also our national coat of arms.
Right, exactly. But that's a logo, isn't it? And that's what I'm saying. And that logo represents the Crown Corporation, right?
And then my passport's issued in the name of Her Majesty.
Right, exactly. Right, just repeat what you just said. It's issued in the name of who?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Canada requests in the name of Her Majesty the Queen all those whom yada yada yada.
Right, exactly. So
oh, I have the right to use British embassies overseas. Sweet.
Exactly. But again,
I didn't know that.
An embassy is a building that exists within the Crown Corporation, doesn't it? Like, why? You know.
Yeah. What does that mean? What are you trying to say that means, though?
How long until you blow up Parliament building?
It's a business.
Right, and so what?
It's a service, right? It's a corporation. It's a collection of people that have somehow managed to mediate themselves between us and our sort of. I was going to say divine right, but that doesn't really do it justice. But like our sort of sovereignty on the land.
No.
Yeah. That's exactly what the Crown Corporation does. It's a service. They set up courts, right? And what the courts do, they mediate between disputes. You know, you don't need a court to settle a dispute, do you? You know.
Well, you do to have it quite legal and binding.
Can I have one comment, and then I'll mute myself? And
no, carry on.
Yeah, just one comment. I really feel like I'm watching V for Vendetta all over again. This is the script. I mean. It's a poor man's version, but this is what I'm hearing.
Our budget is lower. We need some more Scientologists to fund it.
Yeah, I just think you Commander, you're trying to paint this terrifying, this awful.
It's not terrifying. It's not.
We're all owned and repressed, and we're all being. I just don't know what you're trying to say.
It's not so much that. It's the fact that it's a free will violation, isn't it? Like you didn't consent to be a part of. I mean, you didn't consent to be a citizen in the Crown Corporation.
I didn't consent to being born. I didn't consent. I didn't consent to my father being born, but I'm a citizen of his country by merit of the fact that he was born.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. You should think about that. Like, you didn't have the
So what does that mean, though? I didn't consent to have the parents I had. I just happened to. That was the way it came out. I had my mother.
So you should question that.
Why should I question? What? I should question the fact that my father is my father? Are you kidding?
No, that's not what I said, is it? Like, you should question as to.
You're talking about consent. I didn't consent to have the man that turned out to be my father. I'm not going to turn around to him and say, well, why have I got you for a father? Why haven't I got him?
Well,
or David Beckham?
You should think about the spiritual value of that, if that makes sense.
The spiritual value of having my father as my father.
No, the spiritual value of consent. Like, did you consent to exist? Did you consent to exist to be a part of a corporate?
Did I consent to exist?
Right.
Nope.
How could I possibly have consented to exist?
Exactly, and you should think about that. That's where I was going.
I was born. I didn't have any choice in the matter.
You sure?
Yes. I don't remember someone coming to me before I was born and saying, "Do you fancy being born?" Well, yeah, okay.
That's right.
This is what I'm saying. So sort of think about that. Think about
that's what you were saying. Why should what drugs are you on? I should think about the fact that I didn't consent to be born.
Yeah.
You insane?
I'm not insane. I'm just trying to point something out.
The spiritual level. So somewhere in the ether was my spirit bouncing around, and I should be pissed off the fact that no one asked my consent whether I fancied being born into reality.
Clockwork, are you sexually attractive at least?
I'm not saying how that's relevant to the discussion, but
I just don't get where you're going. That I should question the fact that I should question my mere existence.
Yep.
So, firstly, you're asserting. Why should I question my existence? Or that someone didn't ask me if I wanted to be born?
Well, if you don't question your existence, then I mean, like, okay, so you subscribe to the sort of scientific paradigm, don't you?
In the context that you described, that you're seriously saying I should question that no one came to me before I was born, because I existed in some other state, I presume, and said, do you want to be born into that reality? And I should be upset that no one actually asked my spirit or whatever it was.
It
was bouncing around somewhere before I was born.
Exactly.
And
That's
the purpose of what would the purpose of that be exactly?
Right. We'll follow it back. Right. What is the Crown Corporation? What does it do? It's a business, right? And it
No. I'm talking about this idea that I was in some other state. Spirit.
Well, it all connects. It's all part of the same thing, isn't it?
Hang on. No, it's not. Let's get to the first bit. You're asserting that we, as humans, were bouncing around in some other form of existence,
right?
And that some tyrannical force decided that we were all going to be born in the countries and places and with the parents we ended up with.
Along those lines, but
right. So there was a tyrannical force somewhere else.
Yep.
That put us into another tyrannical system. By thinking, right. Oh, we'll grab that spirit. He's going to be called Mark, and we'll put him with those parents and have him born under the care of the British monarchy.
Yep.
And I should be upset about that.
Yep.
And there should be someone I can question about that. You are insane.
It's all good. I'm just saying, think about it.
Well,
why?
Why?
I thought about it. It would have made no difference because.
So out of all the possible and plausible realities that sort of exist in your mind, you seem to think that being a subject of a corporate entity in, sort of a decaying world subject to linear time is the best possible experience that you could manifest.
Considering I don't have any others to compare it with, or any other
you got an imagination, don't you?
Oh, so the fact that I could imagine somewhere better means that I should go to my MP and say, I'm not happy about it. No, I want to. Who is the person responsible for making me born? And not only that, who is the person responsible for having me born in the UK under this terrible monarchy? And I want to know, and I want to know now. They'd lock me up in a padded cell with a jacket that does up at the back.
Exactly, but why would they do that? That's what I'm saying.
Because it's insane.
Exactly.
That's why.
It's an insane. It's a backwards reality, isn't it? You didn't consent to exist within it, but yet you can imagine better ones.
No, because I'm too busy living my life to worry about bollocks like that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the attachment to reality, isn't it? That's sort of what Jesus and Buddha were getting at in regards to sort of attachment and how you can sort of, transcend that. And that's sort of the very nature of this,
is it?
Experience that you're having. Yeah.
Is it?
It's quite simple. Like you even said before, you have an imagination, and you can imagine better scenarios than the ones you're experiencing now. So what makes them less valid than the one you're having now? What's the barrier between you and that?
This one's real.
Well, I'd agree. Yeah, this one's real in terms of physicality.
So me worrying that I wish I was the son of a multi-billionaire with my own island in the Caribbean isn't going to help me.
Well, no, because they're sort of material things, aren't they? Like it has a bit more spiritual value than the.
You talk about spiritual value. Are you a Christian there, Clockwork? Do you believe in Jesus Christ? Do you believe in God? Do you believe in any God?
It's a bit of a. When it comes to me, that's a bit of a complex question, but I believe in a historical Jesus, but I don't sort of subscribe to the idea of.
Do you believe in any gods? Do you believe in any gods?
I think he's a Gnostic, sort of mystical.
Yeah,
he's a Gnostic Christian.
I'm a bit of a conspiracy theorist, so I don't really have a sort of.
Now, do the conspiracy theorists have a god like unto themselves?
I think it's Alex Jones. I think is their god.
Isn't he?
Yeah. Let's go with that. Let's go with Alex Jones. Yeah.
Alex Jones and David Icke.
There we go. David Icke's one. Yeah.
And Deepak Chopra.
Oh my God, I hate Deepak Chopra. He's such a fucking
I don't really like
charlatan.
Quite sure for
He's a sleazy charlatan.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
Alex Jones has just missed a few doses of his
Commander,
medication.
What department do you think I should sort of contact in government to complain about my birth?
I'd probably contact the Crown directly. I'd probably sort of contact
Crown
Ron.
directly, okay. And what? Just say generally who's responsible for my birth before I was born?
And they'll point you to the direction of
asylum, probably.
Well, first they'll probably point you in the direction of sort of some secret societies, wouldn't they? One of those being the Freemasons. Which
yeah,
you joined, didn't you? Which is a bit strange.
They're bound to do that, aren't they? Yeah, go and give right to the Freemasons. They'll know who is responsible for you being born. Of course.
Well, in this hypothetical that you're proposing, they would. Yeah, I mean, like in reality,
I'm a
they probably
Mason.
wouldn't, but
What?
I'm a Mason.
You're a Mason?
No. I have been offered to join them though. I have been invited to join them in the past.
So do they have like what do they look like? Did they have like
lizard heads?
Oh,
They're
lizard
just
scales.
old men who hang around and they eat cake and they drink coffee. I mean, it's.
It seems to be a theme, that, doesn't it, for people who talk about Freemasonry? The sort of just, friendly old people that sit around a table and eat cake. That seems to be it.
Because that's what's the truth of it. Because if you know anyone that's been a Freemason or is a Freemason, that is pretty much what it's about. The fact that you keep saying, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. No, that if I said yes, it was true. They're all
I'm not saying it's not true.
They're all conspiring, and there's a big secrecy thing going on. You'd say yes, that's great, that's right. You just want
really
me to
sort of
say.
agree with what you said at first. Like they are sort of. I mean, but it depends on the level, doesn't it? Because as you agreed before, it's a hierarchical secret society based on
Yeah, and I know people, including family members, that have been way up to the top. So
my grandpa
no
was. I mean,
secret.
It's just something they do. It's old men, old British type men and Canadian men to do that. They just go to the
British and Canadian people, both of which are owned by the Crown Corporation, which is interesting, isn't it?
Sure, we'll just accept that and go with it.
Yeah.
I walk past a Freemason club every other day, and it's very like an Anzac club or like a return services league. It's just they get decent
It's not
meals.
the place for young men, particularly, because it's boring.
No, I was like 17, 18 when I was asked, because I have family members and who go back far, like generation after generation, I guess. And there had been one that had skipped behind me, and so I was gonna take up the the tradition. But I thought, oh God, they gave me these books to read, and they were so fucking boring. And I just thought, no, I don't want to do that.
I think The Simpsons already covered. I think The Simpsons already covered this topic in. I can't remember what they called their secret societies. That
Stonecutters.
Stonecutters, yeah.
Yeah, so we've seen it all. The paddling.
As we said before.
You'll get a paddling.
Yeah, as I said to Commando before, there are people within the Freemasonry that misuse it and abuse it and try to use it for their own gain or their own furtherment.
I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, but it's no different to any other club. It would do exactly the same in all sorts of clubs, whether it's the WI, the knitting club,
the knitting club,
Labour club,
prominent positions in government and banking.
Well, you think they do. Parish councils are the same. You have no idea. I deal with parish councils at work. There are some real seriously power-crazed people in small parish councils who think that they run the planet.
And are they Freemasons, by any chance?
No, they're not all. No, nothing to do with Freemasons. I'm on the parish. They just get this sense of power and entitlement because they're on a committee or they're on a parish council or they just get this puffed up sense of their own importance.
Right.
And they try to use the parish council to further their own ends sometimes, whether it's in planning law or whether it's in I've got a friend on the. You get people on parish councils that have friends that want certain things pushed through or certain things ignored in relation to planning law or local government. It happens because they know someone who knows someone.
Right.
That happens anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Is this some sort of metaphor to sort of help expand on what you were getting at in regards to Freemasonry?
No, the same as MPs abuse their position and their power.
Well, I agree, but a lot of MPs are Freemasons, aren't they? Which is a bit strange.
People in Labour clubs do it, Commando. on committees of Labour clubs. There are people they don't like, so they get them kicked out. There are people they do like that they get.
I think we're a troll.
Yeah, a bit of a troll.
What the?
Well, let's see how it plays out. I'm curious.
Pizza, please. Can I have a pizza, please?
Anybody gonna kick the troll?
Don't know.
He wants pizza, apparently.
Sounds like a bad porno.
Yeah, I heard some moaning there, like some.
He was asking for pizza, apparently.
Yeah. The main thing is, well, I think I've got arrangements for this place I'm going, but it'll be pretty tight.
Where are you going next?
I think well, if this one works out, it'll be Morningside Heights. It'll be quite a risk. I'll have to show up and hope I actually get it.
Cool. What is that same? What state are you in now?
I'm in New Hampshire now, and I guess the place I'm going will be out in New York.
Oh, back to New York, right?
Yes.
Oh, I do hope you get back to New York real soon, Nadia. You were so happy there, relatively.
Yeah, Morningside Heights will be on the upper west side of Manhattan. So it's a pretty decent place to be.
Nice. Good luck.
Well, yeah, when they actually get a look at me, they still have the option of turning me down. That's so.
Now I'm going to look up this Morningside Heights place on a map. I'm quite intrigued by your new location. That sounds
Well, it's not my new location yet. I'm especially working on it.
Can I have
Troll's
a pizza,
back.
please? Why is this poor guy looking at me? Can I have a pizza, please?
Okay.
Oh, he wants pizza. He wants pizza.
Yeah, same guy as before.
He wants some pizza. Well, I wouldn't mind pizza. Morningside Heights. Now this appears to be in Manhattan proper, Nadia. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, that would be posh.
Well, it's not actually that posh, but it's.
Really? I would think that anything in New York would be posh.
Oh, it's a decent place to live. Obviously, out by Columbia University.
Yes.
Maybe I could actually apply there.
Yeah, you could do some. You go back to school. I mean, you're like really fucking smart. So.
Well,
I think.
Or not, I can always do dual and
You should do a master's in something, because I think you have a bachelor's. I don't know if you have a master's or not.
I have a bachelor's. The general kinds of economics of it would suggest doctoral is a bit easier to finance.
That's true. What would you do your master's in? Like women's studies, gender studies? I know. Critical feminist poetry.
Mathematics, computer science.
Oh. I want to do a master's in critical feminist poetry.
Not according to my understanding.
I'm joking. It's a Little Britain reference. They're one of the characters. She's doing her studies in critical feminist poetry.
Oh.
And yeah, you remember Little Britain? And there's that Linda professor who insulted all the students while she was on the phone to her supervisor when the students were coming in to ask for extensions on things, and she would just insult them and yeah. So anyway, she was, yeah.
I'm just reading an article about a woman in Bellevue, Ohio. A 62-year-old woman. The police thought she was on her cell phone at the time of an accident, and the victim suffered a broken neck and numerous other injuries, unfortunately. The police checked her phone and said that was clean. She was not under the influence of drugs or alcohol, so they couldn't work out why she crashed her car into this woman until she said that she had some and decided head down.
Actually, I'm wrong. It's in Flatbush.
All right.
Flatbush. Okay, so why did they ever figure out why the woman crashed?
She admitted that she was going through some personal problems, and that the reason she crashed was because she was praying as she drove, occasionally with her head down.
Oh Jesus!
The police found out about the prayer defense after her attorney convinced a judge to place her under an intervention program, and she admitted that she didn't believe that praying was a good enough defense. So obviously the prayer didn't work for either her or the woman that she hit and broke her neck.
And so the woman's paralyzed?
No, it just says she's got a broken neck and numerous other injuries. It doesn't say. She could have a fracture and still not affected her spinal column. But yeah, the police thought she must have been on her mobile phone or drugs or alcohol. But it wasn't until she admitted, well, I was praying at the time. I had my head down.
I have never heard of anything like that in my life. That is insane. So she's like she's praying while she's driving.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think trans panic has a way to go before it gets phased in.
Oh, gay panic defense. Yes. It's awful. I've heard it.
Gay panic's probably on its way out. Trans panic's got a way to go.
Unfortunately, right now in British Columbia, they're trying to, and I mean the opposition, is for the 5th time pushing to get gender identity covered in our provincial human rights code, which is how human rights are enforced, really, is through the human rights code. And right now, gender identity and gender expression are not covered in the province of British Columbia, and that's an issue. A big issue.
Nathaniel, has it impeded anybody from doing anything? And how's it going, by the way?
Oh, hi. Hey, I think I recognize you. You're the Canadian from Alberta or somewhere.
No, I'm on Jericho Beach.
Really? Wow.
We've talked before.
I know, I hear your voice, but you don't sound like you're from Vancouver.
I'm originally from the Okanagan.
You almost have sort of an Alberta sound, almost.
Well, I work with a lot of Albertans, so maybe that. So.
No, that's not it. But I grew up on the island.
Yeah. But, my question, though, is the way that I kind of look at the way rights are, and you probably know a lot better than me, and that's why I'm asking you, is I don't think I've ever seen it hinder someone it works the opposite of the way the U.S. does, where you have to actually ask permission to get these rights versus the rights being autonomous to you.
Well, you see that your human rights in your day-to-day interactions and businesses and so forth. So, like, if you went into a restaurant, for example, they could not deny you service, for example, because you're a man, you're a Christian, or whatever, or you're black. And why is that? Is it because, the good of nature, of good of earth? No, it's because of the BC Human Rights Code. And if a business that's open to the public is going to discriminate against one of the protected classes, then they'll be held to pay. There'll be consequences, as there should be.
Oh, no, I don't have a problem with that. I just didn't think that the government actually needed to distinguish any of those rights because they were already inherent anyways, right? So.
Well, I agree, but no, they're not. They're not discrete. They're not specified in the Human Rights Code. That is, gender identity and gender expression are not. However, when the Human Rights Tribunal adjudicates human rights complaints, they have traditionally read gender identity and gender expression under the category of sex, right? Yeah. So yes, transgender people do have protection, but it's not really explicit, and it's important that it is explicit, I think.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on there. I'm just saying, I'm just not a fan of making up rules for rules that we already have. You know what I mean? Oh, bye, Mark. Nice talking to you. I didn't get.
Oh,
to
we
talk
don't
to you.
have. It was nice to talk to you, Mark.
Andy,
No, we don't have. We don't have the rules right now, though. And that's the problem for transgender. We don't have protections for transgender people from getting fired.
Hang
getting
on a
kicked out
sec.
of their- Yeah.
Mark. Oh, he left. Okay, never mind. All right, go ahead.
I'm just saying transgender people aren't protected by law to prevent them from getting fired, from getting, kicked out of their house, etc. They live outside the law right now.
But I thought they were actually included in it with the. Well, sorry, actually, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms only applies to the. If I'm correct, it's about the state actors. So this way, other people can actually do whatever. So yes, okay, I see what you're saying.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And our day-to-day interactions and so forth are protected by the provincial and territorial human rights legislation. You're right. The Canadian Senate killed the attempt to get gender identity included in the Charter, protected under the Canadian Human Rights Act.
Right.
So
I know one of the things you can actually discriminate on according to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is political affiliation. That's not in there. That's very vague, right? So.
I thought it was. Well, I know freedom of assembly is guaranteed. Let me.
Oh
see.
yeah, you're good to go with all that type of stuff. But you could actually, if somebody has a certain political point of view, you could probably discriminate against that, right? So.
I'm just thinking, isn't protect.
Oh no, you're still you could still voice your stuff, right? You still have that freedom of expression, right? So.
I think that would be governed under the provincial and territorial human rights acts and so forth.
Yeah. Mostly I work under the federal stuff because of what I do, but.
Oh right, you're in the military or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, actually. I am writing a book right now that touches on a lot of federal stuff and military stuff, and they really love their jargon.
Well, if you need help with the acronyms and stuff like that, give me a shout, right? So.
I want to know. I might, and I will thank you for that actually, because I'm just they call NADEN, for example, which is a land a military.
I know what NADEN is. It's out in Victoria, or
Why do they call it a base? They call it HMC as NADEN, even though it's a buildings.
Because the thing is, what it rotates around. Actually, the best person to talk to is Sokka and that, because he's familiar with all that. But the way they kind of look at it is you have CFB Esquimalt, but you also have my buddy Incorporated's here. Anyway.
This is good.
So the thing is, when it comes to smaller units, they refer to them as still ships, right? So HMCS NADEN would be no different than. Do you know at Stanley Park you have what's Deadman Island or whatever it is there? That's HMCS Discovery, right? And that's a naval reserve unit. That's the one right in in Stanley Park, facing towards